This March marks 2 years of the Elden lore series, and I have to say, it's been an honor and a privilege to make content for this audience. If you've watched our original Elden lore to study and relax to, you know I never imagined this series would take off the way that it did, and I cannot begin to express the gratitude I feel to every one of you who has stuck with us from the beginning. That original compilation video, which contained every topic covered in the first year of this series, is still one of our community's favorites, with over 750,000 views. So for year 2, we wanted to bring you another long-form video that captures everything we've explored since then. As we all gear up for Shadow of the Erdtree, why not take a look back at the lore of Elden Ring, and freshen up on its many mysteries. Before diving in though, I do have something exciting to share with you. We recently crossed a milestone I never truly thought we would, with 50,000 subscribers to the channel. In order to celebrate this, we're holding a raffle for anyone who watches this video. First place will receive both the Melina and Vargrim minifigurines. Second place will receive a custom print of their Tarnished, drawn by our resident artist Pat G. If you win, we'll reach out for a screenshot of your Tarnished and your loadout. And third place will get their choice of an STG t-shirt, hat, or coffee mug. This raffle will be open until the end of April, and the winners will be chosen at random. All you need to do to enter is fill out the form linked in the description below, and make sure to respond within 48 hours if we let you know you're a winner. Good luck everyone, and thank you for being a member of our community. With that said, let's begin our compilation of Elden lore, Year 2. In examining the Knights of the Lands Between, we've come to understand the factions they served better than we ever have before. The Cleanrots were considered the strongest warriors devoted to a demigod, while the Redmanes were known for their fierceness and battle prowess. The Kukos were rapacious sellswords turned knight for coin, and the Mausoleum Knights served their long-dead demigods from beyond the grave. Every Knight faction has a background worth digging into, so we wanted to make sure every one of them got their due. With that said, we realized in our research that the Knights of Leyndell and the Knights of the Haligtree seem to have less concrete background information than many of their counterparts. For this reason, we decided to present their stories together in one video, giving viewers a 2-for-1 deal on their lore, and dissecting the Knights of both honeyed gold and unalloyed gold. The Knights of Leyndell are the defenders of the royal capital, and their armor outlines their purpose as defenders of the Erdtree. The Leyndell Knight helm tells us it is the helm worn by knights sworn to defend the royal capital of Leyndell. The golden canopy represents the honor of standing among the tree's defenders. Each faction of knight shares the same kind of helmet, but they're adorned with a symbol specific to their faction. For the Leyndell Knights, this takes the form of a canopy representative of the Erdtree. Their role of defenders is further expounded upon by their armor and shield. The Leyndell Knight armor tells us its left breast is emblazoned with a symbol of Erdtree worship, said to have once been imbued with an incantation of protection. Interestingly, these symbols were once imbued with protection, suggesting that they no longer are, likely due to Marika's imprisonment within the Erdtree. Lastly, we have the Golden Great Shield, an oval great shield made of gold, carried by knights who protect the royal capital of Leyndell. Knights of Leyndell are reputed for their sturdiness, exemplified by the shield's exceptional guard capacity. Again, we're told of these knights' great prowess as defenders, fighting their battles from behind a shield and acting as a bulwark between the city and those that would come to harm the Erdtree. As far as their equipment is concerned, there's nothing special about these knights. They can wield the knight's greatsword, a partisan, or a greatbow, standard equipment for knights in the Lands Between. Where we can dig a little deeper is with their use of lightning-based skills, denoting their prowess with dragon cult incantations. We know the Leyndell Knights can be fought in the city and in certain areas of the Altus Plateau, but it's likely your first encounter with their ranks was well before riding the Grand Lift of Dectus. For some reason, a Leyndell Knight defends the road to the Artist's Shack in Liurnia of the Lakes, and upon defeating him, you are rewarded with the Dragon Cult Prayer Book, This book allows you to learn 3 different Dragon Cult incantations: Electrify Armament, Honed Bolt, and Lightning Spear, all of which tell us, long ago, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax and befriended his fallen foe, an event that gave rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. So while these knights are lauded for their defensive abilities, it seems many, if not all of them, are also capable of utilizing the lightning of the dragons. Further proof of this can be found when defeating a specific knight in Leyndell who drops the Gravelstone Seal, which is a sacred seal made from Gravelstone thought to be an ancient dragon scale, enhances dragon cult incantations of the royal capital. The worship of the ancient dragons does not conflict with belief in the Erdtree. After all, this seal, and lightning itself, are both imbued with gold. This all but confirms that the Knights of Leyndell followed in Godwyn's footsteps, and upon making peace with Fortisax, they too learned to utilize golden lightning to help in their defense of the Erdtree capital. If we explore the Sainted Hero's grave, we can learn the story of the man buried there, the most decorated Leyndell knight in the Lands Between, ancient dragon knight Kristoff. Upon defeating the boss of the area, we are presented with Kristoff's ashes. Legendary ashen remains, used to summon the spirit of Kristoff, the ancient dragon knight. Spirit of Kristoff, an honorable knight of Leyndell, who was also a devout worshipper of the ancient dragons. His skills strike down foes with thunderbolts, the dragon's weapon of choice. After the first defense of Leyndell, Kristoff earned the hero's honor of Erdtree burial for the feat of capturing Godfrey the Grafted. Kristoff was respected by the Golden Order, and not only was he given an Erdtree burial, allowing him to be summoned to Spirit Ash, but had his grave defended by a myriad of powerful warriors, including a Black Knife assassin, a Grave Warden duelist, and an ancient hero of Zamor. We know surprisingly little about Godfrey the Grafted, but it's safe to say he was a descendant of Godwyn the Golden, and given his presence at the first defense of Leyndell, he either led his own forces against the capital city, or he fought on the side of Radahn during his siege. Because so little is known about Godfrey specifically, and the only attacks in the capital city we have any information on are those of the dragons and General Radahn, we assume that Radahnn's march against the capital was the first defense of Leyndell. During this battle, ancient dragon knight Kristoff, a lowly knight of Leyndell and member of the dragon cult, managed to capture a traitorous demigod, making him a legend in the Lands Between. While we think it's fair to say that Godfrey likely had already passed down his great rune to his next descendant before the battle, it's still an incredible feat for anyone other than another demigod or a tarnished to defeat a demigod in combat, even one that was reduced to grafting to make themselves stronger. Ancient Dragon Knight Kristoff is a perfect example of the power hidden behind these unassuming knights. With a strong defense and the power of the dragons on their side, the Knights of Leyndell are a force to be reckoned with. Next, we wanted to discuss the other Knights of Gold that can be found in the Lands Between, the Erdtree Knights. Unlike the Knights of Leyndell, their gold is unalloyed, the gold created by Miquella himself. While there wasn't much in the way of lore behind the Knights of Leyndell, there's even less when we look at the Knights of the Erdtree. Their armor tells us it is armor worn by knights sworn to the Erdtree. Its left breast is emblazoned with the crest of the Erdtree. Though watered with Miquella's own blood since it was a sapling, the Erdtree ultimately failed to grow into an Erdtree. We think it's safe to assume that these knights once worked under the employ of Miquella before he abandoned the Golden Order, and unlike others who flocked to the Erdtree as a means of safety for themselves or others, such as Loretta, the Erdtree soldiers and knights were always dedicated to their lord. The Erdtree soldier ashes shed light on how devoted these followers truly were. Spirits of common soldiers who carry the sacred light. When weakened, they explode to deliver a last-ditch attack. This was the bitter revelation discovered by the desperate soldiers who awaited the return of their lord to the rotted Erdtree. May the flash of our deaths guide Miquella's return. These soldiers willingly gave their lives in defense of the Erdtree, and we have to assume the knights would do the same. The helms worn by the knights of the Erdtree are also unique, as their adornment doesn't rise above their heads, like the red hair of the Redmanes or the canopies of the Lanedale Knights. The Erdtree Knight Helm is a helm worn by knights sworn to the Erdtree, graced by a crown of unalloyed gold. Instead of a garish display of their loyalty to their faction, these knights simply wear unalloyed gold upon their heads, the most distinctive symbol of their master, Miquella. They also carry the Erdtree crest shield, which features imagery depicting what the Erdtree was meant to be. Metal great shield depicting the Erdtree with unalloyed gold, carried by knights who have vowed to serve Miquella's Erdtree, possesses high holy damage negation. Yet now, with the Erdtree misshapen, this wondrous rendition is a fleeting fantasy. Everything about these knights comes across as tragic. Their master is gone, their tree is dying, but still they stand, side by side with clean-wrought knights, defending what is left of Miquella's dream, on the off chance that someday their master will return, and their watch over the Erdtree will not have been for naught. We think it's worth mentioning, there is also a weapon that we believe ties directly to these knights, even though it's not wielded by any of their order. The Miquellan Knight's sword can be found atop a bell tower in Elphael, Brace of the Erdtree. It is a sword forged by servants of Miquella of the Erdtree, with a design modeled after those carried by Carian Knights. Instead of glintstone, however, amber from the Erdtree is embedded in the blade. A sumptuous piece, yet it has never been offered to any knight, an ill-starred sword with no master. We believe that due to its name and location, that should Miquella have brought his dream to fruition and grown his Erdtree to its full potential, this sword would have been bestowed upon the leader of the Erdtree Knights. It's possible this weapon could have been meant for Loretta, but we aren't sure when she arrived at the Erdtree, before or after Miquella's absence, so it's just as likely that the sword was simply intended for whoever Miquella deemed worthy of leading his forces. The skill attached to this sword, Sacred Blade, even allows the user to fire golden blades with each swing, reminiscent of the Rings of Light Miquella granted to his father Radagon and the Clean-Wrought Knights, a fitting attack for any who would lead the Erdtree Knights. All things considered, the Knights of Lanedale and the Erdtree Knights actually serve the exact same purpose. Each order is meant to defend their sacred tree from harm, and both do so with the golden abilities handed down to them by their lords, dragon incantations from the heir to Lanedale, Godwyn the Golden, and the holy essence of the sacred order from the creator of the Erdtree, the Empyrean Miquella. While they may serve different lords, they both act as walls against those who would invade their cities and threaten the safety of their trees. While the Erdtree may never grow to its full splendor, the Erdtree Knights stand firm in their dedication to Miquella. And while the world will stay stagnant without a new Elden Lord, the Knights of Lanedale will not stand aside as we ransack our way to the base of the tree. Both factions have their pride, and neither are willing to allow our tarnish to reach the base of their tree without proving ourselves more powerful than them. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the Golden Knights of the Lands Between. What are your thoughts on the Lanedale Knights or the Knights of the Erdtree? Which do you believe is more powerful? Who was Godfrey the Grafted, and should we try to piece together their story? Who was the Miquellan Knight's sword intended for? Do you think we'll get more background on the Erdtree Knights in the upcoming DLC? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. Thank you for being a member of this community. We can't wait to see you again for more Elden lore. We've been talking about knights a lot lately in our Elden lore series, and while we have a few more factions worthy of discussing, we wanted to take a break and focus on a different group that can be found throughout the Lands Between. These healers were known for their use of aromatics. They were blessed apothecaries in the eyes of the people, and they used the blessings of plants and vegetation to craft their tinctures. However, the shattering took its toll on these noble healers, leading to their conscription into the royal capital's army and leaving their healing prowess lost to time. All that remains now are the compounds they crafted in wartime to grant strength to their allies and death to their enemies. These men and women, the perfumers, found an unlikely ally in a particular flower whose pollen they coveted, and perhaps even spread across the lands between, in order to better gather materials for crafting their portable weaponry. Today we will look at the history of the perfumers, how they went from healers to bloodthirsty warriors, and the cut content that tells us a little more about Miranda, the Blighted Bloom, and the role she may have had in their downfall. The perfumers were once known for their dedication to treating others who had fallen ill. The perfumer robe tells us it belonged to an Erdtree capital perfumer. The thick front apron embroidered with a depiction of the Erdtree is proof of mastery of the apothecarial arts, and its weight symbolizes the onus of both pride and responsibility. They were held in high standing and closely guarded the secrets of their arts. The perfumer's bottle even tells us the art of perfuming was once jealously guarded in the capital, but after the perfumers were drafted into service during the Shattering, the art became widely practiced throughout the lands between. One instance of a perfumer who led a selfless life in service to others is that of Trisha, whose spirit ashes tell us her story. Trisha was once known as a healer who dedicated her efforts to treating misbegotten, omen, and all those seen as impure. When her efforts failed, she was their companion as they died, watching over them to ensure that they could pass peacefully, free of pain, a tale akin to the origins of the Deathbed Companions. Given the medicinal nature of the role of perfumer, we can safely assume that while most of their order were not like Trisha, watching over those Erdtree worshippers would despise, they likely carried out these same services for the denizens of Leyndell during better times. However, this was not to last, as once the Shattering took place, the perfumers were not simply seen as healers, but as potential troops with deadly knowledge. If they knew the best way to keep you alive and healthy, surely they knew the best way to end your life. The Perfumerhood tells us, in time past, the role of perfumer was much respected, a blessed apothecary in the eyes of many, but after entering the battlefields of the Shattering, they performed no such role, trading their aromatics for poisons and explosives. Their sacred arts were twisted, turned from healing arts into aromatics and poisons meant to strengthen the troops around them and kill those that would threaten the capital. We know that these men and women were ill-suited for war, as even their shield points out their lack of physical strength. Golden shield used by the perfumers of Leyndell during military service, made to be thin and light of weight. Even those lacking strength can employ this immunity-boosting shield. They were stripped of their original purpose, conscripted into an army, and made to use their sacred arts to fight. It's no wonder that some of them turned to depravity, while others chose to serve the Golden Order as ruthless omen killers. After defeating the Fell Twins in the capital outskirts, we find the ashes of omen killer Rollo, who paints a picture of one possible fate for the twisted perfumers. Spirit of Rollo, known as the first omen killer. Once a famous perfumer, Rollo imbibed a physic to rid himself of emotion, thus enabling him to enact his nightmarish labor, hunting the omen. We know thanks to Trisha's ashes that some perfumers may have held sympathy or empathy for the omen, and the perfumer's traveling garb even bolsters this assumption. Garb of a traveling perfumer of no renown, an associate of a healer, he is said to be in search of new aromatics in flower gardens, in hopes of treating misbegotten, omen, and all those seen as impure. Now, as soldiers, the perfumers were not given any say into what tasks they were meant to carry out. Perhaps for Rollo, the only way to put his feelings aside and become a murderer of those he may have once treated was to remove his feelings entirely. The Omen Killer robe even tells us they are butchers of twisted conscience. Its thick apron is worn in remembrance of Rollo, the progenitor of the Omen Killers and a perfumer of antiquity. It's likely that all Omen Killers were once perfumers, and they followed Rollo's lead. If they must kill those they once sought to protect, it's easier to do it when they can't feel anything for themselves. However, this was only one path for a perfumer. There was another. Many became what are now known as the depraved perfumers. The depraved perfumer robe is described as a robe worn by depraved perfumers. The embroidery on the apron is itself a curse upon the Erdtree. These heresy-inclined perfumers imbibe their own spices to alter body and mind. Their slow descent into self-destruction is what earned them their name. So those that were not assigned the role of Omen Killer seem to have found a different path, one that started in their service to the royal capital. The Spark Aromatic and the Uplifting Aromatic tell us a bit about a typical perfumer's time in service to the royal capital army. The first telling us, though fire was prohibited to those who served the Erdtree, this rule was forgotten as the war drew ever on. And the second detailing, this aromatic has an extremely potent morale-raising effect that makes those accustomed to it fearless in the face of death. It was this influence that made the perfumers exceptional commanders. It seems at first, these mind-altering aromatics were seen as a benefit to the army, but in time, it gained the perfumers' scorn, perhaps because they stopped using their talents for the benefit of the Golden Order. Upon finding a hidden corpse within the Volcano Manor, we obtain the depraved perfumer Carman ashes. These ashes tell us, depraved perfumers practice their art for themselves alone. Carman was a notably formidable perfumer whose strength rivaled that of heroes, and it is said that he was in search of a secret physic of revivification. Clearly, he never attained his goal, as his corpse is strewn across the floor of Rykard's manor. But what's more interesting is the detail that the perfumers practice their arts for themselves alone. Up until this point, it's come across as if the perfumers are all in service to Leyndell, and had been so before their days of conscription in the military. But something has broken this loyalty, and we believe the answer lies deep in the heart of the Perfumer's Grotto, where we face an Omen Killer, and Miranda, the Blighted Bloom. It's well known that throughout history, perfumers prized Miranda pollen, especially Miranda powder, which was seen as an extremely fragrant variation of this pollen. But the question is why? As far as we can find, only 2 tinctures of the perfumers utilize Miranda powder, one that creates poison and another that spreads fire, both of which hardly seem worthy of this dedication to the plant and its home deep within their grotto. However, there is an item that currently cannot be obtained in-game that may shed some light onto the depraved perfumer's obsession with this powder: Miranda's Prayer. This tool comes with the following description. This statuette depicts a flower that preys on humans, posed in prayer, uses FP to call down a deluge of light. Miranda, Maiden of the Flower Crucible, is said to have been the very first of this breed. This not only shows us the importance of Miranda, the Blighted Bloom, who may very well be the Miranda mentioned in this item description, but also opens up our understanding of these plants as a whole. Miranda is described as a Maiden of the Flower Crucible, and the skill described by this item is only used by one character in Elden Ring, Melina. Given this information, there may be some connection between these 2 maidens, perhaps relating to their power deriving from the Crucible. Of course, the term Flower Crucible is not found anywhere else throughout the Lands Between, but it certainly makes it seem as though Miranda is more than a simple plant. We theorize that Miranda is much more alive than your typical large flower, and may even be the new object of worship for the depraved perfumers after casting off the shackles of the Erdtree they were conscripted to protect. In fact, using the power of this plant connected to the Crucible may very well be why these men and women are considered heretical by others in Leyndell. The depraved perfumers mark themselves as a curse upon the Erdtree, and if they truly have found a power within Miranda, the Flower Maiden, then perhaps this is how they make good on that curse, by channeling their knowledge into new and destructive ways to empower themselves, using strength that the Erdtree itself locked away by taking the place of the primordial crucible. It's important to remember that this theory crafting around Miranda is based on an item that lives within the game files of Elden Ring and may never be made available to us players for one reason or another. It could be that the idea of a Flower Maiden was scrapped somewhere along the line of the game's production. Even so, it fills a missing piece to the story of the depraved perfumers. While one could argue that they simply seek vengeance for being conscripted into a war that twisted their purpose, their connection to Miranda the Blighted Bloom is undeniable, and we believe there was always meant to be something more to it than we can learn with what can be found naturally in-game. Thank you for joining us today for our look at the perfumers, their history, their connection to Miranda, and the different paths their order took after the Shattering. What do you think of these healers turned monsters? When and why do you think they started making aromatics from the living jars? A detail that seemingly has no answer. Would it be better to wipe away all emotion and become a mindless omen killer to serve your purpose? Or turn against your own army in depravity and heresy? Why was Miranda's history removed from the game? We can't wait to read the comments on this video and get into deeper discussions on these topics. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Godrick the Grafted is known to be the weakest of the demigods. Not only is his royal blood considered diluted, but time and again he has shown cowardice in the face of adversity, and took from others through grafting in an attempt to make himself stronger. While he considered himself the rightful ruler of the lands between, due to his parentage leading back to Godwyn the Golden, it's clear that he's barely a demigod at all, perhaps only having a rune because it was passed down to him over time. That said, Godrick himself is not the topic of this video. Instead, we will be talking about someone deeply tied to the grafted demigod. This formidable warrior is known throughout the Elden Ring community as one of the strongest, most fearsome encounters we will ever face. He has slaughtered countless Tarnished, his power knows no bounds, and he attacks us when we are at our absolute weakest. Today, we will be thoroughly exploring the legend himself, the Soldier of God, Rick. Wait, no, that's a typo. Okay, we're going to be talking about the soldiers of Godrick. Okay, yeah, that's a lot less interesting. Whatever, we've covered all of the other knights, so yeah, we're doing this. Grab a comfy seat and let's get to it. In order to understand the tragedy of these disgraced knights, we must first look to their armor. The Godrick Knight armor tells us, its left breast is emblazoned with a two-headed war axe, an emblem of the golden lineage. The knights surely boasted of their strength in days long gone. So by the wording of this description, we can assume that the members of Godrick's forces no longer consider themselves powerful in terms of their standing in the lands between. The tree and beast surcoat worn by Godrick's soldiers also drives this point home. Armor worn by soldiers loyal to Godrick the Grafted. The surcoat depicts the distant Erdtree and the Beast region, an emblem of the golden lineage. Both are symbols of glory now past. Godrick's soldiers may have once been formidable, but their glory days are long behind them, and their own master is directly responsible for their shame. According to Kenneth Haidt, there were multiple instances of Godrick acting in cowardice. First, we know he was part of an attack on Leyndell. It's hard to say exactly which battle this was, but if we assume he fought alongside Godfrey the Grafted, then ancient Dragon Knight Kristoff's ashes tell us it was the first siege of Leyndell. After he saw the battle going poorly, instead of fighting alongside his men, he stole the Mimic's veil from the royal capital and used it to hide among the women fleeing. This allowed him to escape with his life and his great rune, while Godfrey was captured and his men were slaughtered while retreating. The Godrick soldier ashes even tell us, the soldiers who serve Godrick the Grafted are what remains of the army that fled the royal capital of the Erdtree. From here, he then went on to hide from Radahn behind the walls of Stormveil Castle and insult Malenia, leading to a confrontation with her that led to him pleading for his life, bringing even further shame to the memory of Godwyn the Golden and his lineage. At this point, it's probably becoming clear why these knights and soldiers would no longer brag about their strength. In fact, they likely continue to serve Godrick only because of his bloodline. The soldiers and knights of Godrick are a curious case when it comes to armies in the Lands Between. They can be found in various areas of Limgrave, but not a single one is found within Stormveil Castle, where Godrick the Grafted has taken up residence. When we explore the castle, we're mostly met with exiled soldiers and banished knights, along with emaciated commoners, a troll, rotten strays, a lion guard, an omen, and a testament to the horrors of Godrick's ancient practice, a grafted scion. Many believe that the reason these are the enemies we find protecting the castle is that Godrick recruited the strongest sellswords and creatures he could find. After all, Godrick was obsessed with strength, as we can clearly see from his taking strength from others through the art of grafting. This implies that not only do Godrick's original forces live with the disgrace of serving a cowardly lord, but what remained of them were appointed away from the castle, no longer considered strong enough by their master to defend him. They couldn't prove their superiority to the forces of Leyndell, so their fickle lord tossed them aside, relegating them to nothing more than mere foot soldiers, meant to walk his lands and defend anything he considered his. Clearly, when it came to masters, the Knights of Godrick got the short end of the stick in the Lands Between, and they know it. Aside from the Tree and Beast Surcode telling us that their glory days are long past, another item we can take from them, along with one of their ashes of war, implies that Stormveil Castle is not their original home, and they may long for a way back to their former glory. There is a mounted Godrick knight on a cliff southwest over the Deathbed Catacombs, whom upon death drops the Ash of War, Golden Vow. This skill is passed down from antiquity among the knights of the royal capital. Raise armament aloft and pledge to honor the Erdtree in battle, granting self and nearby allies increased attack power and defense. Why would a Knight of Godrick be able to use this skill? Perhaps in the days before the Shattering, these knights served another lord, Godwyn the Golden. We know that Godwyn lived within the royal capital, so naturally his knights would have been stationed alongside him. In their time, they may have even been Leyndell knights. The gilded great shield they drop tells us, the red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erdtree, the color of homeward yearning. These knights likely followed Godrick the Grafted out of Leyndell during the Shattering due to their allegiance to their original lord. As his descendant, they felt loyalty to Godrick first and foremost, and unfortunately, this is how their loyalty was rewarded. They fought an unwinnable battle against the city they once called home, and bore the disgrace of both their own defeat and the cowardice of their lord, only to make it back to his castle and be told they were no longer worthy to defend its walls. It's no wonder these knights long for the days where they could boast their strength and want nothing more than to return to their home, the capital city, and once again bathe in the golden rays of the Erdtree. In fact, we even find these soldiers and knights defending the Tower of Return, which provides a way back to the capital city, but their shame likely keeps them from using it themselves. The soldiers and knights of Godrick easily have the worst lot of any army in the Lands Between. Even if you consider the clean rot knights, who are perpetually rotting, I would argue Godrick's forces are still worse off, as the clean rots at least carry the title of strongest knights in the Lands Between, and feel a true sense of loyalty to Malenia. For Godrick's knights, their glory days are well behind them, and they likely feel no love or loyalty for Godrick himself, just a sorrowful sense of duty to defend the once great bloodline of Godwyn the Golden, no matter how badly Godrick himself tarnishes the name. They are truly forsaken by their lord, their home, and grace itself, but still they hold the line, even if they can never recapture the dignity they lost in their service to the poorest excuse for a demigod we encounter. Thank you for joining us for our dissection of Godrick's Knights. This wraps up all of the standard knights found in the Lands Between, but we still plan on diving into the Carian Knights as well. There are also the Drake Knights, but we believe our video on Yora and Eleonora already hit on all of the information currently known about them, so we really are rounding out every knight faction in the Lands Between. Why do you think Godrick's armies are not allowed within Castle Stormveil? Do you believe they were once soldiers of Leyndell? How many times did you die to the immortal soldier of God, Rick? Let us know your thoughts and stories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you haven't already. YouTube isn't pushing Elden Ring content at the moment, so anything you can do to boost the channel is truly appreciated. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Typically, we like to dive into topics for our Elden lore series that have enough in-game writing to support their own video. On occasion, we've dabbled in taking on multiple topics at once, but ideally, we want to tell cohesive stories to bring you the most accurate history possible for the denizens of the Lands Between. Lately, our commenters have been asking us to tackle some topics with very little written history behind them, but we wanted to face this challenge head-on and bring you the most accurate story we could for these topics with what little we can glean from items and enemy locations. For this particular request, we found that the enemy in question was deeply tied to another character we previously discussed in our short series, The Tarnished Files. Today, we're going to give you our best theory on the history of the Abductor Virgins, what they are, their purpose, and their ties to Inquisitor Giza, Reitgard's personal torturer, and maybe even the sick mind behind these terrifying enemies. The Abductor Virgins are certainly an enigma. These huge machines roll toward us with large, pendulum blade arms or whirligig saws, relentlessly attacking until we're either dead or pulled into their lower half to be devoured by their insides. It's obvious to see how these were inspired by Iron Maidens, both in name and appearance, acting as instruments of torture that people would be shoved inside of. But that's not all there is to these enemies. First, we want to discuss their name, which can seem like a misnomer if you're paying attention to the surface level details of their form. The abductor portion of their name goes without saying. The lower half of these enemies will open its doors and drag you inside to torture and kill you, and one particular variant at the bottom of Raya Lucaria Academy will literally abduct you, transporting you to Volcano Manor. The second half of the name, Virgin, is where the design can be misleading. By looking at the top half of the Abductor Virgin's body, we can see a woman's face and arms cradling a baby. Your first thought may be that the imagery of a young woman holding a newborn portrays anything but virginity. But if we remember that one of their main purposes is to abduct others and bring them to the Volcano Manor, we can reasonably assume the baby in their arms is actually a symbol of their purpose, to steal others away, rather than a symbol of motherhood. There may also be a more literal interpretation to the term virgin as well. It would be easy to assume that these enemies are automatons and not living creatures, but that notion can be thrown out the window upon further inspection. When an abductor virgin opens the doors attached to the lower half of its body in order to grab you, we can clearly see a red blood mist inside, as well as flayed skin seemingly pinned to the inside of the doors. On top of this, the tentacles that reach out to grab you and drag your tarnished inside are not tentacles at all, but long black snakes. With this in mind, we think it's fair to assume that at least some part of these enemies is still physically alive, and may have even been a human at some point. Take this a step further, and perhaps the title of Virgin comes from those deemed appropriate to create these monstrosities. If humans were used in the creation of these mobile torture devices, it's possible the only suitable vessel in the eyes of their creator was a virgin. So we now have an understanding as to where the name comes from, but who's responsible for the creation of these horrific half-living, half-mechanical beings? They're only found in areas associated with the Carian royal family, but the use of snakes inside the virgins themselves makes it clear that they originate from Rykard of the Volcano Manor. We believe this can be taken a step further, and not only tied back to Rykard, but specifically his Inquisitor and Master of Torture, Giza. In the past, I joked that Giza only exists in Elden Ring in order to give us access to the Whirligig saw from Bloodborne, and I stand by that statement. But it just so happens, this invading spirit, who only shows up once, is integral to understanding the history of torture the Volcano Manor performed amongst those it captured. The most obvious connection between Giza and the Abductor Virgins is his weapon, Giza's Wheel. The item description even lays out this connection for us. Great iron wheel, lined with flesh-flaying blades, device of torture used by Inquisitor Giza. As the wheel spins, it causes severe pain and blood loss. The design was adopted for use as the iconic weapon wielded by Iron Virgins. We think it's fair to assume that it was Giza himself who decided his personal weapon of torture would be used as arms for the Abductor Virgins. But when facing the Abductor Virgin boss fight in the subterranean Inquisition Chamber, we earn another weapon tied to Giza, the Inquisitor's Girandol. This weapon is an instrument of torture used on nobles behind the curtain at the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Its numerous spikes pierce the flesh, then singe the wounds with flame. The smell of burnt blood induces despair in the victim, a candlestick conceived by a thorough mind. As it is named for an Inquisitor, and the only Inquisitor we're aware of at the Volcano Manor is Giza, it's another fair assumption to say that this was one of his instruments of torture, and our only means of attaining it is defeating Giza's creations within his own torture chamber. We believe this is more than enough environmental evidence to tie Giza to the creation of these enemies, and given what we know of the Volcano Manor's penchant for both torture and experimentation, this comes together well. Giza wears the official's attire, which is described as a grubby blue robe worn by magisterial officials to carry out their grim tasks. Surveillance, executions, gruesome rituals, the darkest duties drive the wheels of mankind. What this tells us is that Giza likely led the seedier side of the manor while Tanith upheld the front as leader of the recusants. This means it was likely Giza who performed horrific rituals and experiments on the Albinorics we find within the Volcano Manor village. These beings are left with horrible, pulsing pustules for heads, and are better put out of their misery when we encounter them. But how exactly did the Volcano Manor come across these test subjects? The lizard men are never seen outside the walls of Rykard's village, and the recusants do not take prisoners. The only answer left to us is the Abductor Virgins. These enemies were created by Giza, at the behest of Lord Rykard, in order to steal test subjects from the outside world. With this context in mind, the areas in which we find them start to make a whole lot of sense. Abductor Virgins are only found in areas associated with the Carian royal family: Caria Manor, Raya Lucaria Academy, Redmane Castle, Mount Gelmir, and Volcano Manor. Caria Manor was once home to many Albinorics, making it the perfect place to gather test subjects from this man-made race. Raya Lucaria is the home to sorcerers, another group that would likely make for good experimentation. And finally, Redmane Castle is where the strongest went to improve themselves. If you were looking for a sturdy warrior to submit to torturous rituals, this would be the place to steal them from. Rykard could have the Abductor Virgins placed strategically within these areas associated with his family, under the guise of protection to keep his brother, sister, and mother safe, when really, he wanted to siphon off their forces to his own nefarious ends. We even have precedents for this line of thinking if you accept the theory that the Finger Creepers are tied to Rykard, and he placed them in Caria Manor as well to block any invader's path to Ranni. Ultimately, the purpose of the Abductor versions is to cut, rip, and torture their opponents before bringing them back to Volcano Manor, so that Giza may use them for his twisted rituals and experiments, all in the name of Lord Rykard. While it's hard to truly confirm any of this theory as 100% true, we believe the contextual evidence left behind in the Lands Between helps us make a solid case for this interpretation of their story. While facing one of these enemies is typically a frustrating endeavor, let's try not to forget that while their purpose may be to torture their victims, they themselves are likely victims, living with the eternal torment of being turned into these monstrosities. After all, true death does not exist in the Lands Between, meaning if people really were used in the creation of the Abductor versions, some small piece of them lives on within that festering body, probably living in eternal torment, exactly as Giza intended. Thank you for joining us for this episode of Elden Lore. Where do you think the Abductor versions came from? Do you have any theories that contradict ours? Just how closely do you believe Inquisitor Giza is tied to these torture machines? Why is the Virgin at the bottom of Raya Lucaria Academy the only one that can transport us to Volcano Manor? We look forward to reading all of your thoughts and reactions in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. This episode has been a long time coming. In the past 6 months or so, there's been an enemy various commenters have asked us to tackle, but I've never felt confident there was enough information to craft a solid theory around their origins. They drop no items that discuss them directly, and are only mentioned in 2 item descriptions throughout the whole of Elden Ring. These gnarled masses of flesh and limbs strike a horrifying visage that is sure to unsettle any player, and if their body doesn't, their shriek will. Today, we're going to explore the Royal Revenants, as well as the Wraithcallers and their possible connection to the Erdtree itself. More so than any video we've created before, I want to stress that this is a theory, and I ask that we stay respectful to each other in the comments section. There are really only a handful of concrete facts about these enemies, so what we're really doing here is crafting the most likely origin story we can with the little information we have. The Revenants are horrifying. Their bodies are a twisted mess and they chase you relentlessly. These enemies wear a crown upon their head, which is one of the only signs we have that their name, the Royal Revenant, is accurate, and they may have once been some form of nobility in life. This assertion can be bolstered by one of the only items in the game that mentions the Revenants, the Wraithcaller Bell. The bell tells us it is a bell used by worshippers of the Revenants. Wraiths are said to be the vengeful spirits of those who died when cursed. There are those in the Lands Between that worship the Revenants, likely due to their royal lineage, the ones who carry these bells, the Wraithcallers. The title of Revenant tells us these creatures were once living, but are now reduced to this undead state. It would be easy to assume that these creatures are simply another form of those who live in death, but we believe there's more to it than that. Both the Royal Revenants and the Wraithcallers are cursed. We learn this from a note we can purchase from the isolated merchant in Raya Lucaria. Notes sold by a nomadic merchant imparting knowledge in brief. The crawling Royal Revenants and their followers are all cursed. Healing powers will harm rather than mend. Unlike those who live in death, these enemies can be harmed by healing spells, implying that their curse is different from the other undead we can encounter on our journey. If this is true, it means the curse placed upon the Royal Revenants and their followers is wholly unique in the Lands Between, And it is with this understanding that we can start to extrapolate the possible background of these enemies. Before we get too in the weeds though, we need to look at their anatomy for additional context. The best breakdown of the anatomy of these creatures comes from Lazuli the Witch, who went through and removed the frayed and tearing cloth these monstrosities are clad in, revealing the gnarled body beneath. We can see all of the limbs sprouting from their undead bodies, including one set of legs that make it look as if the Royal Revenant is actually laying on its back as it scuttles towards us. From here, there are multiple torsos springing from the original torso attached to the legs, each sprouting its own elongated arms all the way up to their head, which, if the direction of their legs implies where their mutation started, means their heads are turned a full 180 degrees from where they should be. When looking at the underside of these enemies, you can see their longest torso is actually hollow, which means whatever curse brought them back from the dead is what fuels them now, as they have no internal organs to speak of. As Lazuli mentions in their video, the arms springing from the various torsos of this enemy evoke tree imagery, which we can find in many areas of interest throughout Elden Ring. If we consider their body's original torso and legs as the base, the rest of their undead form likely grew just as a tree, sprouting off from its original trunk, which would explain why the body that encompasses most of their form is hollow. The new torsos and arms are simply an offshoot, branches breaking free from their original base. This also explains their eyeless, slack-jawed faces, as they no longer contain any of the life they once had before they were cursed. Interestingly, these enemies are also portrayed as bursting from below the earth, just as a tree sprouts from the underground, another aspect of them that evokes tree imagery. While some in the community believe that their various arms and body parts may be related to grafting, we think this is highly unlikely due to the consistency between their various limbs. They all share the same sickly color and features, and when looking at the Revenants without their cloth covering, you can see in detail how the various torsos seem to grow from each other, not be placed on the body from some other person or form. It's also worth mentioning these enemies are known as the Horribleness Grub within the game's code, but we believe this is not an indication as to what the Revenants are in the final game, and may have been a title given to them in an early build, where the intention behind these enemies may have been different. As they stand now, nothing about their imagery indicates that they would metamorphosize into something new. If anything, the large open cavity underneath them would imply that they were some sort of cocoon. Now that we have as much context as can possibly be built around these enemies, we can present our theory. We believe the Revenants are much older than anyone would expect. Clearly, Marika's rule was not agreed upon by all when she first took over the Lands Between. We know that Godfrey fought to consolidate the power of the Golden Order and bring the entirety of the land under Queen Marika's rule. During her rule, there were likely many dissenters, nobles who did not want to give up their right to any land they owned, and refused to bend the knee to Queen Marika the Eternal. What if these nobles and their subjects, instead of being killed and returned to the Erdtree, were cursed for their defiance? This curse would twist their flesh and have their bodies grow, much like the tree they refused to fall in line behind. Before we face the Royal Revenant boss in the King's Realm ruins, we can speak with a spirit that says, "Ah, Iji, forgive me. These royal grounds were placed in our trust, but we stood no chance." And upon defeating it, we can open a chest containing the Frozen Needle, a weapon forged by Iji. To us, this implies the specific Revenant we fight in this location may have once been a member of the Carian royal family, before the time of Radagon and Rennala's union. We can also face Revenants in some areas where nobility would have likely lived or visited, such as the Lunar Estate ruins and the Shaded Castle. We believe the Revenants, nobility all, are what's left of those who challenged the power of the Golden Order and were cursed, not only to be cut off from the Erdtree through becoming undead, but to have their bodies mimic the tree itself, by growing and branching off, leaving them in eternal agony and torment. We think the final nail in this coffin is the fact that healing magic can actually harm the Revenants. Unlike those who live in death, The curse placed on these undead would come from the power of Queen Marika herself, making any healing incantations related to the two fingers of the Erdtree burn to the touch, as the power of the Erdtree has already caused them unbearable pain. This theory doesn't account for every area where we can face the Revenants, but we think it's fair to say that nobility may have traveled to any of these locations for one reason or another, even Elphael, Brace of the Haligtree. In fact, it's possible the Revenants who made it to the Haligtree may have been seeking a way to break their curse before it took them completely, and they believed Mikola was their best option. Regardless of the reasons we may find the Revenants where we do, we can also look towards their item drops for additional context on this theory, even if they don't mention the Revenants specifically. They can drop sacrificial twigs and ghost glove ward, more tree imagery in the case of the sacrificial twig, and a hint that they are drawn to glove ward just as spirits are, which makes sense with their undead nature. While we cannot say with certainty that our theory is correct, we believe it's the best explanation possible for these cursed souls, with the little we can learn about them during our time traveling the lands between. Where do you think the Royal Revenants come from? What is their connection to the Erdtree, if any? Why do their bodies sprout additional torsos and limbs? What gives them the power to escape below the ground and sprout up to attack us? What nobility did they belong to in life, and where do you think their curse originates? We can't wait to read your thoughts in the comments section, as we think your takes on these enemies will open up even more avenues of exploration. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. To say the Erdtree is well guarded by the forces of Leyndell would be an understatement. On our way to the city gates, we face two Erdtree sentinels, a valiant gargoyle, a projection of Margit, the Fell Omen, and numerous golems, all before reaching the threshold to Leyndell, which is guarded by a draconic tree sentinel. Once within the city, we face soldiers, knights, pages, lions, crucible knights, omen killers, an ulcerated tree spirit, and more in pursuit of the throne. Should we brave our way through the trials the city places before us, we find our path to the top requires us to run up the roots of the tree itself, and upon these roots, we find an interesting enemy. If you've been thoroughly exploring the lands between, it wouldn't be your first time encountering them, but it may be your first time seeing the extent of their connection to plant life. These are the Guardians, the protectors of the Erdtree and the many minor Erdtrees across the land. Today, we will tell their story. The Guardians of the Erdtree are found across the lands between, defending the many minor Erdtrees that have sprung up since the Shattering. But as for why they've taken on this duty, we need to look at their armor. Almost every piece of equipment they own tells us, in accordance with an ancient pact with the Erdtree, it is said that their deaths led not to destruction, but instead to renewed eternal life as Guardians. This explanation teaches us the main reason for the Guardians' insistence on defending these minor Erdtrees, even though most of them are already guarded by an Erdtree Avatar. The fact that this is an ancient pact seems to imply that whatever deal was struck between the Erdtree and the Guardians was done well before the Shattering, perhaps even before Marika came to control the Elden Ring. The fact that they would strike a deal with the tree for eternal life tells us that the Rune of Death had not yet been removed from the Elden Ring, because if it had, they'd already be living in a world without true death, with a few exceptions. So we believe the implications of becoming a Guardian clearly outline a past for these warriors. Their ancient pact with the Erdtree keeps them alive at the cost of acting as its eternal guardians. But what does that have to do with the minor Erdtrees? The Guardian's sword spear is a weapon comprising a long handle and broad blade, sharpened from the hard wood of old trees, and it says it is wielded by guardians of the minor Erdtrees, known as experts in the arts of combat. So that means the ancient pact made with the Erdtree must extend to its minor offshoots. Golden seeds tell us, when the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erdtree, scattering across the various lands, as if life itself knew that its end had come. So these seeds are the remnants of those flickers of golden light that once shined across the lands between. And if the Guardians swore their oath to the Erdtree itself, it stands to reason this extends to any offshoots it may have. If a minor Erdtree had the strength to grow, the Guardians saw it as worth defending, on the off chance it could one day become a new Erdtree. One of the most striking features of the Guardians is the tree growing from each of their backs. Guardians we find outside of Leyndell, defending the minor Erdtrees, are all sprouting bare tree roots from their backs, hunching their posture and adding another layer to their subservience to the Erdtree. In a few areas, we see Guardians whose trees are fully bloomed, and the bloomed Guardians at the minor Erdtree Church actually have a unique ability where their backs can further bloom, making them grow in size. Their unique armor drop sheds some light on what sets these variations of the Guardians apart from their brethren. It is said that the blood-red flowers blooming on their backs mark the senescence of their ancient pact. Perhaps the Guardians are part tree already. The word senescence means deterioration due to age, meaning that their pact is slowly fading along with the Erdtree, making whatever magic granted them eternal life wane and take root in their bodies. They truly are becoming more tree than man at this point, and if the lands between was left alone, and the Erdtree left to die, it's likely their bodies would eventually take root in the ground. We're willing to wager that if their masks could be removed, you'd find a hideous amalgamation of man and tree beneath. When it comes to the reason for this variation in Guardians, we believe it ties directly to how long each individual warrior has been a Guardian. We know that the blooming trees are directly related to the age of their pact, so this would make sense. You can find the most concentrated number of bloomed Guardians defending the Erdtree itself in Leyndell, which implies that most of the oldest members reside on these branches. After the shattering, when the golden seeds burst from the Erdtree and took root across the lands between, the Guardians likely kept many of their most experienced members behind, choosing to send out their youngest recruits, along with a choice few veterans, to establish the minor Erdtree Church. From here, the Guardians would be assigned to their minor Erdtrees, watching over those that had the potential to one day become fully grown. It's easy to assume that this was done as a way to keep their vow and defend the Erdtree by ensuring that even if the main tree were to wither completely, one of its offspring could take its place. But there may have been a selfish undertone to this campaign as well. With the Age of Abundance over and the power of the Erdtree waning, the Guardians must have known their fate. Without an Erdtree to ensure their eternal life, they were doomed to have the roots within them take over completely, so their only chance at having their eternal life safely renewed would be to cultivate a new Erdtree. And what better way to do this than to watch over the seeds that held a tiny sliver of that radiant gold that once granted them their new lives after death. These Guardians, who once traded their death for a chance at new life, are another tragic group of victims who put their faith in a higher power that cared only for how it could use them to its own benefit. It's possible the life they were granted was not the bargain they signed up for, as the tree itself taking root within their bodies was probably not what they expected when they made their pact. However, it's entirely possible that they knew their deal with the Erdtree would plant that seed of life within their bodies, and they were simply too blinded by gold to consider a possible future where the tree's power would dissipate. Regardless of how well they understood their arrangement, the Guardians now defend any semblance of an Erdtree they can find, hoping to one day stop the growth of the trees on their backs, lest they succumb to its roots and become firmly planted in the ground for all eternity. Thank you for joining us for our dissection of the Guardians. Do you think they truly understood the terms of their pact with the Erdtree? How old are the Guardians, and do you believe they predate the Golden Order, Why do some of these enemies carry golden centipedes when they clearly do not hunt for those who live in death? What do you think is under their mask? We look forward to reading your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. There are few characters in Elden Ring we never get to meet. The majority of the players in the lands between have their presence felt through the world, and when we finally face them, it's a satisfying encounter. Even Miquella, who we learned so much about through his lore, can be met in person after defeating Mohg. While he may be nothing more than an arm falling from a cocoon, we can stand in the presence of the boy Malenia once called the fiercest Empyrean. However, there is a character who had a major effect on the lives of many who studied the sword both within and beyond the lands between. Today we're going to take a look at someone we never meet in our journey, an enigmatic swordsman who not only bears a connection to the goddess of Rot herself, but to the warrior starting class. This blind swordsman is never given a name, but through various items, we can piece together his story and feel his effect on the lands between, including one of the gameplay abilities unique to Elden Ring. The first time we read about the Blind Swordsman is likely while we're in Stormveil Castle. When exploring the room where Gostok locks us in the dark with a banished knight, we open a chest containing the curved sword talisman. This item is described as a talisman depicting a curved sword and a swordsman, enhances guard counters. It is said that a blind swordsman was the originator of this technique, the art of allowing one's opponent to strike so as to leave them vulnerable to a well-timed reply. This story can easily be written off as a flourish, a fun piece of flavor text that gives some meaning behind the new gameplay mechanic of guard counters. However, other items can be found during our exploration of the world that make it clear that the person depicted in this talisman is more important than you're led to believe. While the armor itself doesn't mention the blind swordsman, the curved sword talisman does show us that they wore the blue cloth cowl, the starting equipment for the warrior class. This armor tells us it is the cowl or vest of a nomadic warrior. The blue color of its fabric symbolizes brisk waters, as fluid and flowing as the sword in the hand of its wearer. Just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay. Warriors must remain ever drifting. The talisman is meant to depict this specific blind swordsman, and the fact that their cowl is used for any who walk the path of the warrior should speak toward the impact this person had on those who study swords. The knowledge of remaining ever drifting likely came directly from the original master, and the allusion to still water becoming foul and leading to decay may even speak to the connection between this swordsman and the goddess of Rot herself, Malenia, but we'll dive deeper into their story later. The Blue Dancer charm, which can be found when defeating the Guardian Golem in the High Road Cave, sheds more light on the life of this nomadic swordsman. A cloth doll depicting a dancer garbed in blue, an ancient heirloom of some sort, raises attack power with lower equipment load. The dancer in blue represents a fairy, who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was Rot itself. This story has a lot to unpack, but we'll start with the clear connection to our topic. First, this blind swordsman was granted a flowing sword, and when we consider the other water verbiage used in the warrior set, we can clearly see a pattern that speaks to this being the same person. Next, the dancer in blue is representative of a fairy, which as far as we can find, does not exist in the lands between. Perhaps the use of a fairy in the story was meant to add a bit of whimsy or a fantastical aspect to entertain the children who want to know the tales of the blind swordsman. But whoever gave them their blade was the inspiration behind the blue-colored warrior armor. Last, we learn the swordsman sealed away the god of Rot at some point during their journey. The legitimacy of this claim is entirely up to speculation, but we do have some idea of what this could mean. What we think is most interesting about this story is that we can find the flowing curved sword ourselves when exploring the consecrated snowfields, the very weapon that once belonged to the Blind Swordsman. This blade comes with the following description. Legends speak of a master of the sword garbed in blue, and his curved blade that was patterned after flowing water. Strong attack unleashes a series of strikes akin to a dance, offering a glimpse into the legend. While it's empowering to find and wield this weapon knowing the stories of the Blind Swordsman, what's more interesting is how we obtain it. When making our way through the consecrated snowfield, we come across one of the large black carriages being pulled by trolls that contains a treasure chest. Within this chest is the flowing curved sword, but more importantly, this sword is seen as so important it was actually guarded by 2 members of the Knights' cavalry. Not only does this speak to the reverence that those in the lands between have for the swordsman, it also tells us that this person is no longer with us. While it hasn't been officially confirmed to our knowledge, many see the black carriages as a funeral procession. If this is the case, the Blind Swordsman's remains are likely housed within the carriage, meaning at some point he met his end. We know those in the lands between can't seem to die from old age, as without the rune of death, they have some level of immortality, so he must have fallen in battle, and this is where we fall more heavily into the realm of speculation. Upon completing a portion of Gowry's quest and speaking with Millicent, we are given the prosthesis wearer heirloom. This item is described as a talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale, raises dexterity. Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. When looking at the item itself, it is engraved with the very moment where Malenia met the Blind Swordsman, and while they don't seem to be wearing the warrior set, all of the lore surrounding them makes it clear that this is who the talisman is depicting. From this point, we believe there are multiple explanations for the relationship between the two. The talisman describes the Blind Swordsman as Malenia's mentor, and they seem cordial in its depiction. The easy explanation here is that she studied under this swordsman as his apprentice, learning how to fight under his tutelage, and even developing the waterfowl dance based on the Blind Swordsman's own spinning slash and dance-like heavy attacks. In this interpretation, we can assume that the swordsman's history with defeating a previous aspect of the God of Rot led them to teach Malenia to control the rot within her through the practice of the sword. Hence her studies under him leading to her being granted wings of unparalleled strength. Her time studying with the Blind Swordsman would have helped her harness her strength and keep the rot at bay, but also taught her to use this power to her advantage should she ever need it. This story puts forward a more wholesome relationship between the two, but it does leave the question of how the Blind Swordsman died open-ended. There is another interpretation of their relationship that could speak to a much more violent end. The Blind Swordsman's enemy was the God of Rot, and he was said to have sealed it away. The only avatar for the God of Rot that we've encountered or read stories about is Malenia herself. If we look at their encounter through a different lens, perhaps when Malenia refers to the Blind Swordsman as her mentor, she simply means she admired his swordsmanship. It's possible these two met not to train as master and apprentice, but as combatants on the battlefield. If the Blind Swordsman sought to lock away the rot, a confrontation with Malenia would have been inevitable, so perhaps she's the reason he's gone and left his sword behind. If you believe that our fight with Malenia was her third bloom, turning her into the Goddess of Rot, then we still can't account for her first bloom. Perhaps it was during her encounter with the Blind Swordsman that Malenia bloomed for the first time, gaining her wings, so to speak, and came to understand the power the rot afforded her. During their battle, the Blind Swordsman may have fought hard enough to seal the power of Malenia after her first bloom, but as we know, Malenia has never known defeat, and sealing her strength would come at the cost of the Blind Swordsman's life. For Malenia, this is a win-win. She comes to understand her full potential and the rot is kept at bay. She would then show her respect for the swordsman by having his remains pulled by a carriage to their final resting place, with his beautiful flowing sword tucked away in a protected chest, laid to rest with his body. The story of this nomadic warrior, this blind swordsman, would become legend both within and beyond the lands between. Those who traveled the world studying the blade would come to wear a recreation of his armor, and wield scimitars and a riveted wooden shield so that they could better emulate his fighting style. Perhaps the reason this story takes on a more fairy tale tone is because it's been passed down time and again, slightly warping the truth behind it. There may not have been a fairy. Maybe this swordsman never truly locked away the rod. Maybe they simply found the sword in their travels. But the tale of the blind swordsman, who was granted a divine weapon to smite an outer god, brought hope and inspiration to those who needed it most. And maybe that's all the legacy this swordsman needs. Thank you for joining us for this week's Lore Dive. What do you think of our look at the story of the blind swordsman who wandered the lands between? Why do you think he's depicted with so much water and flowing imagery? Was he tarnished? Did he train Melania, or do you believe they met in battle? Do you think he even existed at all? Let us know in the comments, so we can all speculate on this story together. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Throughout our Elden lore series, we've been exploring the various knight factions of the lands between. From the Crucible to the Clean Rot, we've dug through the possible histories of all the knight factions connected to the Golden Order. But what about the knights that fought against those who worship gold? The ones who prepared themselves for battle against the Golden Order for the glory of their own royal family. These knights were small in number, but were known as an elite force across the lands between, and consisted of humans, trolls, and even a dragon. Today we are exploring the most requested knight faction from our comments section, the Carian Knights, loyal servants of the Carian royal family. Who were they? How did one become a Carian Knight? What was their purpose? And why do they number so few by the time we've reached the lands between? Let's try to answer these questions together. As we said, the Carian Knights were once an elite force in the lands between, with their own weapon giving us insight into the size of their order. The Carian Knight's sword is a straight sword embedded with a blue glintstone, weapon of knights sworn to Carian royalty. These knights' swords could serve as catalysts, letting them wield sorcerous battle skills. Despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle. So fewer than 20 knights have ever sworn this oath to the Carian royal family and been accepted at this level. This may be due to the size of the royal family, as it only contained Rennala, Radagon, Rykard, Radahn, and Lunar Princess Ranni. With a family of only 5 members to defend, it would make sense so few would reach this level. Each of these knights carried the Carian filigree crest, a talisman adorned with the royal crest, an honor said to have once been awarded to Carian Knights, who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. Now there is only one princess, Ranni, daughter of Rennala. Interestingly, this item seems to imply that Radagon and Rennala may have had more children than we know about, as the Carian royal family was not considered royal until Rennala took over Raya Lucaria Academy, as we know from the Remembrance of the Full Moon Queen. In her youth, Rennala was a prominent champion who charmed the academy with her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty. The perplexing statement about multiple princesses aside, the armor of the Carian Knights gives us a clue as to what happened to their order. The Carian Knight armor is described as armor of the enchanted knights that once served the Carian royal family. The enchanted knights anointed by the Lunar Queen were heroes of the highest honors, but fell into disarray with the decline of the royal family. The decline of the royal family is not properly outlined, but it stands to reason that this coincided with the shattering. The Carian Knight shield tells us, the Carian Knight shield is a teardrop-shaped shield embedded with blue glintstones, carried by knights who served the Carian royal family. Excels when facing magic or holy attacks. Just who were these knights preparing to fight? We believe that after Radagon was called back to marry Marika, the Carian Knights began preparing themselves to do battle with both the Academy and the Golden Order, seeing the writing on the wall regarding an inevitable betrayal. Radagon married Rennala to broker peace between the two factions, and with that marriage dissolved, the only thing keeping the peace was the Golden Order's new familial ties to the Carians in their lord's children. They were right, of course, as after the shattering, the Kuko Knights attacked Caria Manor, and the children of the Full Moon Queen went their separate ways in pursuit of their own goals, with Ranni being the only member of the family to stay behind. At this time, the Order likely disbanded, save for a few dedicated souls. This included an unnamed troll found within Caria Manor, Bol's Carian Knight, who was captured by the Kukos, Moongrum Carian Knight, and most surprisingly, Glintstone Dragon Adula. It's surprising to learn that the Carian Knights counted trolls among their elite ranks. While we know that the Carians and the trolls shared a partnership, the Troll Knight's sword illuminates just how close this relationship was. Greatsword embedded with a blue glintstone, weapon of the trolls in service to the royal family of Caria. Called into service when the queen invoked an oath they swore, the trolls are treated as true knights of Caria and fight arm in arm with their human comrades. So not only were the trolls allies of the royal family, but they were treated as true knights. The spell Great Blade Phalanx sheds more light on their relationship. One of the sorceries of the Carian royal family creates a defensive arch of larger magic glint blades overhead, which automatically attack nearby foes. Used by the enchanted Troll Knights, they were the comrades of a young Rennala, bound by oath. Presumably, long before she demonstrated her prowess to Rhea Lucaria and became the master of the Academy, Rennala cultivated a relationship with the trolls, teaching them her Carian sorceries, and forging a bond that would one day grant these trolls a place as heroes of the highest honor. More Troll Knights can be found defending places of great importance to the Carian royal family, like the converted Fringe Tower, and a puppet of a Troll Knight can be found on the road to Rhea Lucaria, north of the Liurnia Highway North site of Grace. There are 3 more headless Troll Knights defending the 4 belfries, but we're uncertain if these are related to the Carian Knights, even though they do wield the same weapons. The only humanoid Carian Knight we can encounter in the lands between is Moongrum. He stands outside the elevator to Queen Rennala's library and defends the entrance with his life. It is through Moongrum that we see how Carian Knights fought in their glory days. He wields the Carian Knight sword and shield, but will also switch to a Carian glintblade staff. He casts Carian Piercer, one of the sorceries of the Carian royal family. Conjures a magic greatsword to impale foes. This sorcery forms a counterpart to Carian Greatsword, highly lethal when used against single foes riding alone. You could assume that Moongrum stays here defending the way to Rennala because he wants to continue protecting the queen, even though she's lost herself completely to the Amber Egg. But when considering what we learned from the Carian Filigreed crest, it seems much more likely he was actually posted here by Ranni to protect what's left of the mother she admired so deeply. After all, we see Ranni's other failsafe meant to protect her mother when we do battle with the conjured form of Rennala in her prime. Last but not least, we have the final living Carian Knight, Glintstone Dragon Adula. We understand if you think it's a stretch to consider this dragon a Carian Knight. However, upon defeating her at the Cathedral of Manu Celeste, we obtain Adula's Moonblade. Sorcery of Adula the Glintstone Dragon conjures a cold magic greatsword, then delivers a sweeping blow that launches a blade-like projectile of frost. Adula, a devourer of sorcerers, was bested by Ranni and subsequently swore a knightly oath to her dark moon. Upon pledging an oath to Ranni, Adula took on the role of a Carian royal knight, even going so far as to develop her own Carian sorcery, likely powered by the many sorcerers she devoured over the years. Adula fills this role well, as she is the last line of defense between any who attempt to stop Ranni from completing her goal and slaying her two fingers. She is Ranni's defender and knight, just as much as any other humanoid knight of Caria. There are others you could consider as Carian Knights, and we want to address these characters. Clearly, Blythe is Ranni's knight, but more importantly, he is her shadow, granting him a station above that of any regular knight. We believe the same can be said for Loretta before she became a knight of the Haligtree. She originally pledged herself to the Carian royal family, and her armor even says she was once a royal Carian knight. But it seems like she may be the closest thing they had to a leader, just below the royal family itself. Loretta was always seen on horseback, and melded her magic to a war sickle, never a sword. Perhaps her departure from her station at the Caria Manor also played a role in the dissolution of the Knights. These warriors, said to be able to match the champions of gold in battle, were known for their prowess with both sword and staff. They expertly wielded sorceries like Carian Phalanx, Carian Retaliation, Lucidity, and Carian Greatsword, alongside the weapon skill Carian Grandeur, making them an incredibly elite fighting force. In the end, no matter how strong they may have been, their order was no match for the single-minded selfishness of the demigods. Had it not been for Radagon's betrayal of Rennala, driving her obsession with the Amber Egg, and the machinations of her children, the Order of the Carian Knights would likely have survived to this day, still defending the pride of Caria. But sadly, this was not to be. Between the blasphemy of Rykard, Radagon's push to take the Elden throne, Rennala's loss of self, Ranni's plotting from the shadows, and possibly Loretta's absence, this noble order collapsed in on itself, with only a few left behind to serve the Carian royal family and prove the strength that once labeled them heroes of the highest order. What do you think of the Carian Knights? If Rennala was never enchanted by the Amber Egg, do you think their order would live on to this day? Why do you think their order all but disbanded? Why is it that the Carian Knight build was so popular in the early days of Elden Ring? Do you consider Adula a true Carian Knight? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. It would be wrong to say that life thrives in the lands between. It once did, during a time of abundance we as players will never get to experience. It would be more accurate to say that within the lands between, life persists. There are so many we see in passing throughout our journey who are emaciated, shambling sacks of flesh and bone that should have died long ago, but cannot find rest due to the removal of the Rune of Death. Even those who are defeated, cut down in battle, don't truly die, but are recycled through the Erdtree to live again in a never-ending cycle, which is only broken by the imperfections of the primordial crucible, slipping its way into a rebirth and creating an omen. Even those given the respect of an Erdtree burial are not truly laid to rest, as their ashes can be summoned back to life to serve a master, perpetuating this concept of undeath and servitude to whoever holds the essence of life within their hands. It's important to contextualize this land of undeath before diving into today's topic, because there is little to no information defining their history, but they serve as another example of the twisting of life and death by those who inhabit the lands between. Today, we are discussing the Clarymen. These unassuming underground denizens may be tied to the oldest history of the land, a history that has been lost, making them among the most mysterious enemies we faced. The Clarymen are only found underground in the Siofra and Ainsel rivers. There are a few different variants we can encounter, some carrying spears, others with daggers, and still more that cast magic without a catalyst. South of the Ul Palace ruins, we can find the ashes of 2 Clarymen, which gives us the best in-game explanation of who these people were. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirits of 2 Clarymen. Bowed with age, these spirits are sluggish but hard to stagger. The warped remains of priests who searched for revelation in service of the ancient dynasty. They employ 2 sorceries that produce smaller and larger bubbles. This description gives us a lot to explore, so we'll start with the fact that they are warped remains. The Clarymen are not truly living beings. They were once priests, but now they're nothing but animated clay, brought to life through some form of magic we cannot know, as it belonged to their ancient dynasty. We can see after defeating a Claryman that their bodies do not simply fall to the ground. They become a puddle of clay, their form completely undone by our attacks. So these creatures are the reanimated remains of priests, but what's more interesting is their use of bubble sorcery. We can even find these sorceries for ourselves. The Oracle Bubbles and Great Oracular Bubble share the same descriptions. Sorcery of the Clarymen who served as priests in the ancient dynasty. Produces a magical bubble that drifts towards foes before they naturally pop. Charging increases the delay before the bubbles pop. The Clarymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles. First, we want to clarify our interpretation of their search for oracles. Oracles were people who could see the future or sought prophecy, but we believe the word oracles is being used differently here. A more archaic definition of this word is a response or message given by an oracle, typically one that is ambiguous or obscure. This would mean that the Clarymen themselves were once oracles searching for prophecy or simply the future. Second, the concept of oracles and their relation to bubbles seems familiar. The oracle envoys utilize horns whose ashes of war produce golden bubbles from the instruments themselves. The envoys, who herald the coming of a new age, prophesying it, also utilize bubble magic. Perhaps before the Clarymen were made into the abominations they now are, their roles as priests were much like that of the oracle envoys. They may have served the purpose of deciphering the future of their ancient dynasty, looking for their new leaders, or determining the best course of action based on the future they could see. This could explain why there are so many Clarymen, so many priests. If an oracle was found that laid out the end of their civilization, perhaps the people of their dynasty were conscripted, made priests, and forced to study the bubbles, desperately looking for a way to preserve their way of life. Of course, if all that remains of them are the Clarymen, clearly they did not succeed. When it comes to the ancient dynasty that the Clarymen were a part of, there is no clear answer. We find the ruins of the Ul Palace deep below the ground, where most of these enemies gather, and much of the architecture within can be found above ground as well. Tarnished Archaeologist has an amazing video on what this dynasty could have been, so take a minute to open that link above and keep it in your back pocket for once this video is over. The most apparent piece of architecture we can link between the Ul Palace ruins and the land above is the statue of a bearded man with long skinny arms holding a stone tablet. This statue can also be found throughout the Mohgwyn dynasty, showing us how Mohg is building his legacy on the bones of those who came before. If we look at the long limbs of the Clarymen, we can reasonably assume they were once of the same race as this revered figure, though who they were is a mystery that may be lost to the ages. There is one weapon that can drop from the Clarymen that we believe hints at what ended their ancient dynasty. The Claryman's harpoon is a harpoon with a tip made of a sharpened meteorite shard, wielded by the Clarymen who infest dynastic remains. The blade emits a faint light and deals magic damage. The first place your mind may want to go when hearing that they wield a meteorite shard would be that of Estelle and the gravity magics of the Alabaster Lords. After all, they are described as stone-skinned, not unlike clay, and they came from the meteors which fell into the lands between, carrying Estelle and others like her. However, the magic seen on the tips of these harpoons is not purple, it's white. If these meteorites carry magic, and they're not the same kind of magic we've seen carried by meteorites in the past, then the ancient dynasty likely predates even the arrival of Estelle and the gravity magics of the stars. Perhaps this race and their dynasty was wiped out long ago by a different meteorite, one now buried so deeply underground that the only remains of it exist in the spears of these undead priests. Of course, this lighter color is also reminiscent of certain kinds of glintstone, but not closely enough that we'd feel comfortable drawing any theories here. Even with the lines we've drawn, the Clarymen are still shrouded in mystery. What was their ancient dynasty? Who or what did they worship? Is their use of clay to create a form of undeath representative of their connection to the land? These are all questions with no concrete answers. We wish there were more to say here, as this is only a glimpse into the forgotten history of the lands between. Before the demigods, before the Golden Order, maybe even before the dragons, this ancient dynasty thrived enough that they created their own cycle of death and rebirth, and even learned to use the power of sorcery and bubbles to discern the future. We believe they knew their end was coming, so perhaps the traces of them we can find above ground indicate a different fate. Maybe they aren't gone from the world, and have simply found a way to integrate themselves into the lands between as we know it now. Without more information, we can never truly know. Thank you for joining us for today's episode of Elden Lore. What do you think the lore implications of the Clarymen's presence are? Did these former priests allow themselves to be made into clay abominations in an attempt to save their society? Or is the statue of the elongated man that of a king who forced this change upon his subjects to save his dying throne? There are no wrong answers since we can't confirm the truth, so please speculate wildly in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. We've talked at length about the Knights of the Lands Between and the various factions they serve. These warriors fought for their noble masters throughout the Shattering, and continue to protect their claimed lands even today. But they were not the only people living under the employ of the demigods. The Perfumers serve their role for the city of Lanedell. There are various monsters used for muscle to add strength to their forces, and the Misbegotten were slaves forced into servitude. Today's topic stands apart from the other servants of the nobles and the gods of the lands between, as they exist somewhere between the roles of knight and servant. Today we are going to explore the pages, fearsome warriors who utilize the skills of various factions to defend those they serve. Who are these mysterious enemies who hid their faces behind what look like burlap sacks? And why do such slender forms contain such destructive power? Let's see what we can learn. The pages are interesting both aesthetically and in their form of combat, as they seem to be somewhat out of place in many areas we can find them. Unlike knights who carry the crests of the demigods they serve and wear their colors, pages wear the same drab brown coats and hoods no matter where you find them. Their armor set shines a light on why this is, with the hood telling us. The unassuming sack-like appearance befits their unseen and unknown stature, and their clothes being described as garb worn by pages who serve the nobility and are mindful to keep them out of harm's way. Traveling wear tailored with exquisite precision to avoid any undue shame for the page's master. With these descriptions, it seems likely the garb of a page is something that was settled on across all factions of the Lands Between. Those that filled this role, regardless of their master, were meant to be unassuming, simply a servant to nobility, not quite important enough to wear the coat of their faction, but present enough that their appearance was a reflection of their master. If we look at who pages were in the real world, we can see strong parallels to the way the title is used in the Lands Between. Typically, pages were the young sons of nobility, who used their time as a page to serve a lord, and learn from them in preparation for whatever their life would hold. They served a nobleman, knight, or other high official, and took care of daily chores in exchange for food, lodging, and education. These pages could learn anything their masters saw fit. Skills like horse riding, combat, strategy, even music. Pages would also sometimes accompany their masters into war, and should they survive, had the opportunity to become squires, and perhaps someday, even knights. While the pages of the Lands Between share some of these traits, even the inclination towards learning music, as pages in the Lands Between can be seen playing a flute, they seem to be forever stuck in their current role, and the way they fight makes it seem as though this is by design. Given the weapons and skills they use, they seem to be being crafted into a much different kind of warrior than a knight. In the Lands Between, a page was taught to use two weapons, a slim blade known as an estoc and a crossbow. The estoc is a large piercing sword with a long, hard-bladed edge, which is also capable of slashing attacks. For its large size, it can be wielded rather nimbly, leaving little opportunity for the enemy to counter. This speaks towards weapon training that relied more heavily on speed, precision, and flourish than that of any knights under the employ of the demigods. While they use a crossbow, which involves very little skill, their bolts are actually those of the Perfumers. These are bolts created with perfumer techniques, used by nobles' guards and the like. The point of impact explodes, with sparks dealing fire damage. The pages were likely taught to create these bolts on their own, as many are stationed in areas without perfumers to create the bolts for them. This speaks towards the level of trust placed in a noble's page, as the perfumer's skills were highly secretive and sought after. These two forms of battle, when utilized together, make the pages fierce warriors, and much more nimble than the knights real-world pages would aspire to be. With that said, there was actually a form of upward mobility for a page in the Lands Between. In only 2 areas of the entire world we can find a high page. While the clothing of these enemies is similar to your typical page, it is also much more regal, as the drab browns are replaced with a brilliant white. The high page hood and clothes give us the same background information as the page set, save for one detail. The high pages were selected for special privilege by the noble they serve. What this means exactly is hard to say, as their fighting style is identical to regular pages, aside from their crossbow, which can fire 3 bolts at a time. The only 2 areas we find these enemies are Raya Lucaria Academy and Lanedale, Royal Capital, and while one of the high pages in Lanedale seems almost as if he's hiding out in an area no one would expect to find him, the one in the Academy is defending the room containing Azor's glintstone staff, perhaps stationed there by the sorcerer himself, or those who did not want his secrets unveiled to the world. One of the most interesting distinctions between real-world pages and those in Elden Ring comes from the page ashes, which can be found in the cliff-bottom catacombs. The ashes tell us they are the spirit of a page who traveled at the side of the noble he served, uses a piercing sword and crossbow to defend his master. One becomes a page merely by accident of being born into obscurity. Nothing is asked of ability, talent, or volition. So unlike the pages of the real world who came from noble families and received their education through the practice of essentially interning as a page, those of the Lands Between could be taken from anywhere. In fact, it would make more sense if the pages we find in-game have no ties to nobility themselves, as they're never offered the opportunity to become anything more than a high page, and overcome their status in favor of something higher in society. The pages we fight throughout the Lands Between are plucked from obscurity by nobility, regardless of ability, talent, or volition. The only thing that matters is that they can be crafted into perfect servants, willing to do whatever is asked of them by their master. With this understanding, the hood they wear takes on a more sinister tone. As a page in the Lands Between, you only exist for your master, to the point where you were nothing more than an extension of them. Your clothes were pristine, and your face was hidden, because you were no longer a person. You were simply an appendage of the noble you served. And given the state of most of the nobles in the Lands Between, you can see how deeply the conditioning of the pages is rooted. Why else would a nimble, powerful warrior continue to serve an emaciated, skeletal noble post-shattering, unless it was all they were and all they believed they could be? Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the pages we find throughout the Lands Between. We believe the areas we find each page could speak to the specific noble they served, such as Malay Murray of the Shaded Castle. But as he was ousted from his post, perhaps they now serve Elmer of the Briar. What do you think? What nobles or demigods did the other pages serve? Why did the nobles of the Lands Between decide to create a distinction between a regular page and a high page? Is the music we hear throughout Leyndell that of the pages playing their flutes? Let us know your thoughts and ideas in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Brutal combat comes part and parcel with the Lands Between. We are always locked in battle with someone or something on our journey to become Elden Lord. No matter how we act to achieve our goal, through reckless pursuit of runes, burning the world with the flame of frenzy, or helping Ranni achieve her goal of creating an age of stars, we fight for a purpose we have chosen. We are one of the few lucky souls within this world that are in charge of their own destiny. Many in the Lands Between are employed by the demigods, simply attacking in the direction they've been pointed. But what about those who were forced to fight not for a cause, but simply for amusement? The Duelists are a group of warriors the people of the Lands Between would gather to watch tear each other limb from limb in the Colosseums. They exist only to die. But is this a life they chose, or one which they were forced into? Also, what happened to them once the Colosseums were closed? Today we will explore the background of these burly warriors and uncover their story. The Duelists can be found throughout the Lands Between, with only 10 left in the world. They are adorned with little armor and are strongly reminiscent of real-life gladiators. They wear chains all over their bodies, signifying their status as slaves to whoever placed them within the Colosseum. Their armor gives us details on who they once were. The Duelist helm is decorated with innumerable snakes. Worn by gladiators who were driven from the Colosseum, the wearer becomes a slightly easier target for foes. The snake is viewed as a traitor to the Erdtree, and the audience delighted in seeing these bronze effigies beaten and battered. Quite possibly the only background we can learn about these enemies from before they became gladiators may come from their adornment with snake iconography. One might assume that being covered in snakes would immediately associate them with Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy, but we do not believe this is the case. The ritual sword talisman tells us it is a talisman patterned after swords used in ritual combat held to honor the Erdtree. Raises attack power when HP is at maximum. The practice had died out by the age of King Consort Radagon, but remains of the arenas where ritual combat took place can still be found in every land. So the duelists wore these snakes as their armor long before Rykard fed himself to the god-devouring serpent, meaning that they are likely not tied directly to the man himself. In this case, the snake is meant to be a symbol of traitorous intent, or possibly disbelief in the tenets and teachings of the Erdtree. We can see how this is taken a step further thanks to Lazuli the Witch, who points out that their snake armor isn't just worn, it's biting into their very flesh. This would mean that the duelists were rounded up and made to fight each other to the death for the entertainment of the people of the lands between, simply because they did not believe in the Golden Order. The second bit of background we have on these enemies comes from the fact that they were exiled from the Colosseums. You would think that when Radagon's age came to be and the Colosseums were all but forgotten, that the duelists would be put to death. After all, they were heretics whose only purpose was to fight for the amusement of others, but this was not the case. While none were freed, they were given new purpose in many cases. There are duelists within Leyndell who wander outside of the Colosseum, attacking any who come too close, likely left there to defend the way to the Erdtree, as they are just past its winding branches. Then we have the Grave Warden duelists, who were stationed at the Murkwater Catacombs and the Oriza Side Tomb. Each of these duelists protects important spirit ashes at the base of their tree roots, one of which being Banished Knight Engvall, a knight so well respected he earned the title of Wings of the Storm. It becomes a question of whether they were placed in these areas as slaves to defend the ashes, or if they made their way to them of their own volition. In any case, we believe the one defending the Oriza Side Tomb was likely stationed there by those who would be in charge of the duelists. We can also find other varieties of duelists when searching the lands between. The Frenzied duelist is found in the Jail Cave, likely a duelist who somehow came in contact with the Flame of Frenzy, though he doesn't show any signs of being taken by its madness. Then we have the Rotten duelist that can be found in the Consecrated Snowfield, as well as the Putrid Grave Warden duelist that is found in the Consecrated Snowfield Catacombs. These duelists have their own armor that includes one difference in its flavor text. Their armor is eaten through by scarlet rot. This one tiny change to their armor description, as well as their location in the world, tells us all we need to know about these enemies. The Rotten duelists are most likely escapees of the city of Leyndell. After the Colosseums were put to rest, these duelists fled to the mountains and found their way to the Consecrated Snowfield, learning about Mikola, Melania, and the Halig Tree. As slaves themselves and heretics of the Golden Order, they'd likely see the value in serving lords that want to upheave the status quo and treat all of the people of the lands between as equal in a new age of abundance. In pursuit of that future, these duelists took on the power of Melania's rot and pledged themselves to defend the lands that led to the Halig Tree, keeping those the twins would not want intruding on their plans at bay. The duelists are a perfect example of the tyranny of the Golden Order and the belief structure of the lands between. While it's possible some among them were made into gladiators of the Colosseum due to a past of petty crimes, it's much more likely that any who were labeled a heretic could have been thrown into combat, forced to fight for their lives for the amusement of others. As we know from our various lore dives throughout the series, it doesn't take much to be labeled a heretic by the Golden Order. Sometimes, all it takes is one man claiming your entire people worship the Flame of Frenzy. Check out our video on Shabriri for more info on that topic. If criminals and heretics alike were tossed into the Colosseum, it would stand to reason that the Duelists are simply the gladiators who lasted the longest. They were the champions of these temples of death, slaughtering all who were placed before them, and perhaps that is why the Colosseums were decommissioned in the first place. These shows of brutal strength made sense when Godfrey sat on the throne as Elden Lord. After all, he saw physical strength as the great equalizer. But after Radagon ascended to the throne, it would make sense that he would not see the value in these places. Radagon strove to perfect the Golden Order, and in that vein, a Colosseum dedicated to strength and brutality would not fit in with his grand plans. Much better to crucify heretics than to allow them to grow stronger through combat. This is why we can find the Duelists across the lands between. Their purpose stripped of them by Radagon of the Golden Order, they needed to find another way to live, and another way to satiate the bloodlust that was cultivated during the reign of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Thank you for joining us for this dive into the history and motivations of the Duelists. Why do you think the Colosseums were closed? Do you disagree with any of our assertions about the current roles of the Duelists? Why does their grab attack turn their armor into a literal snake that reaches out and attacks you? Why don't we have access to awesome chain weapons yet? It's been so long, FromSoft. Make it happen. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you next time for more Elden lore. I think it's important to start this video with a disclaimer. This topic has been heavily requested by our audience over the course of the channel. I never tackled this before because I feel I have shockingly little to add to the discourse of the lore, and larger creators than myself have already given us thorough breakdowns on the various theories associated with Elden Ring's beasts from beyond the stars. That said, I do have my own thoughts on why we encounter these enemies in the places we do, and why they each exist in their current forms, as well as an idea on a connection between one of them and a demigod. Today we will be discussing the Falling Star Beasts, the Malformed Stars, Estelle, Stars of Darkness, and Estelle, Natural Born of the Void. Creatures born in darkness, far beyond the lands between, and called down to this world through the folly of those who lost their sky to their power. When it comes to the nature of these enemies, we think the best place to start is with their life cycle. Between Lazuli the Witch's breakdown of their similarities and a tweet from lore enthusiast Sin, we can easily compare them to real-life antlions. The Falling Star Beast is the first stage of their life, with the full-grown Falling Star Beast essentially being ready to become a new Estelle. However, the Malformed Star is a kind of in-between stage, wherein the full-grown Falling Star Beast, covered in its rock cocoon, needs to emerge into its new body, making it take on a much more dragonfly-like appearance. From here, the Malformed Star should become a fully realized Estelle. If we look at Estelle's design, we also see its body is made up of these orbs that are of various sizes, perhaps eggs for new Falling Star beasts to be born and further proliferate their species. With this in mind, we can see how the Falling Star Beast is simply a larval form of a much more dangerous creature, and Estelle is not as unique as we may have once thought. The next area we think is worth exploring here is the reason these creatures are in the lands between at all. Some believe that they were intentionally summoned by the Nox in order to have their own form of Elden Beast that would help them take back the land above and end their eternal exile. But we err more on the side of these creatures being summoned as a mistake. On a corpse inside of the Swamp Lookout Tower in Caelid, we can find the night sorcery, Eternal Darkness. This sorcery has been forbidden by Celia, but the question is, why? It serves a practical purpose, drawing in sorceries and incantations, so why prevent their sorcerers from utilizing this skill? We believe it is due to the implications found in its flavor text. Originally a lost sorcery of the Eternal City, the despair that brought about its ruin made manifest. There is only one eternal city that has been brought to ruin, and that is the Nameless City, where we find the living corpse of Godwyn the Golden. We believe the implication may be that this spell is responsible for the ruin of the city, and we need only look up to know what befell it. Unlike Nokstella and Nokrin, the nameless eternal city in the deep-root depths does not have a false sky above it, simply a yellow, foggy space that stretches on as far as we can see. We know the sorcery, Meteor of Estelle, is a manifestation of the power with which Estelle leveled the eternal city, and the Wing of Estelle tells us it was crafted from a relic of the natural born of the Void, who is said to have assailed the eternal city. Estelle is certainly the tragedy that befell the city, but the remembrance of the natural born takes this a step further, telling us Estelle was a malformed star born in the flightless void far away, once destroyed an eternal city and took away their sky, a falling star of ill omen. It just so happens if we look at the sky in the area where we face Estelle, it looks a whole lot like the fake skies of Nokstella and Nokrin, meaning Estelle literally stole the nameless city's sky. So there can be no doubt that Estelle is the reason the city is now nameless, and if the Eternal Darkness spell hailed from this eternal city, perhaps the spell itself was like a beacon, summoning those from beyond the stars, and this is the reason it is now forbidden. Let's take this line of thinking a bit further into the realm of speculation, because as we know, Estelle, natural born of the Void, is not the only Estelle we face. Deep in the Yulu Annex Tunnel, we can find Estelle, Stars of Darkness, an enemy that confused many of us in the early days of Elden Ring lore exploration. Now, with a better understanding of the life cycle of the falling star beasts, we can safely assume that this Estelle was trapped here in order to keep it from wreaking havoc on the lands between. But what's most interesting is that the enemies we encounter who are likely keeping Estelle locked away here are Alabaster and Onyx Lords. As we all know by now, Radahn studied gravity magic under these extraterrestrial beings, and even engraved his own weapon with the gravity crest. It is extremely likely that upon learning that Estelle and its kind were brought down from the stars, Radahn then decided to hold them back so they could not upset the status quo and harm the Golden Order. If he were then to realize that the use of the Eternal Darkness sorcery acted as a beacon for these creatures, calling them from across the void, it stands to reason he would have Celia outlaw the use of this sorcery altogether. In this way, Radahn would ensure that no other falling star beasts could make their way to the lands between. Lastly, we wanted to discuss why we think there are only 2 Estelles that we can find throughout our journey, as well as only 1 full-grown falling star beast. We believe that these creatures cannot progress their life cycle once they have left the void. Estelle is called a malformed star born in the flightless void far away, so it's likely that these creatures were never meant to exist at all. They are the byproduct of an evolution within the void. When removed from the void, it seems like they cannot continue their life cycle and reach their true potential. We come across various falling star beasts, and given how stagnant the lands between has become, and the fact that Radahn is holding back the stars, it seems likely they've been there for quite a while, and in all this time, only the fully grown beast shows signs of sprouting the signature Estelle skull. The same could be said for the malformed stars found underground. Gray in color, with none of the blues, purples, and iridescent shine of an Estelle. If an Estelle cannot progress through its life cycle naturally, outside of the void, this would explain why each of these creatures seem to be stuck in their current form of existence, when they are all clearly the same beast at different parts of its development. There is so much more to be said and so many more theories to dissect about Estelle, and you can find magnificent breakdowns of these ideas from creators like Smotown and V-Limit. As we said at the beginning of this video, these beasts have been thoroughly explored, and we hope that the small contributions we may have made in this video, such as our theory on the stagnation of their life cycle, or how eternal darkness came to be forbidden, can help to further flesh out this story. With that said, what do you think this species truly is? Were they summoned accidentally by the Nox, or is their presence in the lands between intentional? Was Radahn holding back the star specifically to keep them away from the land he hoped to one day rule? How does the Age of Stars play into the existence of these creatures? And what does Ranni hope to find exploring the cosmos they call their home? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. While looking at the various topics available to us when it comes to exploring the stories of those living in the lands between, we left a few of the more simple topics on the table, choosing to focus on enemies that would take significantly more digging to uncover the truth behind. With this said, it's important to remember that even those enemies who wear their stories on their sleeves, so to speak, could benefit from a closer look at the environments they inhabit. It may not change their background, but we can see how these people lived, thrived, or died in the lands between, simply by paying attention to where they can be found. Today we're going to talk about the Kaiden Sellswords, and while we may all know the basics when it comes to these mounted warriors, it's still worth exploring their stories, how some continue, and how some came to a bitter end. The Kaiden Sellswords are likely encountered very early in our journey across the lands between. Not long after finding the first step, we make our way towards Stormveil Castle. While exploring the area, we can encounter these enemies along the roads and in the woods. Many of them follow wandering nobles, likely as guards or escorts, as their name suggests. The Kaiden armor tells us, these hulking, fearless mercenaries, said to hail from the mountaintops of the wintry north, are adept at fighting on horseback. Kaiden is the name of their home settlement. We see what strong riders they are, as they can chase us down with their curved greatsword, the Dismounter. This curved greatsword, wielded by the brawny sellswords of the Kaiden, combines the blades of a scimitar with the heft of a hatchet, a difficult-to-handle weapon that demands much of the wielder's strength and dexterity, but with practice and ability, it can serve as a versatile weapon even on horseback. This sword is perfect for knocking us off our horses and makes the Kaiden Sellswords a dangerous enemy as we begin our journey. In the cliff-bottom catacombs, we can find the Kaiden Sellsword ashes, which give us a little more insight into these enemies. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirit of a Kaiden Sellsword. Spirit of a mercenary belonging to a horse-riding folk, skillfully uses a massive blade made for dismounting other riders, and enhances his already considerable strength with war cries. The Sellswords of Kaiden made their prowess known on countless battlefields. The Kaiden Sellswords were known well for their strength and brutality, which explains why nobles of the lands between would employ their services so frequently. We know that the wandering nobles were seeking something, even though they've likely forgotten what it was themselves. We believe that the most likely answer is that wandering nobles set out to find great runes for themselves soon after the Shattering, as it's assumed there were other demigods, aside from the ones we face, that are now long dead, but that may be a story for another time. Regardless, if these nobles were seeking a dangerous prize, they needed the most fearsome warriors their money could buy, and the Kaiden Sellswords' reputations preceded them. With that said, it seems as though these warriors may have only been suited to battle with other humans, as we can find a cave that tells a story of failure for these brutes. When exploring the High Road Cave, we can find a number of corpses strewn about. Some of these are the typical emaciated bodies we're used to finding across the lands between, but the further we go through the cave, the more these corpses seem to be those of Kaiden Sellswords. It seems as though there was an expedition that led to the furthest depths of this cave, and these powerful northerners were no match for what was found within. One area in particular has us face a land octopus and its young, and there are a significant number of Kaiden bodies strewn across this area of the cave and the tunnels leading to them. When we reach the middle of the cave's large passageway, we find the corpse of a noble, showing us why the Kaiden Sellswords were here in the first place. This spelunking trip was an ill-fated search for whatever this noble deemed so important he was willing to gamble both his and the lives of his caravan to find. Unfortunately, it was ultimately a wager he lost. Another interesting detail about the Kaiden Sellswords is their connection to the north. As we know, the mountaintop of giants is closed off to us when we first arrive in the lands between. We cannot journey there until after defeating Morgoth, obtaining the Rolled Medallion, and taking the Grand Lift of Rold. Their armor says they hail from this area of the lands between, and when creating our character, we have the choice of creating a northerner. A face found among the hardy people of the unforgiving north. Some say they're descended from giants. We believe this means this possible connection to giants extends to the Kaiden Sellswords as well, meaning that at some point in history, there may have been some interspecies breeding between giants and humans. This may seem ridiculous based on the sheer size of the fire giant we meet in-game, until we remember the Sword of Minos, which tells us Minos was an undersized giant, and was viewed as sullied and terribly grotesque. As the sword itself is made from his backbone, it seems as though Minos would not have been much larger than most humans, meaning he may be a link to the common ancestry between the Kaidens and the giants. Very few Kaiden Sellswords can be found in the north. Some travel with caravans protecting them, just as others in Limgrave do, and another can be found not far from the consecrated snowfield, leading a group of wandering nobles. This particular sellsword is interesting, because we can take a guess at what these nobles were searching for. Why else did people from below the mountain migrate to the consecrated snowfield, other than to stand before Mikola and join him at his Halig tree? Bringing a group of nobles to his homeland could be considered an easy gig for one of the Kaiden, so we think it's likely he took this job, and that's why he can be found closer to his homeland than any of the other sellswords we encounter. There is the question of why there are so few Kaiden in the north, and we believe this one is easily explained. As they are mercenaries, they were likely often hired by those who lived just below the mountain, the nobles of the capital city, Leyndell. After the Shattering, nobles left in droves to pursue whatever it was they wanted to pillage from across the lands between. And as they were already comfortable hiring the Kaiden, that's what they all did, until there were so few of them left in their homeland that the bulk of their tribe now traveled the lands between, making their coin by escorting these fragile, pampered nobles wherever they saw fit. The Kaiden likely assumed that these would be simple jobs, keep their employers alive as long as they could, and if the journey should be too hard for them, the Kaiden could then go home or move on to the next job. But due to the removal of the Rune of Death, these nobles never tired, even to the point of being nothing more than skin and bone, eternally shambling across the land in search of a prize they cannot remember, and due to their contracts, the Kaiden are forever along for the ride. Thank you for joining us for this dissection of the Kaiden Sellswords. These unassuming enemies, like many throughout Elden Ring, have hidden depth in areas we would not normally think to look, such as the description of Northerners, or their relationship to the Wandering Nobles. It goes to show the care FromSoft put into crafting every small detail of their world. Do you have any thoughts on these burly enemies? Why do they continue to serve the Wandering Nobles even though they're nothing but flesh and bone? How do their horses stay so strong on a diet of nothing but Roa raisins? Do you think anyone else has employed these warriors besides the Wandering Nobles? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore explorations. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Lately, our lore explorations have led us into hallowed territory. We've discussed powerful figures in the lands between, like Sirash, the Carian Knights, and Gideon Ofnir. With so many who shine brightly in the world of Elden Ring, it becomes easy to overlook the bit players we can meet along the way.
One such character is a student of Raya Lucaria Academy.
An academic who makes little impression, even talking himself down when we strike up a conversation with him. The sorcerer of little skill and no renown can come across as pitiful, but should we help him along his way, we see his strength laid not in battle prowess, but in arcane knowledge. Today, we're going to discuss Thops the Bluntstone. And while his story is short, it's worth exploring, as his personal brand of glintstone sorcery is found nowhere else in the lands between. We can first encounter Thops after making our way out of Stormveil Castle. As we see Liurnia stretched out before us, there's a large church nearby that feels inviting. As we make our way into the Church of Irith, we see a sacred tear and a man in blue robes taking in the serenity of this quiet place. Should we talk to him, he says.
Tarnished, aren't you? Then, perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Raya Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
We are then prompted to give him a measly 10 runes, which he reacts to as if we've given him a much more significant amount.
Bless you, bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Thops. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries, as promised, only none of them are particularly great.
Thops offers a few simple sorceries: Glintstone Pebble, Glintstone Arc, and Starlight. These are incredibly basic spells, our first hint that Thops likely is not a powerful sorcerer. Whether or not we choose to buy any magic from him, he's apologetic for offering such meager spells and tells us about Liurnia, as thanks for offering him our runes.
He tells us how the Academy of Raya Lucaria closed its doors during the Shattering,
refusing to take place in the battle across the lands between. We also learn why Thops is not currently at the Academy himself.
I'd have guessed. The seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key, and so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key. When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning.
So given that we know the Shattering happened long ago, it seems likely Thops found his way here to the Church of Irith, and hasn't moved for an incredibly long time. If we try to bring a scroll to Thops in an effort to learn what lies within, he explains that he is only a Bluntstone. He doesn't even have a pebble's worth of power, so he's not going to be very helpful at deciphering our scroll. Apparently, a Bluntstone is a title given to those with no true prowess for glintstone sorcery. Thops, though an academic with a sincere love for learning the truths of the world, does not have the innate skill to truly harness the power of the stars. But even so, he wants nothing more than to make his way back to the Academy to continue his work. In order to make our way to the Erdtree capital, we need to get through Raya Lucaria Academy, and our friend Thops knows how to get in. Should we discuss this with him, he says,
"Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the Academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a Bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery, but still, my place is at the Academy."
Thops again tells us how he wants to return to the Academy, and should we find another glintstone key while making our way through, we can make this dream a reality for him. After giving him a key of his own, he says,
"Thank you dearly. With your blessing, I will depart for the Academy of Rhea Lucaria. Or perhaps one day you'll pay me a visit? Who knows? I may be a decorated sorcerer by then."
Unfortunately for our friend,
His return to Rhea Lucaria Academy
would be his undoing. We never get to speak to Thops again after providing him with his own glintstone key. His corpse can be found outside of the schoolhouse classroom site of grace, along with a spell, Thops' Barrier. This spell is the lifelong pursuit of Thops the Bluntstone, creates a magic force field that deflects sorceries and incantations, hold to continuously create barriers. Future generations will learn. They will know the foolishness of the sneering sorcerers who ridiculed this theory, little realizing that it was in fact a discovery worthy of a new conspectus of the Academy. It's at this point we are shown why Thops was so desperate to get back to the Academy. He had discovered something incredible. Thops' Barrier is a spell unlike any other glintstone sorcery. It outright reflects other glintstone sorceries away from the caster, making it an incredibly powerful defensive move. This spell bathes the user in starlight, making it so that even a Bluntstone, with little power of their own, could face off against powerful sorcerers and survive. The notion that this form of glintstone sorcery could create a new conspectus of the Academy is an interesting one, and may even relate back to Thops' death. We know that different areas of study related to the Academy tend to spring up from those who have witnessed a truth within the primeval current. Lusat and Azor were both sorcerers who saw into the deepest truths of the primeval current, and took back with them powerful sorceries that could change the way the Academy understands glintstone. In order to do this, the sorcerers essentially became one with the glintstone they studied, having it physically attached to their minds. If we consider that Thops had no true prowess for magic, but dedicated himself to its study regardless, perhaps this Bluntstone saw something others could not. In front of his body, we see bowls full of glintstone. Maybe, just maybe, the reason we find Thops dead with this sorcery left behind is because he too glimpsed the current in a way others couldn't, and left behind a spell worthy of changing the way academics view the stars. Before sending Thops to the Academy, we're able to speak with him about Sellen.
Taken an apprenticeship with Sellen? Well, that is something. Sellen was well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the Academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Sellen was expelled from the Academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Sellen would never do such things.
He mentions he followed her at the Academy, possibly studying her work. Perhaps it was in following Sellen that he started to develop his new form of sorcery, learning from her that the confines of the Academy's thinking should be expanded. This also opens up another possibility. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence that the gates of the Academy were sealed while Thops was away.
If the sorcerers of Rhea Lucaria saw Sellen as a heretic,
and knew of Thops' interest in her work and development of his own new theories and studies into glintstone sorcery, perhaps they never wanted him back at the Academy. After all, they don't seem to do well with others challenging their understanding of the stars. Thops, a man who comes across as somewhat pitiful, living on the outskirts of Liurnia, hiding in the safe haven of a church, away from his place of study, could be easily disregarded as unworthy of our attention. Should you never bring him a Glintstone Academy key, his true genius is never revealed. While it unfortunately leads to the end of his life, with our help, Thops is able to achieve his ultimate goal, completing his life's work. It's unfortunate that this happens while the Lands Between is in such utter disarray. His findings will never be lauded for the outstanding discovery they truly are. It's up to us, as his friend and collaborator, to use his spell in his name and teach others the true genius of Thops, the Bluntstone. Or should we say, Master Thops. Thank you for joining us for another episode of Elden Lore. What do you think of Thops? Does his research give us a small glance at some hidden truth of glintstone sorcery? How do you think he died, given that his body shows no sign of being attacked? Did Thops somehow see within the primeval current to create his unique sorcery? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell to signal boost the channel, and make sure you receive notifications whenever a new episode goes live. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. There are many enemies in Elden Ring with mysterious backgrounds, and the entire point of the Elden Lore series is to dig through the game and find what we can to unravel their stories. We believe we found some success in this with enemies like the Royal Revenants, the Vulgar Militia, and the Clarymen, but there's one enemy the game itself refers to as a mystery. These warriors, like the Clarymen, are completely inorganic, but still somehow live and are even known to associate with the sorcerers of Lucaria Academy. They never speak and can be found in a wide range of locations across the lands between, leading us to believe that they have their own mission or reason for traveling the land. Today, we are going to discuss the Crystalians and unravel their possible origin story. The Crystalians can be found in various areas of the lands between, including but not limited to the Lucaria Crystal Tunnel, the Academy Crystal Cave, the Altus Tunnel, Miquella's Haligtree, and the Celia Tunnel. They move in a distinctive way, never walking or running, but rather taking small steps, hopping and jumping toward us. They seem to have a very limited range of motion, which would make sense, as every movement would likely have their limbs scraping against each other. When we find them resting across the land, they seem to be hovering in the air, so perhaps that's the best way for them to get around. While they can be an imposing force and possibly even overwhelm you, they have one critical weakness told to us by the Crystallian Ashes. Spirit that wields round crystalline blades, both big and small. Its sturdy body, itself hewn from crystal long ago, is hard enough to blunt its opponent's blades, but blows from bludgeoning weapons can shatter it easily. Should you use a bludgeoning weapon against a Crystallian, you can effectively crack their body, making it much easier to deal damage and defeat them. While swords have little effect, it seems these crystal beings are easily crushed, just as any other stone would be. While the more common variations of these enemies drop rotten versions of crystal spears and staves, which do little to flesh out their background, if we're lucky enough to find pure versions of these weapons, we get a better idea of who the Crystalians are. Their swords and spears are fashioned from pure crystal, a deed impossible for a human. And wreathed with powerful magic, its attack scales with intelligence. The inscrutable Crystalians have but one clear purpose: to safeguard their crystals unto the end. One theory posits that they yearn for the return of their creator, who will carve for them new brethren. This description tells us that the Crystalians are inscrutable or impossible to understand, and their purpose is to safeguard their crystals. Whether this refers to specific crystals in mines where we face Crystalians, or simply the ones they themselves are made up of, is unclear. We also learn that their creator is lost and presumably no longer creates new Crystalians. At this point, the two big questions on your mind may be, why do they safeguard their crystals, and who created them in the first place? And we want to explore each of these questions. During Sellen's questline, she gives us her primal glintstone, which looks as if it contains a tiny fetus, and is described as
glintstone from within the sorceress Sellen's body. Seemingly half alive, blood vessels are visible within. In essence, a primal glintstone is a sorcerer's soul. If transplanted into a compatible new body after their original body dies, the sorcerer will rise again. In Sellen's case, we infuse her glintstone into one of Seluvis's dolls in order to give her life anew, or rather continued life, as it seems this new body is the same Sellen we've been studying under, not a copy or a newly born person. We believe the Crystalians may have undergone something similar during their creation. If the Crystalians were once sorcerers, they too could possibly utilize primal glintstone in order to continue their lives after their natural bodies met their end. And the only sorcerers that can no longer be found across the lands between are the astrologers. We know that the astrologers were the original glintstone sorcerers, and that the students of Raya Lucaria Academy built on their studies in an attempt to understand the primeval current and the mysteries of the stars themselves. Within the descriptions of various sorceries, we can see the link between the Academy and the Crystalians. Magic Downpour, a sorcery of the Carian royal family, is said to have been taught by the Crystalians to mark the swearing of the Old Concord. Crystal Burst and Crystal Barrage are also connected to the Crystalians. They are sorceries of the Crystal Cadre, a group of sorcerers who pursue the wisdom of stone, the secrets locked in the faint cogitation of the Crystalians. We see this term, the wisdom of the stone, come up again in the description of the crystal staff. Staff fashioned from pure crystal, a deed impossible for a human, enhances Crystalian sorceries. The Crystalians' faint cognition is known as the wisdom of stone. This staff can only be wielded by those of intellect high enough to grasp such wisdom. This draws further ties to the Crystalians and the Academy, which are solidified by the Crystalian sorcery, Shattering Crystal. Sorcery of the mysterious Crystalians creates a mass of crystal, then shatters it in a forward burst. Charging enhances potency. The Crystalians are inorganic beings, yet they live. They cleave close to the ideals of the primeval current, and as such, they are revered guests of the sorcerers. So we see the sorcerers covet the knowledge of the Crystalians, which reach deeper into the primeval current than most of them were capable of achieving. We believe this lends credence to the idea that these beings were once ancient astrologers, whose souls are now housed within inorganic bodies that are able to support their primal glintstone. When it comes to the mystery of who created these bodies for the Crystalians, we have but one single clue: the crystal dart. Throwing knife chiseled from impure crystal, thrown at enemies to deal magic damage. Long ago, it is said that a golem crafter employed a similar crystal tool. Whoever this golem crafter was, he employed a similar crystal tool to these darts, which have the ability to control inorganic enemies and force them to fight each other. Perhaps this person was an astrologer himself, capable of creating a similar tool to the crystal dart that allowed him to infuse the souls of his brothers and sisters within the crystal golems he crafted. It's also possible that whoever created the Crystalians was not an astrologer at all, but perhaps a troll or giant who lived alongside them in the mountaintops. Thanks to Iji, we know that their large hands are capable of doing delicate work on human-sized armor and weapons, and the fire giant shows us the longevity of their lifespans. Perhaps the Crystalians still seek their creator because their creator is not human and can still be found. If they protect their crystals, their souls, or maybe even the souls of more astrologers, then returning to their creator and having them make more bodies for these souls to inhabit could mean the continued life and knowledge of the astrologers throughout the lands between. While the Crystalians may come across as single-minded, even robotic during our battles with them, they clearly hide an intense intelligence behind their crafted faces. We know they can communicate, as they've shared their knowledge with other sorcerers, and we know they're capable of substantial travel, given the wide range of areas they can be found. These are not mindless creatures eternally searching for a long-lost master. These are intelligent beings, following whatever breadcrumbs they can. We believe this is why Crystalians can be found at the Erdtree. Perhaps, if their original creator was spurned in the lands between, they may have traveled all the way to Miquella's Erdtree, due to it being a haven for those persecuted by the Golden Order. While saying anything about the past of the Crystalians for certain is a tall order, we believe our theories line up well as a possible origin story for these sorcerers, based on what we can learn from their item descriptions. Personally, before researching them, I assumed the Crystalians were nothing more than magically imbued statues, meant to defend the areas they can be found. But now I can see these enemies are intelligent beings, capable of making their own decisions and sharing their knowledge with others. It's a shame we never meet a Crystalian willing to converse with our Tarnished, as their knowledge of magics, beyond the comprehension of most mortals, would prove invaluable in our journey to become Elden Lord. What did you think of our breakdown of the Crystalians? Do you agree with our theories, or do you have your own thoughts on the background of these sentient crystal warriors? Who created them, and for what purpose? Do you believe Sellen's primal glintstone holds a clue to these creatures' origins? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you enjoyed this lore dive. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore.
Sometimes, we explore enemies with very little written lore associated with them. In these cases, we tend to delve deeper into the well of speculation than we typically like to. However, if we believe the theories we're crafting come from a place of sound, logical analysis of what the game does provide to us, we're much more confident in sharing these ideas as possible lore. When it comes to today's topic, we can confidently say that not a single item in Elden Ring makes mention of its existence, but through its name and context clues in the creature's design and the places we can encounter them, we believe there's a story to tell and an origin to unravel. Today, we will be discussing the Ulcerated tree spirits, where they come from, why we fight them where we do, the meaning of their name, and the reason for their grotesque form. The Ulcerated tree spirits are disgusting creatures typically found below or around minor Erdtrees. These enemies have a fish-like appearance, similar to that of the Elden beast, only they seem to have a body covered in bark, branches, and exposed cancerous flesh. Their massive gaping jaws snap at you, trying to eat your Tarnished, but their mouths are also used to shower us with golden fire. Their massive size and horrifying screeches upon facing them are enough to unsettle anyone during their first encounter with one of these monstrosities. But the oddest thing about them is that upon their defeat, we never receive any items explaining what they are. We believe that their resemblance to the Elden beast is one of the best clues as to their origins. These enemies are called tree spirits, and we know that the Elden beast resides within the Elden Ring, the source of the Erdtree, which Radagon and Marika are trapped within. If all of the minor Erdtrees are born from the seeds of the original Erdtree, that would mean each carries a piece of the Elden beast within it, as its spirit. Simply put, the Erdtrees are connected to the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring is connected to the Elden beast, so therefore, the Elden beast is connected to all of the Erdtrees. This means within every minor Erdtree resides a tree spirit, or an embodiment of the Elden Ring, possibly a piece of the Elden beast itself. Often we fight the Ulcerated tree spirits at the roots of a minor Erdtree, such as below the Giant's mountaintop catacombs or the Fringefolk hero's grave. On another occasion, we face one of these beasts at the base of the minor Erdtree in Mount Gelmir, One thing that can be said for sure is that these creatures find their origins at the base of an Erdtree, but what causes them to become ulcerated? An ulcer is caused by an imbalance between the digestive juices produced by the stomach and the various factors that protect its lining. If we consider that the Erdtree feeds off of the cycle of death and rebirth within the lands between, this means that an ulcerated tree spirit could be created by external factors that have interrupted this process. When we delve deep within the dungeons, we find ourselves at the roots of various Erdtrees spread across the lands. Often when we defeat the enemies there, we are presented with the spirit ashes of those who received an Erdtree burial, implying that they were buried at these roots to be fed back to the Erdtree. As we know, far below the surface of the lands between, the corpse of Godwyn the Golden strangles the roots of the Erdtree and spreads its own root system across the land. If the process of feeding these Erdtrees the souls of those buried at their roots is interrupted by the influence of Godwyn's corpse, this could cause a disruption capable of creating an ulcerated tree spirit. The spirit of the minor Erdtree is strangled by death itself, incapable of properly processing the souls it's being fed, leading to lesions, exposed flesh, and growths protruding from its physical form. Of course, this only accounts for ulcerated tree spirits found near the minor Erdtrees. We also see one below Stormveil Castle, as well as in the capital outskirts and within Lanedell. We believe these spirits are easily explained by their locations. The corpse of Godwyn the Golden is found very close to the royal capital, strangling the roots of the original Erdtree. So in this case, it would make sense that ulcerated tree spirits would be found above ground in and around the capital. This also explains why we'd find 3 of these creatures in the Ashen capital, as after the city falls, it'd be much easier for them to claw their way to the surface. The spirit found below Stormveil Castle is a bit more confusing, but we believe this can also be explained. We all know that you can find one of the many faces growing off of Godwyn the Golden's corpse below Stormveil, showing how far this influence has spread, and an ulcerated tree spirit guards the way to this discovery. We believe in this case, the creature was drawn to the origin of its disease and found itself trapped below the castle. There is another variant of these enemies that can be found in areas affected by scarlet rot, known as the putrid tree spirit. Visually, these enemies are the same as the ulcerated tree spirits, with one important difference. Their fire breath is a pinkish red, the hue of scarlet rot. These variants can only be found in 3 different places across the lands between: the War-Dead Catacombs, the Grand Cloister, and Elphael, Brace of the Halig Tree. While a tree spirit being present at the War-Dead Catacombs makes sense, as we can find tree roots associated with that dungeon, the other 2 locations are trickier. Perhaps the Grand Cloister once housed the roots of an Erdtree, but the scarlet rot flow ate away at its roots, leaving its spirit to adapt and live below the rotten waters. For Elphael, we know that the Halig Tree was supposed to essentially become Miquella's new Erdtree to replace the Golden Order. Perhaps without Miquella's influence, the rot overflowing from Melania caused this putrid tree spirit to be born, making it the only one not associated with an Erdtree, but rather the Halig Tree itself. The influence of the rot opens up a deeper level to what causes these tree spirits to become malformed. If the scarlet rot also has the potential to warp a tree spirit from its intended form, that would mean the rot also interrupts the flow of life and death within Erdtrees. If we consider this possibility, it means the rebirth cycle of the lands between can be interrupted by other outer gods. This means if the influence of another outer god were to truly take hold in the lands between, the Elden beast itself could someday become ulcerated or putrid, a shell of its former self. That is, of course, if we don't slay it first. One last note to make is based around the physical appearance of the ulcerated tree spirits and their likeness to the Erdtree Avatars. When we look at the Avatars, we can see their skin has the same bark-like appearance as that of the tree spirits, implying a deeper connection between them. An avatar is a manifestation of a deity or released soul in bodily form on Earth. So perhaps the Erdtree Avatars and the tree spirits are cut from the same cloth. Maybe those spirits that did not become ulcerated or succumb to the rot instead formed themselves into the Erdtree Avatars, releasing themselves from their roots and becoming defenders of their minor Erdtrees. This is heavy speculation on our part, but we believe it's plausible, as we don't find an Erdtree Avatar defending any of the minor Erdtrees where ulcerated tree spirits are found at the roots. The ulcerated tree spirits are horrific creatures, and many in the community believe they were overused throughout Elden Ring. However, if they truly are the mangled spirits of minor Erdtrees, it makes perfect sense we'd find so many of them across the land. We believe that our explanation of their background lends more credence to why so many exist, and why we have to take them down to receive golden seeds. But what do you think? Were there too many ulcerated tree spirits in the game? Do you agree with our theory on their origins? Is there a connection between these spirits and the Erdtree Avatars? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss an episode in this series. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Today's video is not what we expected to be creating this week, but after our last lore dive on the ulcerated tree spirits, we received multiple comments from our community about what they'd like our next topic to be. In the early days of the channel, we like to put up polls asking our viewers what they wanted our next video to be about, and we've always made sure to pay attention to what questions you're most interested in having answered. As we've already explored so many different enemies and characters in Elden Ring, we felt like it was more important than ever that we go back to our roots and focus our attention on what you want to see. So in this episode of Elden Lore, we will be exploring the Erdtree Avatars. If you watched last week's video on the ulcerated tree spirits, you'll likely be familiar with some of today's story, but don't let that drive you away, because we will be going deeper and making sure to keep this video as unique as possible. With that said, let's talk about these protectors of the many minor Erdtrees found across the lands between. The Erdtree Avatars seem like a very straightforward enemy. They exist to protect the minor Erdtrees that sprung up after the Shattering. The only written lore we can find about them comes from their weapon, the Staff of the Avatar. This weapon is described as a ceremonial staff, depicting the Erdtree in its historic radiance, wielded by the Avatars who protect the minor Erdtrees. The Avatars, emerging in the wake of the Elden Ring's Shattering, were determined to protect the withering Erdtree's offspring. What's interesting about these weapons is that sometimes the Erdtree Avatars will form in front of the tree they're protecting, weapon in hand, but when they disappear, we can take that staff for ourselves. This, alongside the way it was called a ceremonial staff, leads us to believe that the Avatars did not come into being already wielding these weapons, but that these were created for them by those who believed in their mission to protect the minor Erdtrees. We have another point to discuss when it comes to these weapons, but we'll come back to it a little bit later. We know these creatures emerged after the Shattering, but what exactly these Avatars are is a mystery. An Avatar is described as a manifestation of a deity or released soul in bodily form on Earth, so it's fair to assume that the Avatars are a literal embodiment of the spirits that reside within the minor Erdtrees. These spirits are laid to rest at the roots of an Erdtree in a rite known as Erdtree burial. In fact, we find many spirit ashes at the base of these minor Erdtree roots, some of which describe their former selves as having been granted an Erdtree burial. In our previous video about the ulcerated tree spirits, we dove into the idea that these tree spirits were the literal spirits of Erdtrees that became ulcerated due to interference in their natural lifespans, either due to Godwin's corpse or scarlet rot, and that if this had not happened, they may have been able to instead take their natural route and become Erdtree Avatars in order to protect their minor Erdtrees. We still believe this is one likely explanation as to the origins of the Erdtree Avatars. They are the literal spirit of a minor Erdtree that normally resides within, much like how the Elden Beast resides within the main Erdtree. However, while reading more about the idea of avatars for this script, we've developed another interpretation we think is worth considering. What if the Erdtree Avatars are distinctly different from the Ulcerated tree spirits, in that they're not the literal spirit of the minor Erdtree, but rather an amalgamation of spirits, given an Erdtree burial, that typically would have been used to feed the cycle of death and rebirth within the Erdtree, but are now instead being pulled away to act as a defensive wall in a desperate attempt to allow a new Erdtree to grow. Their more human-like design and use of a weapon would make more sense if we consider the idea that the avatars themselves were made out of the souls of humanoid creatures buried in the roots of their tree. Their bark-like appearance that can even be seen as a form of robe, their ceremonial weapons, clear arms and legs giving them a more humanoid appearance, all make much more sense when considering their origins in this light. So with this said, we have two different ideas of what the Erdtree Avatars truly are, and sadly, without any additional lore, we can't say for sure which is correct, but we'd love to hear your thoughts and reasoning. The next topic related to the Erdtree Avatars we thought was worth discussing was the Putrid Avatars, those that have been corrupted by the Scarlet Rot. These enemies are only found in places either heavily affected by the spread of the Scarlet Rot or that were frequented by Malenia, such as Caelid, the Mountaintop of Giants, and Elphael, Brace of the Haligtree. These avatars should have a simple explanation. They're nothing more than Erdtree avatars that have been afflicted by Scarlet Rot, touched by the outer god of Rot, and warped due to its influence. The most interesting thing about them, in our opinion, is their weapon, the Rotten Staff. The description of the Rotten Staff is much like the other rotted weapons. It doesn't really tell you anything new. Ceremonial staff depicting the Erdtree in its historic radiance, it festers with Scarlet Rot, wielded by the avatars who protect the minor Erdtrees. Here though, we find an interesting inconsistency. These staffs are not simply rotted, broken versions of the staffs wielded by the Erdtree avatars. Even though they're said to depict the Erdtree in its historic radiance, they look completely different from the regular staff of the avatar, taking on a wildly different shape and unique ornamentation. Perhaps these weapons were simply warped by the Rot and changed due to the influence of the god of Rot, their depictions bastardized to better reflect what that god's tree may look like. It's hard to say why they look so wildly different, but one thing is for certain. This is not the same weapon. While the majority of avatars we face, both fresh and putrid, are found at the base of a minor Erdtree, there are a few outliers. There's one Erdtree avatar we face in Lanedale, the royal capital, but this is easily explained as the avatar of the main Erdtree, able to walk the city as its roots stretch far below its walls. The other avatars found without a tree of their own are putrid, and found within Elphael. Both of these enemies exist due to properties of the Haligtree itself. Miquella's tree was always meant to act as a replacement for the Erdtree, and after Mohg absconded with Miquella's cocoon, the tree has been dying, succumbing to the rot deep within due to Malenia. If we assume that champions of the Haligtree were also given burial at its roots, this creates the possibility of the tree creating its own avatars, and its sheer size would necessitate more than one to defend it. Of course, these avatars would be putrid, because without Miquella to mitigate its influence far below the tree's roots, they would be tainted by the Scarlet Rot. If you believe the Erdtree avatars are created using the very spirits that were supposed to feed the Erdtree and be part of its cycle of death and rebirth, then it makes these enemies another twisted example of life within the lands between. The souls or essence of those buried at the roots of the Erdtree, people that were promised they would become part of its cycle, were instead used in a horrible amalgamation of tree and human to defend the trees themselves. Perhaps when we defeat these enemies, we're doing these souls a kindness by releasing them from the horror of being fused together to create these avatars. And in that way, we're bringing the souls of the dead in the lands between some level of peace. We can only hope that once we take the throne, these avatars will no longer be necessary, and the dead will no longer be warped and fused to serve as a defensive bulwark between the minor Erdtrees and those that would do them harm. What do you think about our theories on the origins of the Erdtree Avatars? Do you believe that they are the spirits of the trees given physical form to protect themselves? Or are they the souls of those buried at its roots, repurposed into defenders of the minor Erdtrees? Why do the staff of the Avatar and the Rotten Staff look so wildly different? What is the goal of the putrid avatars if their trees are already succumbing to the scarlet rot? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore dives and speculation. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Sometimes it feels like every week I'm saying the same thing in different ways. Specifically that the many mysteries of Elden Ring continue to elude us. Every time we think we've reached the end of the rabbit hole, we find ourselves in a new warren with even more branching paths. In this episode, we'll be exploring another character in Elden Ring who's never physically met in the lands between. But unlike others, who were champions likely now long dead, we believe there's something other than death preventing us from ever truly encountering him. Today we're going to take a closer look at Rosus, the Usher of Death and keeper of the locations of many of Elden Ring's mysterious catacombs. Who was Rosus? Why do all depictions of him take on this inhuman form? And why would someone who seems, at a surface level, to be associated with those who live in death, cast golden light that pierces through darkness? Your first encounter with Rosus was likely an accident. I know I was confused the first time I saw one of these creepy statues and was greeted with the message, "Guide and gatekeeper for those returning to the roots." From a gameplay perspective, these statues are an ingenious way of helping players find catacombs and dungeons they would have likely overlooked. The light they offer guides us along the way until we find the site of grace associated with each statue, and after activating it, the statue goes dim. That said, these statues don't tell us who they are, and it's not until we purchase the Imp Shade's note from a nomadic merchant that we learn his name. Notes sold by a nomadic merchant imparting knowledge in brief. Nothing can touch the shades of imps in the hero's graveyard. Only Rosus's light can give them form. Only once we find these same statues in the hero's grave, now equipped with golden light, can we put a name to the form. Rosus. The Rosus statues are uncanny and come across as contradictory. He looks shriveled and decrepit, not unlike what one would expect from those who live in death. He has long claws for hands and 3 clawed toes on each foot. He also has a significantly hunched back and elongated neck. All of this seems to indicate he should be antithetical to the Golden Order. But the statue also has branches forming around him, and Rosus himself wears a crown of branches. So why is it that this being guides us to catacombs with Erdtree roots? Before fleshing this out anymore, we'll want to take a look at the only weapon in the game associated with this character, Rosus's axe. The description of this axe tells us, Usher of Death, Rosus, who shows the path to the catacombs throughout the lands between, is depicted on this ritual axe. The dead easily lose their way, and have always been in sore need of a guiding hand. The axe itself depicts what is meant to be Rosus, with a few skeletons reaching out toward him, and it comes with the Ash of War, Rosus's summon, which is an exact copy of the Tibia's summon spell. This spell tells us, the dead have long been left to wander. What they need is leadership. This lines up well with Rosus' title of Usher of Death. He himself is not one of those who live in death, but he is instead a guide, helping these spirits reach the Erdtree roots where they might find peace. If we also consider his statues casting light in the shape of the Erdtree sigil in various heroes' graves, it seems clear he is directly associated with the Golden Order. It's hard to say when these statues were created, as we don't have a strong grasp on how far the roots of the Erdtree stretch across the lands between. It's possible they reach out to the entire land, but there's also the notion that the roots we find in some catacombs are those of the minor Erdtrees, so it's possible these statues may have been erected post-shattering. That said, the presence of Rosus statues in the heroes' graves points more heavily toward the image of Rosus being around pre-shattering. This means these statues may have been adopted as guides to the Erdtree roots later on. As to their purpose of guide and gatekeeper, we think it's fair to assume that Rosus' statues were meant to help travelers find their way to tree roots in order to provide some with Erdtree burials. If the Golden Order wanted these places hidden from the common folk, activating and following Rosus' light would be a good way to lead their own people without making the knowledge of these locations readily available. So we have an idea of the purpose of Rosus and his statues, but who was he in life, and why does he look like those who live in death? There is no written lore on the visage of Rosus, but we want to put forward a theory. Rosus does not exist, or rather, he was never a real person. We believe that Rosus was created as a way of appropriating the religious depictions utilized by those who came before the Golden Order, when bodies were burned with ghost flame and the death-right birds ruled over death. This explanation can account for a few of the more eccentric design decisions behind the Rosus statues. His 5 clawed fingers, 3 clawed toes, and elongated neck can all be found on the Deathbirds as well. Pair this with a ghostly visage, and sprinkle in some details associated with the Erdtree, such as his tree branch crown and the branches around his body, and you have a recipe for rewriting history, a pastime we know the Golden Order was fond of. Rogier tells us how the Golden Order is willing to rewrite its rules and history to make itself stronger, and the adoption of Sarosh, Lord of Beasts, as King Regent shows us that the Golden Order is not above something like stealing the iconography of older religions in an attempt to wipe away their history, leaving nothing but their own religious beliefs alive and well. Keeping all of this in mind, we don't think Rosus ever truly existed. He is nothing more than a bastardized representation of the old ways of burning the dead in a different cycle of reincarnation, warped to now lead others to continue feeding the Erdtree with the souls it needs to fuel its own cycle. What do you think of our theory on Rosus, the Usher of Death? Do you believe he once existed and had the more literal job of leading those seeking Erdtree roots to their destinations? Or is he simply an invention of the Golden Order, meant to obscure history and twist it to their customs and traditions? Do you think Rosus could be tied more closely to those who live in death, or Fia, the Deathbed Companion? Were these statues erected across the lands between before or after the shattering? There are no wrong answers, as the game does not provide much on Rosus, so we look forward to reading the wild speculation that's sure to be happening in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you're always notified when we upload our newest episode. Thank you again for joining us. We can't wait to see you again for more Elden lore. While we travel the lands between, we find many who would help us develop our skills, helping us reach new levels of power on our journey to become Elden Lord. Whether it's the humble Thops offering what meager spells he has, Miriel, Pastor of Vows, interpreting any scroll we should find, or Bernal, the man who imparts ashes of war our tarnished can utilize. There's no shortage of teachers in this world, With this in mind, it's interesting to think that there was once an entire group of Carian sorcerers dedicated to passing down their spells, who no longer fill the role they were named for. The Preceptors were once the tutors of the Carian royal family, teachers who imparted knowledge, stretching back to the astrologers themselves. But at some point their numbers dwindled, and those that were left had their status as teachers ripped from them by a man intent on making their secrets die with their order. Today, we will tell their story and take a look at what's left of this once proud group of educators. The Preceptors have surprisingly little written lore associated with their equipment in-game. They have no specialized weapons, and there aren't any spells that refer to them by name, but their equipment does give us a glimpse into their purpose. Their hats and robes are covered in embroidery that shows us the movement of the stars. This set is worn by the magic preceptors who serve the Carian royals, increases mind to the detriment of stamina. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carians remain aware of, even if their fate has been long severed from the stars. We can see from the descriptions and from the clothing itself that the Preceptors hold true to the fundamentals of Carian sorcery and its base in the knowledge of the stars passed down from the astrologers. But the most interesting part of their set is the mask they wear. There is a separate piece of equipment called the Mask of Confidence, which is found in the Carian study hall, and seems to be the same mask we see as part of the Carian set, but without the large hat. This equipment sheds more light on the fate of the Preceptors. Mask with the mouth sewn shut with gold thread. Increases arcane. When Radagon married Rennala, he ordered the Carian magic Preceptors to don these masks, to make it clear that all of their matters were to be kept strictly private. So the Preceptors were essentially made by Radagon to keep their knowledge to themselves, an especially cruel order when we take a moment to understand exactly what a Preceptor is. Preceptors are meant to be teachers who uphold the laws or traditions of their order. The Carian Preceptors had their mouths effectively sewn shut by the Golden Order, and with that, they could no longer share their knowledge or traditions with Carian royalty. Effectively, Radagon, in his marriage to Rennala, both brokered peace and crippled the strength of the Carian royal family by sealing away their traditions, having children with its matriarch, who would go on to be considered demigods of the Golden Order, and then leaving Rennala with nothing but the Amber Egg, which would drive her to madness. When we lay out his deeds against the royal family in this way, we see that his machinations against the Carians began with the silencing of the Preceptors, which likely led to the dissolution of their order. In fact, only 2 Preceptors remained by the time we reached the lands between: Seluvis and Miriam. Miriam can be found as an enemy within the Carian study hall and is given very little context for her appearance. Upon her defeat in both the regular and inverted towers, she drops sorceries we can use for ourselves, but neither mentions the Preceptors by name. It seems she utilizes dolls that attack us as we make our way up to her during our battle in the study hall, which can be explored further when discussing Seluvis. We believe that she was placed within the Carian study hall by Radagon in order to protect others from learning the secrets of the Carians, but her loyalty always remained with the matriarchs of the family. This would explain why she's found in the inverted study hall, guarding the way to Ranni's physical remains. While she could no longer do her duty as a teacher, she could at least protect the secrets of the royal family from those that would use them against Ranni. Seluvis is the other preceptor we have the unfortunate pleasure to work alongside when entering Ranni's service. Seluvis could support a video himself, and we even believe certain theories about who's pulling his strings. But for the purpose of our dissection of the Preceptors, we won't dive into him too deeply. What's important about Seluvis is his reluctance to teach our Tarnished. At first meeting, he seems loath to be dealing with us, and if we visit his rise, he makes it quite clear he has no intention of speaking with us more than is necessary. The only way to get him to act as our instructor is to help him in his endeavor to turn Nefeli Lu into a puppet. After this, he will take scrolls from us and teach us the Carian sorceries we see fit to learn. If we continue to follow his questline, take the puppet he offers to us, and continue to show interest in puppets, Seluvis will open a new store for us.
You're proving to be quite the puppeteer. I've not had an apprentice for a very long time indeed.
These lines make it clear that the practice of puppeteering originated with the Preceptors, and much of Seluvis's attitude towards others may stem from the fact that this practice fell out of favor after Radagon sealed the Preceptors' mouths with the Mask of Confidence. Seluvis had his station as teacher reduced to nothing more than a title, and it has embittered him deeply, to the point where he would turn his ancient practices against the very lady he serves. That is, of course, unless someone else is behind Seluvis's actions. The history of the Preceptors is one truly shrouded in mystery due to the way the Golden Order hides the history of the Lands Between behind their revisionist ideas. Many Carian sorceries may have been lost to time because of Radagon's order to have the Preceptors' knowledge locked away behind their masks. If the keepers of the history and magic of the Carian royal family were forbidden from ever sharing their knowledge again, then it stands to reason many powerful spells and even the art of puppeteering were lost after the union of the Carians and the Golden Order. What little is left lives on in Seluvis and Miriam, but only until they meet their ultimate fates due to the actions of our Tarnished in pursuit of becoming Elden Lord. It's fascinating to think that if we truly want to serve Carian royalty and bring the wishes of Our Lady Ranni to fruition, we will most likely end the Order of the Preceptors once and for all, forever locking away the knowledge they held of a time before the Golden Order's stranglehold on the land. In the end, their knowledge lives with one person alone, Renna the Witch. What did you think of our dissection of the history of the Preceptors? Was Miriam doing her duty to Radagon or Ranni by defending the Carian study hall? What was Seluvis's endgame in turning Ranni into a puppet? What kind of magic do you think is forever lost due to the end of the Preceptors? We look forward to reading your comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. As we've touched upon in previous videos, the prospective sorcerers who traveled to the Academy of Raya Lucaria did so with the intention of learning all they could about glintstone sorcery. Based on their skills and innate abilities, they found themselves deeply exploring one field of study, and would eventually join a conspectus that most closely aligned with their work. While some were unfortunate enough to be deemed Bluntstones, like our friend Thops, most would follow a singular path of study until their knowledge came to a head, and they were granted their glintstone crown. Each conspectus has their own crown, associated with their field of study, which depicts the golem-like visage of its founder, covered in glintstone, and most of these founders are known to us. Azor's face is used for the crown of the Karolos Conspectus, while Lusat's visage represents the Olivinus Conspectus. We can also see Haima's face in the Hyrodos crown. There are two conspectus crowns associated with leaders of the Academy, whose names we never learn, the Twinsage and Lazuli. Today we will be taking a look at the sorcerers of the Lazuli Conspectus and the mystery of their leader, the unnamed sage whose portrait can be seen across the Academy. The Lazuli Conspectus is a curious case in the Academy of Raya Lucaria, as they were focusing on mastering Carian sorceries. The Lazuli glintstone crown worn by these sorcerers tells us it is one of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon Raya Lucaria scholars, whose pursuits were deemed worthy. Increases intelligence and dexterity to the detriment of HP. Scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus study Carian sorceries, a heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars. As we know, the power of Rennala's sorceries earned her favor at the Academy, and she was made its leader,
But after Radagon left her with the Amber Egg, and she began to lose her mind, loyalty shifted, and the Carians became enemies of the Academy. We've spoken before about the siege of Caria Manor by the Knights of the Cuckoo, and their defeat at the hands of the royal family's defenses. So it comes across as odd that these Lazuli sorcerers are even allowed to study within the walls of the Academy. Their robes reinforce this idea, as their description tells us they are robes worn by scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus, singular among the greater Rea Lucaria Academy. These scholars who sought to master Carian sorcery instead learned to see the moon as equal to the stars. This robe, in the hue of the full moon, signifies their heresy. So there is a question as to why these sorcerers were even found within the walls of Rea Lucaria in the first place. Even their weapons, the Ice Crest Shield and the Lazuli Glintstone Sword, solidify their previous loyalty to the Carians, with the Ice Crest Shield originating from a Carian princess, and their weapon telling us it is a sword with a glintstone in its handguards, wielded by scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus, who seek to master Carian sorcery. Deals magic damage. Apparently, once used as a staff of sorcery, this sword is made of wood. We can assume that the reason these sorcerers are allowed to continue their studies at the Academy is due to the leader of the Conspectus, a man whose name we never learn, but was seen as prolific enough in his study of glintstone sorcery to have his portrait hung across the walls of Rea Lucaria. If we had to venture a guess, this nameless sorcerer, the founder of the Lazuli Conspectus, likely participated in the locking away of Rennala. It's even possible his voice was the one who convinced the other leaders to keep her alive, locking her away instead of attacking head-on in an attempt to lead a coup for power of the Academy. This is all speculation, but it would make sense to think that the man who founded the Conspectus based on studying the moon and stars in tandem would see the benefit of keeping the matriarch of the Carians alive, and would be able to convince his fellow sorcerers of the merits to doing so. In fact, if he were the one to have decided that the moon and stars should be seen as equal, he may be the very reason that his scholars are still allowed within the Academy. By deciding to commit a heresy against the Carian royal family, he solidified their place as scholars able to study within the walls of Rea Lucaria. Many Lazuli sorcerers likely left the Academy after their coup against Rennala, as we can see those that studied long and hard enough to earn their crowns protecting the Caria Manor, and specifically the route to Ranni's Rise. When push came to shove, these sorcerers chose their side, and decided that it was more important to preserve the knowledge of their Carian sorceries and the family that spawned them, rather than let the Cuckoos in the Academy have their way. After all, there were plenty of other Conspectuses that could keep the knowledge of their glintstone studies alive and well, but there was only one that tried to harness the power of both the moon and stars. Those that have chosen to take hold in the Caria Manor likely have had their studies reach a standstill, as their purpose has shifted from the pursuit of knowledge to that of guardians, a bulwark between what remains of the royal family and those that would do them harm, especially with their dwindling number of knights and defenses. It's also worth mentioning that we can find a significant number of Lazuli sorcerers within the town of Sellia. This makes sense, as Sellia Town of Sorcery has been strongly linked to Starscourge Radahn, the most fearsome member of the Carian royal family. In this town, all sorcerers were given the freedom to pursue their studies, and it's possible Radahn would not have found them quite so heretical for finding balance between the moon and stars, when he himself held back the stars in the name of the Golden Order. When walking the streets of this town, we can also see that the Lazuli are the only enemies willing to engage in physical combat with our Tarnished, meaning that they likely acted as peacekeepers within its walls as well, a job one might not expect to find from any other than the muscle-bound sorcerers of the Jaime Conspectus, but they do the job well. What did you think of our breakdown of the sorcerers of the Lazuli Conspectus? Do you believe they defended the Caria Manor in earnest? Or were they lions laying in wait for the day Rea Lucaria would finally overthrow the royal family? Who was the man that founded the Lazuli Conspectus? And will he have any bearing on future DLC?
Why did these sorcerers choose to fight with a wooden sword imbued with glintstone, instead of casting their powerful Carian sorceries? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you're not already following the channel, and don't want to miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you next time for more Elden lore. In the lands between, many may become either ally or enemy to our tarnished, even those found within the Round Table hold. One by one, our allies reveal their true colors throughout their stories. One overcomes her doubts and insecurities, going on to rule over Stormveil Castle. Others die at our hand as we seek to take the Elden throne. But one stands out amongst the crowd as an invaluable ally throughout our journey. We meet her soon after finding our way to the lands between, and though her cowardice defines her in this first interaction, her inner strength and kindness become her most unmistakable character traits as she grows into her role within the hold. Today we will be exploring Roderika, the noble spirit tuner from a faraway land who found her talent and destiny in the lands between. We meet Roderika shortly after making our way past our first sight of Grace. She wears the noble set with the crimson hood and is found sitting within the Stormhill shack with her head down, clearly feeling dejected. When we speak with her, we learn of the horror she has already endured.
Everyone's been grafted. Everyone who came with me. They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me. Only to have their arms taken, their legs taken, even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider. Did you know, if you're grafted by the spider, you become a chrysalid? It's quite a lark when you think about it.
It seems Roderika's men have already been to Stormveil Castle, and what they found was nothing but death and torture. We can assume Roderika either did not join them, choosing to stay at the shack, or ran away and made her way back to her new home. Upon speaking with her again, she says,
On your own, are you? And heading to Stormveil Castle? Enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose. Oh, you've come to be one with the spider? Well, that makes us two peas in a pod. But I don't have your courage. It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off, or legs, or your head. I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too scared. I'm nothing but a craven.
We can continue speaking with her and she will give us what is likely our first spirit summon, the spirit jellyfish Ashes, saying,
Oh, I know. Can you take this little one along with you? Poor thing deserves someone braver than myself. And the spirits look rather fondly upon you. It'll be glad of your company, I think, the little one.
This gives us our first hint as to what Roderika's purpose may be. Finally, we can speak with her one last time, where she asks a favor of us.
It was a pleasure to see you. Oh, can you pass on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormveil Castle, tell them I love them. And that, despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know.
We are then free to make our way to Stormveil Castle and pursue the spider ourselves. It seems likely in the way Roderika describes the spider and the way it grafts limbs that she's actually referring to Godrick the Grafted himself, the lord of the castle. For whatever reason, Roderika was sent from her homeland, along with an entourage of Tarnished, to either serve Godrick or defeat him in an attempt to take his great rune. Clearly, Roderika is not equipped to handle a task of this magnitude, as her demeanor shows us. Her attire gives us the best insight we can get when it comes to her background. She wears the noble's traveling garb, which is described as traveling attire fashioned from metallic white silk thread, worn by expatriated royalty, a gift of such rare beauty, a royal wouldn't disgrace their illustrious heritage even if found dead in a ditch in the middle of nowhere while wearing such splendid raiment. As we can see, Roderika comes from a noble family of some renown if she was wearing such fine clothes and was accompanied by an entourage. But it's her hood that creates an air of mystery around this character. She wears the crimson hood, which says it is a hooded cloak of vivid crimson, worn by expatriated royalty. Such cloaks were gifted to those who departed on journeys without specific orders, to faraway lands from which they would never return. In other words, the gift of a cloak made it easier for undesirables to be on their way. Roderika never once saw the guidance of grace. This description stands in stark contrast to the navy hood, an alternate helm for the noble set, which tells us such cloaks were gifted to those departed on missions to faraway lands from which they would never return. But what choice did they have, having seen the guidance of grace? It would seem the red coloring of her hood marked Roderika as undesirable, and it's even possible she was never tarnished in the first place, simply marked as one by her family, and sent away because she had no discernible skills or talents they could exploit. This may even go a step further in explaining why Roderika was able to escape Stormveil without being grafted. Godrick was interested in the strength of Tarnished. A weak, noble girl would not catch his eye when her group contained so many prime specimens. Should we explore Stormveil Castle thoroughly, we come across a pile of corpses in body bags, surrounded by dogs that will attack us on sight. When grabbing the item sitting atop the pile, we learn it is the Chrysalids' memento, and it's described as a memento left by the Chrysalids sacrificed for grafting, a brooch wrapped in red velvet. Traces of blood are visible. Faintly visible spirits try to convey something, but their voices cannot be heard. We can safely assume this pile of corpses is all that remains of Roderika's traveling companions, and this may even shed light on why she calls them chrysalids. A chrysalis is a protective covering, most often associated with a butterfly's cocoon. Perhaps that is how Roderika sees her former allies' bodies, wrapped in bags, as chrysalids that will never emerge from their shells. In any case, we can take her the memento and she will say,
"A keepsake from my men. Oh, goodness me, I can't." They all believed in me. They all thought I'd make something for myself. Me, who can't do anything. I think I'll head to the Round Table Hold. Perhaps I'll find my purpose there.
Interestingly, this hints at the fact that Roderika can clearly understand the faint voices coming from the memento. From here, we do not see Roderika again until we visit the Hold ourselves. Upon reaching the Round Table Hold, she greets us.
Greetings. Nice to see you again. My name is Roderika. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though? The Round Table Hold. Covert quarters of the Two Fingers. And gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots, although it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
From here we can speak with Smithing Master Hugh, who informs us that the girl by the fireplace has latent abilities and a connection to spirits that would allow her to become a spirit tuner. We can tell Roderika about Hugh's revelation and she will respond with trepidation.
You're telling me I possess some kind of gift? I don't believe you. But if I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. Certainly he does appear intimidating and holds no love for us Tarnished. But I know he's trapped here at the Round Table Hold, so I can tell. He's a gentle soul underneath it all. If I do have a talent for spirit tuning, and goodness knows that would be a surprise, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me.
When we next visit the Hold, Roderika will be sitting across from Hugh, and she will tell us about her new skills.
Good to see you again. Thank you very much. I have you to thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hugh. I can happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning. I'm as yet unsure of what I might be able to accomplish, but if I might be able to help you all, I'd certainly like to try. And if there's any chance to ease the suffering of my dear men who were grafted, well, I certainly must try. Roderika, the Spirit Tune Apprentice. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
After she becomes a spirit tuner, we can make a detour back through Stormvale that reveals a hidden piece of Roderika's story. Should we find our way back to the pile of corpses that was once her men, we find the Crimson Hood, likely the same one Roderika herself wore, meaning that after finding her talent and committing herself to honing her skills, she returned to her men to leave the past behind and rid herself of the cloak that was once used to mark her as useless, sending her away from home to become nothing more than a sacrifice to the spider. In this way, Roderika shows her resolve without ever saying a word of this gesture to anyone. It is from this moment on that Roderika becomes a steady partner in our journey to become Elden Lord. No matter what we encounter, who we become, or how the world may change, she sits at her station, ready to provide spirit tuning, to help our spirits reach their full potential and fight by our side at full strength. She also warns us of the danger of the Dung Eater, pleading with us to stay out of his way, as she can hardly bear the cacophony of tormented spirits she can hear just on the other side of the hold. After some time, she even acknowledges her own skill and reintroduces herself.
I feel like I'm really coming to grips with spirit tuning of late. I can see how and why immortal essence exists, a spirit under the Golden Order. I can understand their yearnings, what they become drawn to. Master Hugh said it himself, actually, that I'm no mere apprentice any longer. Once again, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Roderika, the Certified Spirit Tuner.
It's not until we burn the Erdtree that something changes, and Roderika must take action to help the one person in her life who gave her purpose and guided her to hone her latent skills.
Take a look around. The Round Table Hold is burned, razed to the ground. Don't worry, I don't blame you. I'll continue spirit tuning just the same as before, which is why I need your help persuading Master Hugh to leave. His roots are so knotted in this place. He won't last much longer if he stays here. His shackles are broken. He's a free man now. It's high time he put the Round Table behind him.
After this interaction, we can speak with Hugh, but he wants nothing more than to continue smithing.
Is that right? So Master Hugh won't listen to you either. You have my thanks regardless. I'll try and talk him round next time. I know he was given this great entreaty to craft a weapon which could slay a god. Though I can't help but think of it as a curse, a fearsome curse, put on him by Queen Marika. And if that's the case, I'm not sure there's anything we can do.
Finally, when we complete Crumbling Farm Azula and truly burn the tree, Hugh loses all memory of himself, of us, and of Roderika. In a heartbroken state, she says,
So it wasn't just me this happened to. To think he'd forget who you were as well. I knew he'd burn himself out, old Hugh. I think we could talk him into leaving the Round Table hold now, but maybe it's better that we don't. It's only proper that we respect his choice to stay. I'll remain with Hugh. He made me who I am today. I'd like to return the kindness, in whatever small way I can. Please, become Elden Lord. Hugh was always saying that you were a lord to him, so slay her with the weapons he smithed. Slay the god Marika, who cursed us all.
Again, she chooses to stay in one place instead of continuing her journey, but this time, she doesn't stay out of fear. She stays out of a sense of duty. Duty to you, the next Elden Lord, and duty to Hugh, the man who helped her find herself, her true strength, and her purpose. Roderika's journey is one of self-discovery, where a woman who came to the Lands Between, likely against her will, out of a sense of duty to a family who could care less for her fate, and was met with nothing but horror, found strength and purpose due to the kindness of her friends, a tarnished of no renown who brought her a keepsake from her fallen men, and a misbegotten blacksmith who saw her potential and the rare gift she held within her all along. What do you think of Roderika the Spirit Tuner? Was she ever really tarnished, or was she only told she was, so it was easier to send her away to the Lands Between? If she truly is tarnished, why did she never see grace? How did she come across her very first spirit, the jellyfish? And most importantly, is Roderika best girl? Let us know your thoughts, feelings, and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. Thank you again for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you next time for more Elden lore. Maiden, Mother, Crone. The idea of the triple goddess has far-reaching roots going back to even Hecate of the Greek pantheon of gods. In the many interpretations of this goddess, she is best known as three distinct aspects, symbolizing the phases of the moon and the female life cycle. She is known to be goddess of the moon, the earth, and childbirth. By Miyazaki's own admission, Elden Ring draws its inspiration from many different stories and games, such as The Lord of the Rings, Berserk, Shadow of the Colossus, and the Elder Scrolls. But you can see inspiration from both current and ancient real-world religions as well. You need only look at crucifixion imagery to see a clear parallel to the way Marika hangs on her stakes. Clearly, the ideas behind old gods and religions are alive and well within the world of Elden Ring. And we believe this idea of the triple goddess can help us to unravel the mystery of one character in particular, Renna, the snowy crone and master to a young Ranni, who taught her the ways of ice magic and the dark moon. Many know the name Renna as the alias used by Renna the Witch when we first meet her at the Church of Ella in Limgrave. She tells us she's heard of a tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed and asks if this is us. She goes on to tell us Torrent's former master entrusted her with a spectral bell to be given to his next master, so that we may summon Spirit Ash to fight by our side. Who Torrent's former master truly was and their connection to Ranni are hotly debated, so we won't get into that. Suffice to say, based on the artwork for Shadow of the Erdtree, we believe there will be an answer in this upcoming DLC. After speaking with us about Torrent, she asks we forgive her intrusion, and muses over when the day will come that the Tarnished stop following the Two Fingers. Once we meet Ranni in her tower, she recalls having previously introduced herself as Renna, and her mission can begin in earnest. One major assumption that is going to be made in this video is that Renna is the name of the snowy crone who taught Ranni about ice magic. There are multiple reasons we believe this to be true, but it's never outright stated in the game. Renna's rise is present amongst the three sisters, and within it we do find the Snow Witch set, which outlines the relationship between Ranni and her mentor. Between this and Ranni's use of the name Renna as an alias, we believe there are enough breadcrumbs leading in this direction to base the assumption on. The idea of the triple goddess also makes this seem plausible, but we will address this later on. Upon obtaining the Snow Witch set, we learn a bit about Ranni's former mentor. Witch's pointed hat, frigid and frozen through, of a style associated with practitioners of heretical sorcery, strengthens cold sorcery. Once worn by the snowy crone, who the young Ranni encountered deep in the woods. She was a witch, and well versed in cold sorceries. It is said that the doll that houses Ranni's soul was modeled after her. That old witch was Ranni's secret mentor. An important distinction to make is the specific use of the word crone. While many interpret a crone to be an ugly witch, the word can also mean cruel. It's fair to say Ranni's doll form is far from ugly, so if it was modeled after the snowy crone who we assume to be Renna, then we believe the use of this word is meant to imply that she wasn't exactly the gentlest of mentors. Also, when considering the doll form to be the closest summation we have of what Renna truly looked like, we assume there were some creative liberties taken. The literal blue of her skin is absolutely possible given her mastery of cold sorceries, but it's also possible that in truth, it was much closer to the fair white complexion of Rennala. We also believe she likely did not have 4 arms. It's easy to assume that Seluvis created Ranni's doll for her, and his dolls typically perfectly resemble those he crafts them after. But if we look at the rope sinew between her limbs, it's much more reminiscent of the marionette soldiers created by the sorcerers, which are also described as dolls. These enemies boast 4 arms as well, with articulated fingers much like Ranni's. Lastly, it is believed the marking under Ranni's right eye is related to the removal of her soul from her physical body, so it's unlikely Renna also showed this mark under her eye. From here, we can look at a few different cold sorceries to learn more. Frozen Armament, Glintstone Icecrag, and Freezing Mist are all described as sorceries said to have been used by the old Snow Witch, and they tell us. The snowy crone taught the young Ranni to fear the dark moon as she imparted her cold sorcery. The dark moon is a much larger concept, and the spell Ranni's dark moon tells us. This moon was encountered by a young Ranni, led by the hand of her mother Rennala. What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. We believe this implies Rennala taught Ranni how to summon her dark moon, and it was sometime after this that she encountered Renna the Witch. We know from here that Renna taught Ranni all she knew about cold sorceries and the dark moon, and that Ranni clearly had enough affection for her that she would model her new body after this woman. So who was she really? We believe that Renna the Witch is actually Ranni's grandmother, and the mother of the Carian royal queen, Rennala. While nothing in the game states this directly, there are 2 important contextual clues we believe point us to this conclusion: the familial naming conventions of the Lands Between, and the concept of the triple goddess. First, when it comes to familial names in the Lands Between, it's no secret they can become a bit of a word salad. Godrick tracks his relation to Godwyn, the son of Godfrey. Melania, Mikola, and possibly Melina come from Marika. Rykard and Radon come from Radagon, and Ranni comes from Rennala. These royal families and their lines seem to pass down pieces or variations of their own names to their children. The only time we do not see this is with Morgott and Mohg, the hidden omen sons of Godfrey and Marika, but even their shameful existences were granted the M at the beginning of their names, marking them as Marika's descendants. If we follow this same naming convention, it conveniently lines up that Renna would beget Rennala, who herself begets Ranni. If we take this a step further into the idea of the triple goddess, this becomes an even stronger possibility. The triple goddess is closely related to the phases of the moon, and if there's one thing we know for sure about the Carian royal family, it's that they have a fixation with the moon. The triple goddess is made up of the maiden, mother, and crone, which is easily aligned with these three Carian royal women. Renna the Witch, youngest of the three, sits in the place of the maiden, an Empyrean chosen by the Two Fingers to take the place of Marika. Rennala is clearly the mother, literal mother to Renna and now mother to all of her sweetings due to the influence of the Amber Egg. Finally, we have Renna, who is outright called the Snowy Crone in one of our only descriptions of her. These parallels go a step further than just parentage, which we believe provides more legitimacy to the intentional nature of calling Renna a crone. The triple goddess is said to hold power over the moon, the earth, and childbirth, and we can see each of these clearly represented by these women. Renna holds power over ice magic, an example of her mastery of the earth, as the triple goddess is said to hold power over the seasons. Rennala's power over birth, life and death, is clear as she births new sweetings over and over through a cycle of death and rebirth. Finally, Renna, should we choose her ending, holds complete mastery over the moon. We believe this simple act of referring to Renna's mentor as a crone was an intentional choice made by FromSoft to imply the concept of the triple goddess applies to the Carian royal women, and with that in mind, we are confident in our theory that Renna the Snow Witch is actually the mother of Rennala and grandmother of Renna. A Carian witch from before they were even known as the royal family, who chose to roam the woods rather than take a seat at Carian Manor. Perhaps she saw her daughter marrying Radagon as a disappointment, straying from the goals of the astrologers and allowing the Golden Order to be too close to their pursuit of the moon. She chose to remove herself from her family. That is, until the fateful day when her granddaughter would wander into the woods and show her the power of her dark moon. What do you think of our theory on the history of Renna the Snow Witch? Do you believe she is truly the mother of Rennala, or is she simply another powerful individual with no true relation to Carian royalty? Do you believe the Snowy Crone's name was truly Renna, or was it simply an alias chosen by Renna for her new form? If that's the case, why does Renna's rise sit amongst the three sisters? Will we ever meet the Snowy Crone in future DLC? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Thank you for joining us as we shared our interpretation of this enduring mystery. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. The dragons of the lands between are powerful creatures, prepared to burn our tarnish to cinders should we even look in their direction. It is said the undead denizens of Limgrave would gaze at the skies over the lakes, praying that the dragon's flames would burn them to ash. This would be a kindness to those without the ability to die of natural causes due to the removal of the Rune of Death. While these people saw the dragons as their salvation from a life unending, others saw the power of the dragons and coveted it for themselves. These knights made sport of hunting dragons across the land, wearing the wings and skins of their felled marks with pride across their armor. The Drake Knights may have once been a strong faction in this world, but by the time we make our way to the lands between, none truly remain, as the only one we can meet has strayed from her path. That said, if we follow the clues, we can unravel the ultimate fate of this faction of knights. The Drake Knights may just be the oldest knight faction in the lands between, as their armor set is found within a chest in crumbling Farum Azula. If you subscribe to the theory that Farum Azula exists outside of time, tied somehow to the past, then that would mean that this armor set has existed since at least the defeat of Dragon Lord Placidusax. Regardless of that theory, this land has clearly been locked away long enough that if the Drake Knight armor is being kept here, it's safe to say it's extremely old. Interestingly, this set does not give any information on how old the faction may be. It only explains their purpose. The helm tells us it is the black iron helm worn by Drake Knights. Features the spoils of a dragon catch as an emblem of pride as both dragon hunter and partaker of communion. From birth, Drake Knights speak not a word. They spend their lives pursuing the strength of dragons for its sublime beauty and inspiration of awe. The armor also includes a cape which is crafted with dragon wing membrane. Why the Drake Knights never speak is a mystery, but in its simplest explanation, these warriors are dedicated to taking the strength of the dragons for themselves. In order to understand the Drake Knights, we have to understand Dragon Communion. We can learn about this process through multiple items and descriptions in the game, and even from Yura, the Bloody Finger Hunter. The Dragon Communion seal is a formless drake blood seal with a Dragon Communion crest, and it tells us, the sacrificial devouring of the heart gives power. Indeed, Dragon Communion is too primal in nature for the term incantation to be appropriate. This seal scales incantations with one's arcane attribute. Various dragon incantations also outline the sheer strength of the dragons, saying they are incantations of those who have hunted dragons and feasted upon their hearts. This is a pure and overwhelming power. Other incantations tell us those extraordinary individuals who perpetuate Dragon Communion are called the Dragon-Hearted. This gives us another moniker for the Drake Knights, the Dragon-Hearted. So we know the Drake Knights are dedicated to hunting dragons, and they partake in Dragon Communion to enhance their strength. But what exactly is Dragon Communion? After defeating Flying Dragon Agil at Agil Lake, we can speak with Yura, who says to us,
"Beautiful work, felling that dragon, and as such, there's something you might like to know. The heart you brought back. It's used in Dragon Communion. If you should find yourself overcome by hunger for the heart, yearning for its strength, then seek the decrepit church on the little island off the western coast. You must not forget, though, those who partake in Dragon Communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment. The strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that Dragon Communion is ruinous."
This explanation shines a light on the process and cost of Dragon Communion. Dragon hearts are consumed at the altars of Dragon Communion, and the person engaging in this ritual is granted the strength of dragons through incantations. However, there is a danger to overindulging in this practice, as the Magma Breath incantation tells us. One of the incantations of Dragon Communion transforms caster into a worm to spew Magma Breath, allows one follow-up attack. Those who have performed the Dragon Communion will find their humanity slowly slipping away. Once they fully succumb to their fate, they are left no more than worms that crawl the earth. From this explanation, it seems as though those that overindulge in communion become a form of dragon themselves. Upon defeating Magma Worm Makar, we earn the Magma Worm's Scale Sword. This weapon is a curved greatsword wielded by magma worms. The shape resembles a dragon's jaw and is covered in hard scales. It's said these land-bound dragons were once human heroes who partook in Dragon Communion, a grave transgression for which they were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. This item description confirms the idea that if you partake in Dragon Communion too often, your ultimate fate will be to become a magma worm. This means there's a strong possibility that the worms we face throughout the lands between were once Drake Knights themselves. There is also the possibility that some of them were once draconic tree sentinels, as we outlined in a previous lore video, as any who overindulge in this practice may become worms, but it seems there's more evidence that these enemies were once Drake Knights. There's only one Drake Knight who escaped this fate. Eleonora, the Violet Bloody Finger. While we already have a video discussing her backstory and relationship with Yura, the Bloody Finger Hunter, there is an aspect of her character we didn't cover. It seems as though the draw of the Bloody Finger, of Mohg's power, is actually stronger than the lust for power that accompanies Dragon Communion. It can be assumed that Eleonora once felt that same pull from engaging in communion, and was always looking for her next mark, the next heart to consume to gain more power. What if Eleonora knew her fate as a Drake Knight? She knew one day that she would become a worm, cursed to wander the land on her belly, but she continued to travel with Yura anyway, until one day she was approached by an acolyte of Mohg, the Lord of Blood. What if an offer was made? Serve Mohg, become a Bloody Finger, and replace your hunger for dragon hearts with a lust for blood? What if Eleonora saw a way out? A way to retain her human form, but to take it, she needed to give up her most precious connection, her relationship with Yura. This could be how Eleonora resisted the urge for Dragon Communion and kept her human form, never being consigned to become a magma worm, maintaining her humanity but losing something precious along the way. It seems the ultimate fate of the Drake Knights was to travel the world killing so many dragons and consuming so many hearts that they eventually became dragons themselves, cursed to roam the land without the ability to take flight. They gained the power they were always fighting and scraping for, but at the cost of their human forms. Never again would they be human, but they wouldn't be dragons either, simply worms, without the ability to fly, their wings decrepit, not fully formed, unable to carry their weight. In the end, the Drake Knights are lost to history due to their lust for power, and the final member of their order is nothing more than a bloodthirsty warrior, consigned to working alongside Mohg in order to avoid the fate of her comrades. Thank you for joining us for our dissection of the Drake Knights, the most enigmatic knights in the Lands Between. Do you believe the magma worms we face throughout the game were once Drake Knights? Did Eleonora break the draw of Dragon Communion by becoming a Bloody Finger? Has this power always been a part of the Lands Between, or were the altars of Dragon Communion brought here from another land? Why does the Drake Knight armor set go so hard? We look forward to reading your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We can't wait to see you again for more Elden lore. We recently did some research on the Carian Preceptors in order to tell you their story, and during that research, we looked extensively into Preceptor Seluvis, the vassal of Ranni with ambitions of his own. Seluvis is known for his schemes, but also for his obsession with puppetry, an ancient art of bending the will of others to your own by encasing their souls within puppets. We have always been well aware of the popular theory regarding his relationship to the Carian servant Pidia, but we wanted to explore this a little more deeply by looking into what we know of Seluvis and the man he was before we made our way to the Lands Between. Today we will be taking a closer look at both Seluvis and Pidia, two men who have deep personal connections to the art of puppetry. Also, I personally am very excited for Liza P, so why not talk about puppets? We'll start our exploration with the story of Seluvis, the Carian Preceptor. While we know he acts as a vassal to Ranni, he has surprising connections to the Round Table Hold. It seems Seluvis and Gideon once worked together in some capacity. It's after we receive the puppet of Dolores, the Sleeping Arrow, that we learn of their history. One of Seluvis's favorite puppets, used to summon the spirit of Dolores, the Sleeping Arrow, spirit of a handsome archer who dressed in the style of a man. Called the Silent Hunter by some, she fires St. Trina's arrows from her shortbow. Dolores once belonged to the Round Table Hold, where she was both a critic and friend of Gideon the All-Knowing. It was because of her that he and Seluvis went their separate ways. We know Seluvis has a poor opinion of Tarnished in general, but at some point he was willing to work with the All-Knowing, at least until Dolores caught his eye, and she became one of his most prized puppets, effectively ruining their working relationship. This would not be the first time Seluvis seeks to take someone away from Gideon, but we'll get to that soon. Upon meeting Seluvis for the first time in Ranni's Rise, he makes it clear he does not think we belong in her service, nor does he want to have anything to do with us. But in service to his lady, he does offer a face-to-face meeting at his Rise. We can make our way there, and he says,
Well, you took me at my word. Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze. I suppose you're here now. Perhaps I'll give you something to do. I'd like you to find a woman called Nefeli to administer a potion. Even you can do that much, can't you? Good. Now I shall hand over the potion in question. Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. I expect glad tidings, and soon.
We then have a choice to give the potion to Nefeli, give it to Gideon, or save it for the Dung Eater. Regardless of your decision, you can tell Seluvis you gave it to Nefeli, and he will say,
So you made Nefeli drink the potion. Well done. You are a touch more useful than I had thought. Very well. Then you shall have your gift. Knowledge of the sorcerous arts and of the tutelage of the great Preceptor Seluvis. I doubt much of it will lay within the grasp of a mere Tarnished, but if you put your mind to it, perhaps you won't embarrass our lady. You wish to begin right this moment? Well, your impatience, though boorish, is understandable. Let's have at it.
From here, Seluvis will teach you various sorceries. Up to this point, Seluvis has not mentioned his proclivity toward puppets, but after we find his secret hideaway, filled to the brim with various puppets, he says,
You break into a man's private chambers, rooting about as you please. Your oafishness knows no bounds. Fine and well, you tricked Nefeli and had her drink the potion. I believe that makes you my accomplice. You yearn for a puppet of your own, Well, normally one of your stature would never be allowed. But perhaps I can make a very special exception. Now, choose.
Interestingly, Seluvis will not discuss puppets with us again until we make a trip to another servant of the Carian royal family, Pidia. I tested this while going through his questline multiple times, as I could not find anyone else making this distinction. But speaking with Seluvis about puppets again would not trigger for me until after meeting Pidia. Upon meeting him for the first time, he acts as if he knows us, saying,
You? Sorry, your worship. I apologize for any offense given. I am Pidia, servant to the Carian royal family. I am charged with maintaining these ghastly dolls.
By acting surprised when he says you, it implies Pidia already knows who we are. But how could he upon our first meeting? We can speak with him again, and he's still overly formal with us.
Your worship, allow me to be of use. Other than the puppets, there are some very fine things up here in this storeroom. Why not pick something out before you go? But please, can you offer poor ill-starred Pidia a little something by way of compensation?
During our interactions with him, he calls the dolls ghastly, implying he's not a fan of working with them, but this seems to be a ruse. After meeting with Pidia, we can speak with Seluvis again, and there's a new option. I want a new puppet. When we choose this, Seluvis says,
"What's that? You want another puppet? Quite the keen paramour, aren't we? But I'm afraid each and every one is like a child to me. I can hardly just give them away. Oh dear, what's to be done? Why don't you fetch me some starlight shards? If you can manage it, I'll gladly prepare a new puppet for you. The soul of every puppet has its own ambience. You'll soon come to know once you possess a few. And once each's predilections are known to you, the better you'll be able to love them. Oh yes, you have much to look forward to further down this road. You're proving to be quite the puppeteer. I've not had an apprentice for a very long time indeed."
He seems to have warmed up to us, and will even let us in on a scheme he's been brewing.
So you'd be interested in a little scheme of mine. It will produce the finest of puppets, which I aspire to cherish with these very hands. A ploy to fool even Lady Rani. How does that sound? I knew I had you pegged. You're just like me. Then I'd like you to procure something. A rather unique starlight shard that glistens with amber. With that, my special draft will gleam with nectar sweetness. And even a demigod would be slave to its charms.
What demigod he has in mind should be obvious, but Seluvis is not yet ready to share the truth of his plan yet, even when we procure what he needs.
Well, well. You managed to lay your hands on it. The blessed day is finally upon us. Goodness gracious, the way it glistens. Utterly enchanting. To think this was once a demigod's very fate. My, oh my, oh my. Ah, are you still here? Ah, yes, I should give you your reward. Yeah, please, it's all yours. It's splendid work, it's just marvelous. Now just you wait. The merriment is soon to begin. The scheme I promised is to be revealed very shortly.
Once his drought is complete, Seluvis finally lets us in on his true plan.
I've been waiting for you. It's finally complete. The perfection of my draft, gleaming nectar sweet. Give it to Rani and ensure she drinks it. The dead-eyed doll lets down her guard in your presence, rather remarkably. Though she might dip her hands in the dirt and feign that icy persona, she's a frail, gentle girl at heart. You understand, don't you? That once you have Rani drink my draft, my scheme will come to fruition. And we'll be in a position to claim the very finest puppet ever crafted. Just imagine the pure elation.
Seluvis's goal has always been to take Lady Rani for himself, and he expects us to help him do it. We then have the option of betraying Our Lady or giving her the Fingerslayer blade. If we choose to give her the potion, she seems unsurprised at Seluvis's betrayal, but takes yours to heart. Should we simply give her the blade she seeks, we're able to continue pursuing her questline. Either way, an interesting thing happens when we go to visit Seluvis. After walking into his tower, we see him on the ground, unresponsive to us, presumably dead. But something is off.
Seluvis does not lie on the ground or show a puddle of blood beneath him, nor does his body fade away like many of our other compatriots who die. He's on his knees, in the same position as all of the puppets found within his secret lair. This heavily implies that Seluvis himself was a puppet. There is no other explanation for why this specific animation would be used for his death, as it is only repeated for puppets. This begs the question, if Seluvis was a puppet, who was pulling the strings? After finding Seluvis dead, we can return to Pidia, and what we see is drastically different from what we'd expect from this mild-mannered servant. Pidia will say,
Stop, please stop. You're my puppet. I loved you with all I have. How could you forget such bliss? That hurts. Please, I beg you, cease this cruelty.
Pidia will be lying dead at their feet and will drop either the Dolores puppet or, if we gave her the potion, the puppet of Nefeli Lu. His line about loving the puppet stands in stark contrast to his previous comments, calling them ghastly, and knowing how deeply Seluvis wanted Nefeli for himself, and the fact that Dolores was one of his favorite puppets. It strongly implies that Pidia was the one pulling Seluvis' strings this whole time. The Seluvis we know is likely nothing more than the puppet of a man who once worked with Gideon Ofnir. Or perhaps, Seluvis himself was never real at all, simply a way for Pidia to move across the land, even though he had no legs of his own. This is why Pidia seems to know us upon our first meeting. He's already met us as Seluvis. To further this theory, the Elden Ring Books of Knowledge Volume 1 even discusses Seluvis' fate in his character bio in a very interesting way. Ranni isn't one to fall for the schemes of two-bit traders. If you attempt to help Seluvis, she will catch you red-handed and immediately dismiss you from her service. You'll then find Pidia dead and Seluvis in an unresponsive heap on the floor of his tower. The book specifically calls out Pidia's death in Seluvis' bio, while not referring to Seluvis as dead, but unresponsive. Given that this book is officially produced material, we believe this is solid evidence that Preceptor Seluvis, the powerful mage and puppet master, is nothing more than Pidia's puppet. The story of Seluvis the Preceptor may have ended long ago, or it may have been a fabrication from the very beginning, because it turns out the story we've been following all along has been that of Pidia, the Carian servant. This unassuming Albinarch has been the puppet master behind the scenes, pulling Seluvis' strings and serving Lady Ranni so that he could one day get close enough to make her his puppet. What we believe is most interesting about this is that it seems Ranni may have been truly fooled by him this entire time. She does not claim we were led astray by Pidia's plots, but Seluvis's. In fact, she never seems to acknowledge Pidia in any way, meaning he likely managed to stay off her radar until his betrayal. We speculate that once Ranni tried to punish Seluvis for his betrayal, she was met with nothing more than a puppet, causing her to turn the remaining puppets against their true master, Pidia. That is what we see when we visit him for the final time. Ranni now controls his puppets, and through either her will or their own, they get their revenge on the master who made them nothing more than playthings for his own sick satisfaction. What do you think of the story of Seluvis and Pidia? Do you doubt that Seluvis was a puppet all along? And if so, how do you explain his ultimate fate, slumped over in the same unresponsive pile as his puppets? Was Pidia truly pulling the strings all along, or was he simply a servant, leeching off of his master's stash of puppets? If you believe Seluvis was a puppet, when do you believe he was turned? Or has he been one all along? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore.
Up to this point, our Elden lore series has focused mainly on characters, monsters, and factions within the Lands Between. Since the early days of our channel, there's one topic that seems to pop up from time to time in our comments section, but we felt it fell a bit outside of what we usually cover. Today I'm going to give these commenters what they've been asking for, and step a bit outside of my comfort zone by discussing the history and possible lore of not a person or a creature, but a land. The Land of Reeds is where the samurai of Elden Ring hail from, and while there isn't too much information given on this mysterious place just outside of the Lands Between, we will be exploring what we can know, and the possible connection between the Land of Reeds and another From Software property. If you choose to start the game as a samurai, you begin with the Land of Reeds armor. This armor piece gives us some of the little background available when it comes to this enigmatic continent outside of the Lands Between. Armor made from strips of iron fastened together, worn by the warriors of the Land of Reeds. The grimy outer mantle is made from withered reeds from the warrior's birthplace. Perhaps its comforts extend to nostalgic thoughts of home. The altered version of this armor adds, the Land of Reeds has long been locked in a miserable civil war, during which time it has remained alienated from the cultures of its neighbors. Little wonder that the entire nation has succumbed to the blood-soaked madness, or so it has been said. From here we learn three things. First, the samurai of the Land of Reeds don armor made from their homeland's namesake. Second, that this homeland stayed locked off from other islands, embroiled in a civil war that seems to mirror Japan's Sengoku period, when social upheavals and civil wars were commonplace. And third, that the entire nation is said to have succumbed to blood-soaked madness. The third point is interesting, given that one of the Land of Reed's most decorated warriors, Okina, has found himself in the service of the Lord of Blood, Mohg. Okina himself does not teach us much about the Land of Reeds outside of his penchant for blood. The Land of Reeds is described as succumbing to blood-soaked madness, and Okina himself dedicated his life completely to the mastery of his blade, to the point where he would leave his disciples and his homeland behind and become a demon of a swordsman. His sword, Rivers of Blood, tells us, when Mohg, the Lord of Blood, first felt Okina's sword and madness upon his flesh, he had a proposal: to offer Okina the life of a demon, whose thirst would never go unsated. Presumably, this is when Mohg granted the Rivers of Blood the Corpse Piler ability, much in the same way he granted Eleanor's Poleblade the Poleblade Dance. There is another blood-related Ash of War that is tied directly to the Land of Reeds. Seppuku is a forbidden technique used by swordsmen from the Land of Reeds. Plunge the blade into your stomach to stain it with blood, increases attack power and improves ability to inflict blood loss. So it would seem the rumors of the Land of Reeds being overtaken by blood-soaked madness are at least partially true, if its swordsmen literally use their own blood to fight their enemies. There is a second set of armor related to the Land of Reeds, known as the White Reed set. This set is described as armor of the White Reeds, fashioned from banded iron plates, worn by the Inaba, head disciples of the great swordsman Okina. The Inaba traveled in pursuit of not only the master who abandoned them, but also proper deaths, won honorably through hard-fought combat. To be a White Reed is to seek death, fitting for the Inaba, who desired nothing more than to die by the sword. This armor worn by the students of Okina adds more context to the mindset of warriors from the Land of Reeds. In their mind, a good death, hard won through combat, is more important than anything else. Whether this lesson was instilled in them by Okina himself, or if it is a widespread belief of those living in the Land of Reeds, is unknown, but we're inclined to believe it's a fairly common practice. This would explain why the civil wars are unending. If warriors believe the ultimate honor is to fall in battle, then battle becomes a way of life. It's also worth noting that Yura seems to hail from the Land of Reeds, as he's described as a Ronin, or a wandering samurai, and wields an impossibly long anime katana, the Nagakiba. It is implied he once carried Eleanor's polearm as well, and gifted it to her in their travels. This explains why a weapon originating from the Land of Reeds would be wielded by a Drake Knight. Unfortunately, his armor does not give us any additional insight into his homeland, but he certainly embodies the idea of a Ronin, as he seems to have pieced together armor from the Lands Between and incorporated it into his Land of Reeds looking set. The Iron Casa is also distinctively Eastern when compared to the other headpieces found throughout Elden Ring. This is everything we can possibly know about the Land of Reeds through in-game descriptions, but fans of FromSoft titles have likely gathered that the way this country is described seems to share theming and elements with another game in the Soulsborne series, Sekiro. I myself have always been of the opinion that Elden Ring exists in its own universe, strictly outside of every other FromSoft title. In fact, I recalled Miyazaki saying so himself, and often see others in the community stating the same thing. However, after digging into this, I came to realize I've been living a lie. The most popular sources when people say that Miyazaki has clearly stated that Elden Ring exists as its own piece of media, unconnected, are from his 2019 IGN interviews. I have read these interviews multiple times and can find no evidence of this being said. When referring to mimics, he does say, "You probably won't find mimics in that exact same form. It's a different world to Dark Souls," and after releasing the Dark Souls 3 DLC, he said he intended to stop working on Dark Souls for a while. The most surprising thing I found while researching this claim is that everything Miyazaki has said about Elden Ring's disconnection to other FromSoft games has only strictly referred to Dark Souls. This opens the possibility that the Land of Reeds is nothing more than another name for Ashina, the land of Sekiro. While I still believe that the universe of Elden Ring is its own thing entirely with no strict connections to other games, it's hard to ignore all of the parallels between the Land of Reeds and Ashina. The Eastern influence is apparent, and every weapon forged in the Land of Reeds utilizes a katana blade, just as the most powerful in Ashina do. Even the idea of a land of never-ending civil war could be paralleled with Sekiro, as it also takes place in a fictionalized version of Sengoku-era Japan. This can be taken a step further when looking at the literal translation of the word Ashina, common reed. So it is that the land of the Ashina family could be literally translated as the Land of Reeds. While all of this could be Miyazaki giving us strong nods back to his previous work, as he often does throughout his games, the parallels between the Land of Reeds and Sekiro are particularly strong, and I can't fault or disprove anyone for thinking they are referring to the same place intentionally, especially when the comments made by Miyazaki himself do not seem to extend beyond the Dark Souls series specifically. So what did you think of our breakdown of the lore and theories behind the Land of Reeds? Does this fictionalized Eastern country only exist so that Miyazaki can include katanas in a more Western-centric feudal world? Have we been to the Land of Reeds before when we explored the world of Sekiro? Did the bloodshed of his homeland make Okina more susceptible to the power of Mohg? Would the wolf have a hard time making his way through the Lands Between? We are sincerely looking forward to all the comments and conversations that could take place under this video. We want to hear your thoughts. And if you can find the elusive true source of Miyazaki stating that Elden Ring exists in its own separate universe, I'd love to see it so I could feel a little less crazy. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. The sorcerers of Raya Lucaria each follow their own path, laid out for them by the former leaders of the Academy. Those who reached the highest ranks came to be known as Grand Masters, and each of them founded a conspectus, or an overall view of their particular subject of study. Some of the founders of each conspectus are known, others are still a mystery to us, but each has portraits hanging throughout the Academy. In previous videos we've discussed the Hema Conspectus and the Lazuli Conspectus, but sometimes these fields of study don't have enough lore backing them to make an entire video on one group alone. Today we will be taking a look at the Karolos and the Twinsage, one founded by one of the greatest sorcerers ever to walk the lands between, and the other by twins whose history has been lost to us. The Karolos Conspectus may be the most prevalent found throughout the lands between, and it seems to be the natural evolution of the study of glintstone sorcery for those who join the Academy. While the description of the glintstone pebble spell does not specifically call out the Karolos sorcerers, it is known as a universal first step on the journey to true knowledge of sorcery, and the noble sorcerer Ashes tell us. His talents were insufficient to be worthy of donning the stone crown, and he is only capable of using the most rudimentary sorcery. That most rudimentary sorcery happens to be glintstone pebble. From here it seems would-be sorcerers are slowly brought up the ranks with similar spells, such as Swift Glintstone Shard and Great Glintstone Shard, both of which share the same description. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. The glintstone serves as a conduit, launching large magical projectiles at foes. This sorcery can be cast repeatedly and while in motion. Those unworthy of the stone crown typically end their brief journey into sorcery here. Presumably, those who are able to master these spells are faced with a choice. What do they study next? It seems for many, the answer is the most powerful versions of the sorceries they've already mastered, those of the Karolos Conspectus. This group of sorcerers is given the Karolos Glintstone Crown upon proving themselves worthy of joining the Conspectus. This crown is described as one of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon Raya Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. Increases intelligence to the detriment of stamina. The Karolos Conspectus is the oldest of the Academy's lineages of study, begat by the sorcerer Azur. Scholars who follow in his footsteps pursue the mysteries of comets. Azur is a primeval sorcerer and likely a founding member of the Academy itself. His field of study is the oldest form of glintstone sorcery on record. Azur and his story could easily be given its own video, so suffice to say, it's fair to assume even the most rudimentary of glintstone sorceries were discovered in his time, and when looking at the sorceries developed by the Karolos Conspectus, we can see their influence. Glintstone Comet Shard is a sorcery of the Karolos Conspectus that looks very familiar to anyone who has earned their crown, as it is essentially a stronger, more complete form of the Great Glintstone Shard. It marks a sorcerer's step toward achieving greater knowledge, as they're no longer firing magical glintstone shards, but comet shards, showing that they are developing a deeper understanding of comets. From here, there may be some hiccups along the road on their journey to conjuring their own comet, and this would come in the form of the Spiral Shard sorcery. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria fires twin projectiles that form a spiral as they travel, a sorcery of the Karolos Conspectus, the most venerable of the Academy. This was the product of a failed attempt to create a new comet. This spell shows us how even those who have earned their crowns are capable of making mistakes along their journey for deeper understanding. It just so happens this mistake became a viable sorcery. Finally, we have the peak of what can be achieved as a sorcerer of the Karolos Conspectus. Comet. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria fires a great magical comet. The greatest of the Karolos Conspectus sorceries that only very few sorcerers have ever mastered. The ability to cast this sorcery shows a sorcerer's progress from their very first glintstone pebble to this perfected comet and this would be considered the peak of what the Karolos Conspectus has to offer in their study. That is, of course, until Azure broke the Academy's deepest taboo and found a new comet for himself, deep within the primeval current. But that's a story for another time. On the surface, there isn't much to say about these sorcerers. The Karolos Conspectus is the most basic among the Academy, and seems to have the most members across the Lands Between. These sorcerers have resigned themselves to perfecting their art of casting glintstone comets, and without their leader, that seems to be all they will ever be capable of. There is an exception to this within the town of Sellia, where we can find Night Comet, a sorcery specifically designed by the denizens of this town. One of the night sorceries of Sellia, Town of Sorcery, fires a semi-invisible magic comet. The sorcery can be cast repeatedly and while in motion. The Sellian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. This is the only other form of comet sorcery found in the Lands Between, and while it does not call out the Karolos Conspectus specifically, we think it's fair to assume that the members of this group found within Sellia have unshackled themselves from the Academy and developed this new comet that Azure himself may not even have any knowledge of. Next, we wanted to discuss the Twinsage Conspectus, a mysterious group whose crown dons two faces, those of magical twins who remain unnamed, but were clearly fixtures of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. The Twinsage glintstone crown is hidden well in the Academy, but after finding it, the description tells us it is one of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon Raya Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. Greatly increases intelligence to the detriment of HP and stamina. Scholars of the Twinsage Conspectus were the elites of the Academy, permitted to study and excel in sorceries of all kinds. The wording here is interesting. It says they were permitted to study essentially any sorceries they wanted, which means that typically, if you chose a Conspectus to follow, you were barred from learning magic outside of your field. Those that were talented enough to understand and wield magics across various fields of study were granted this lofty title and this curious crown. The Twinsage sorcerer ashes reinforce these ideas, telling us, those who study the Twinsage Conspectus are the Academy's elite, capable of mastering the Glintstone Comet Shard and Crystal Burst sorceries. This shows how those of the Twinsage Conspectus were not beholden to one field of study, as they had mastered the Karolos spell Glintstone Comet Shard, and two different sorceries of the Crystal Cadre, the group of sorcerers who pursued the Wisdom of Stone, the secrets locked in the faint cognition of the Crystalians. While it seems the Twinsages never developed any sorceries of their own, those that joined their ranks would be capable of anything, and we believe their crown is a visual representation of this idea, which gives us a possible backstory on its originators. Nothing is known about the twin brothers who founded the Twinsage Conspectus. Their image is plastered around Raya Lucaria Academy, and is another instance of twins in the Lands Between. Twins can be found among both royalty and common folk in the Lands Between, and they tend to come with some level of tragedy and power. Morgott and Moog, the Omen twins, took on vastly different ideals, with one upholding the Golden Order and the other working to destroy it in service of his own beliefs. Melania and Mikola are a pair of cursed twins, both incredibly powerful, but each limited by the conditions they were born with. D, Hunter of the Dead, and D, Beholder of the Dead, share a single soul, and would consider this a curse as they were cast aside by all they met until finding their way to the Golden Order, which was the only institution not to revile them as accursed beings. Smotown has a fantastic video analyzing the theme of twins in Elden Ring that we strongly suggest you check out, as it deals heavily with duality and convergence, and we believe these ideas can also apply to the Twinsages. These sorcerers were likely fraternal twins who came to study at the Academy of Raya Lucaria together, and pushed each other to become the greatest they could possibly be, eventually reaching the title of Grand Masters. This could be the end of their story. It could be as simple as twins who reached the highest ranks of the Academy together. but it seems odd that they're treated as one person, sharing a portrait, and founding a conspectus in both their names. We theorize that the truth of the Twinsages can be seen by looking to the twins, Darian and Devon, as well as the Twinsage crown itself. The Twinsage crown depicts these brothers as one, a face on either side, both wielding their own color of glintstone, green and blue, but their stones seem to flow into each other. It is thought that the glintstone depicted on these crowns is representative of the knowledge gathered by the sorcerer, and we know that those like Azure and Lusat, who gain knowledge beyond all others, eventually had their minds more or less turned to glintstone itself. Perhaps what this depiction of the Twin Sage shows is another form of link between these two sorcerers. What if, much like Darian and Devon, these twins were actually one, not in soul like the hunters, but in mind? That would explain why they are only pictured together, why they chose the title of Twin Sage for their conspectus, and why the glintstones in their crown commingle between the two minds. The Twin Sages were each able to focus on a particular field of study, and gain the knowledge of their twin, not through studying together or sharing knowledge, but by sharing one mind. This would be an interesting foil to the twins of the Golden Order who focus on the soul, or the more ethereal aspects of existence, as sorcerers dealt with what could be learned and verified through study and research. What could be understood was more important than what you believed. Of course, the Twin Sages are not expounded upon in any way beyond their mastery of various forms of glintstone sorcery, so it's impossible to say if our theory carries weight. But we believe the design of their crown contains more than meets the eye. If nothing else, we know they set the bar so high that only the greatest of sorcerers could join their ranks and study sorceries from across the Academy. Perhaps someday we'll learn the fate of these grand twins and the truth behind their tenure at Raya Lucaria. What did you think of our breakdown of the Karolos and Twinsage conspectuses? Were the Karolos the first to take up the mantle of glintstone sorcery from the astrologers? Were the Twinsages Grand Masters truly of one mind, or simply another example of the power of twins in the lands between? Why is the Karolos glintstone crown covered in deep blue glintstone, when Azure himself is taken over by green? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you can stay in the loop about all of our upcoming Elden Ring lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. The goal of the Academy of Raya Lucaria and the sorcerers within is to deepen their understanding of glintstone, the amber of the cosmos. Every conspectus works towards this goal in one way or another. Some by focusing on a particular aspect of sorcery, such as stars. Others gather as much knowledge of known sorcery as they possibly can. But the conspectuses have certain lines they are unwilling to cross. There's an understanding that by diving too deep, a sorcerer can lose themselves, and even if that comes with a powerful new spell, they believe there's more to be gained through continued study than by driving yourself mad through glimpsing that which the human mind cannot comprehend. Conspectus leaders such as Azure and Lusat dove too deep, seeing the primeval current, and eventually losing themselves to the knowledge within. The Academy as a whole knows of this danger, and chose to outlaw the pursuit of this forbidden knowledge, and all but one seemed to fall in line. A deeply intelligent woman, and the sole bearer of the witch's glintstone crown, decided she knew better than the Academy, and for her pursuit of this forbidden knowledge, she was locked away, never to be heard from again. That is until we found her at the Waypoint Ruins, and decided to study glintstone sorcery under her tutelage. Today, we tell the story of Sellen, the Graven Witch, and explore her studies, her goals, and the sad state we find her in once all is said and done. It's possible to first meet Sellen while exploring Limgrave early in our journey. If we visit the Waypoint Ruins, we do battle with a mad pumpkinhead that guards a door which would typically lead to some kind of hidden treasure. But instead, we find ourselves in the presence of a sorceress, unlike any we would come to meet, donning a unique glintstone crown that is not worn by anyone else in the lands between. She recognizes us as tarnished and introduces herself as Sellen. If our intellect is at least 10, we can tell her we want to learn glintstone sorcery, and she will react favorably.
A yen for glintstone sorceries. I dare say your proclivities are far from ideal. Oh well, perhaps nurture will defy nature, with a bit of luck. But one must choose one's masters wisely. I was exiled from the Academy of Rea Lucaria as a reviled, apostate witch. Do you still wish to learn from me? Well, you are a piece of work. Very well. You are now my protégé in glintstone sorcery. But I refuse to coddle, or cast kind words. Never. Anticipate grievances, young apprentice.
From this point on, she will impart her knowledge to us as we study under her, as an apprentice.
Young apprentice. First things first. You are a tadpole when it comes to magic. Infantile. Without the legs to walk. So, to become a sorcerer, first, you must face your ignorance. Now, shall we start learning? Our art draws upon the powers embedded in glintstone. But what is the nature of such power? Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while glintstone contains residual life and thus the vitality of the stars. It should not be forgotten that glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein, a fact lost on most sorcerers these days.
In order to move Sellen's quest forward, we must find the remains of the primeval sorcerer and Grand Master of the Karolos Conspectus, Azure. Once we do, we receive his spell, Comet Azure, and upon showing it to Sellen, she seems to open up to us a bit more.
What's this sorcery, my apprentice? Ah, then you have seen Master Azure. Master Azure was a founding glintstone sorcerer, and my first teacher. A stern judge of men. But he must have seen something in you. You make us both proud. We can speak more later, my apprentice.
We then have the option of hearing Sellen's story for ourselves.
If you recall, I was exiled from the Academy of Rea Lucaria. It was for attempting to restore the primeval current of glintstone sorcery. The toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royal family can rot for all I care. I want glintstone sorceries that open our minds, unbound by terrestrial taboos, no matter what we give in return. My apprentice, I presume nothing. Teacher and student are not bound to tread the same path. But hear me out, my apprentice. I need your help to restore the primeval current of glintstone sorcery. Perhaps this is a journey we could take together. Splendid. I thank you. This pleases me. It's been far too long since I found a fellow kindred spirit. You must have a fabulous teacher.
From here, we begin the next leg of our journey, finding the primeval sorcerer, Lusat.
I need your help, my apprentice. Master Lusat is another founding glintstone sorcerer. And like Master Azure, he was banished from the Academy. Now he languishes in prison somewhere. My apprentice, can you find Master Lusat? With this glintstone key, you should be able to cross the boundary that encloses him. I need him to restore the primeval current of glintstone sorcery. He's nigh a child of the stars. Such is his body now. After his expulsion from the Academy, I heard that Master Lusat returned to his home, a place called Celia in the eastern Caelid wilds. Thinking about it, I obtained the glintstone key I gave you from a Celian sorcerer. It wouldn't be too much of a leap to suppose he's still cooped up nearby.
We can then track Lusat to deep within the Celia hideaway, and upon returning, Sellen says,
Who could have guessed? What a place to find Master Lusat. You have my gratitude. This is all your work. I am truly pleased to have you as an apprentice, and a kindred spirit. This is a mere token of my thanks. Please, take it. This brings us a full step closer. The bodies of Masters Azure and Lusat can be admitted to the Academy. If only I could undo these wretched shackles.
What she means by her wretched shackles is then expounded upon when we ask about her request.
The form you see before you is merely a projection. My body lies elsewhere, but the Academy's shackles prevent it being moved. My body is on the Weeping Peninsula at the southern tip of the lands between, imprisoned in the ruins just down from the Church of Marika, past the plain of the Wandering Mausoleum. Can you make the journey to my body? I have something that I can only trust with you.
We can then make our way to the Witchbane ruins in Liurnia, where we find another Sellen. This Sellen is the true body of our teacher, and she has something important to share with us.
My apprentice, thank you for coming. These shackles take a toll on us all. There is something I need you to look after. My primal glintstone. A star has fallen, and my fortunes waver. Someone may come for my life, and so I entrust it with you. Myself. Thank you, my apprentice. This is my essence. Please, treat it with care. Treat it with care, my apprentice. What you hold is my very being.
What Sellen hands us is her primal glintstone, a glintstone from within the sorceress Sellen's body, seemingly half alive. Blood vessels are visible within. In essence, a primal glintstone is a sorcerer's soul. If transplanted into a compatible new body after their original body dies, the sorcerer will rise again. We must then revisit the Witchbane ruins, where we see the witch hunter Jaren has murdered Sellen, fulfilling an old oath he took to hunt down this sorceress. If we speak to him, his reason for killing her becomes clear.
Well met. I hardly expected to see the champion of the festival here, of all places. You didn't know Sellen, did you? Well, whatever the case, she's dead now. Just put it behind you. She was known as the Graven Witch. Obsessed by the primeval current, countless sorcerers fell to her hand. The most dangerous mage in the entire history of Rhea Lucaria's academy.
At this point in her quest, we need to find Sellen a proper body for her primal glintstone, and if we've been doing her quest alongside that of Seluvis, then we know exactly where to look. Deep in Seluvis' study is a doll
made to be a perfect body double for Sellen. Of course, this doll was probably never meant for us, but we can imbue it with Sellen's primal glintstone, and after coming to life, she will say,
My apprentice. Just how long has it been? Thank you. You've helped me fill a new body once again, and it's truly a gem. Young and full of vigor, a snug fit for my primal glintstone. Better still, I've shed those awful shackles. Finally, I can return to the Academy to expel the Carian royal family and restore the primeval current. My dear apprentice. I owe this all to you.
We can continue her quest from this point, but this is a good place to stop and discuss Sellen's true history and motivations, so we can better understand how this story comes to an end. Sellen was once a sorceress of great renown at the Academy of Lucaria. Her intelligence was so well recognized that she was given a title that was particularly rare amongst those at the Academy. The Witch's Glintstone crown shed some light on this in its description. One of the Glintstone crowns bestowed upon Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy increases intelligence and arcane to the detriment of stamina. This gentle-looking crown was granted to a scholar who excelled in her studies, which also merited the title of Witch. Up until this point, precious few other women have been given the title of Witch, including the Snow Witch Renna and Renna the Witch, though it's not a stretch to think Rennala may have earned this title as well in her younger days. Sellen stood in such infamy that she's shown in portraits throughout the Academy, alongside the founders of various conspectuses, such as Azur, Lusat, and the Twinsages. This honor was typically held for those with their own schools of study, and if we pay attention to Sellen's goals throughout her quest, we can see why she was immortalized within the Academy's walls. Sellen did have her own school within the Academy. She led those who studied the primeval current, and her title of Graven Witch likely shed light on how she did so. Sellen was the sorceress responsible for the studies that created the schools of Graven mages, the large spheres of magical energy that can be found in various areas of the lands between. The Graven Mass and Graven School talismans tell us the primeval current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. Jaren shared with us that Sellen sacrificed countless sorcerers to create the school of Graven mages, and through her own admission, we know that Sellen's goal is to restore the study of the primeval current in the Academy of Lucaria, and she believed the only way of truly understanding the current was to take the minds and bodies of sorcerers and cleave them together in order to create seeds of stars. Presumably by doing this, these sorcerers gained a deeper knowledge of the current, and the goal seemed to be to create a being capable of seeing the truth without going mad. The question then becomes, why was the study of the current outlawed to begin with? We believe that Sellen is the reason that the Carian royal family decided to outlaw the study of the current amongst its leaders and students. After sacrificing the lives and souls of so many of her students in the School of Graven Studies, Rennala and the Conspectus leaders stepped in to put a stop to Sellen's obsession with understanding the primeval current through the sacrifice of life. It would make sense that this would be the inciting incident behind this ban, as it seems unlikely she would have been able to hide the truth of her studies. After all, her original ideas are what granted her the title of Witch in the first place. This ban would lead to Azur and Lusat continuing their studies into the primeval current in secret, far from the Academy, where they would eventually die from the results of their own discoveries. So with this background, we can continue on Sellen's journey, where upon visiting Rennala's study, we have a choice: to join Jaren the Witch Hunter in his final battle against Sellen, or help Sellen defeat the man who tried to end her life. Should we help Sellen defeat him, she says,
Jaren, bringer of my death. You have my gratitude.
We'll discuss what she means by join the school shortly, but what's most important now is that upon his defeat, Sellen will take her place at the head of the academy, standing in the spot which once held Rennala, pushing her to the side. Upon speaking with Sellen, she says,
"Ah, my apprentice. You've saved my skin once again. Do you see this? The Queen of Caria is no more. With the bodies of Masters Azure and Lusat returned, the Academy can hone the primeval current, so that we, fallen children of the stars, shall beam with brilliance once again. My apprentice, will you stay with us, here at the Academy? Oh, I know it's not possible. You have your own calling, to be the next Elden Lord. But do think of me, of your teacher. On the eve of your crowning, you will always be my darling pupil. Rest assured that no, the entire Academy will swear allegiance to the new monarch, my apprentice. Become Elden Lord." Perhaps I'm jumping ahead, but here is a symbol of my allegiance and the Academy's. Do you recall what once I told you? That glintstone is the amber of the cosmos, and sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein. When you become Elden Lord, please illuminate me. Lay bare the secrets of life which course the Elden Ring. Next time, I will be your student. Oh, one last thing. If you fail to claim your throne, you can always pay me a visit. Oh, don't fret. Even my dullest pupils will always have a place here.
This seems like a fairly happy ending for Sellen. She's defeated all who stood before her with the help of our Tarnished, her apprentice. Where once she warned us that she would never coddle us on our road to deeper knowledge, she now shows a significant fondness for us, pledging the Academy to the new Elden Lord. I'd go so far as to say she's proud of everything we've become. Now Sellen is free to begin her research again, with all of the tools of Raya Lucaria at her disposal. But how exactly will she go about doing this? She mentioned that the bodies of Azure and Lusat have been brought back to the Academy to hone the current, and after defeating Jaren, she did say he should join the school to reflect on his mistake. Jaren was known as a powerful magical knight, but not someone who would study at the Academy, so what could she mean by this? The horrifying truth is laid bare for us should we visit Rennala's study again. Upon returning, Rennala is back in her seat in the middle of the room, and off to the side is a new school of Graven mages. But this one is able to speak to us. It says,
"My friend,
With all of her knowledge and all of her resources, Sellen has become a Graven mass, and while capable of speech, she doesn't seem to be able to articulate anything she's experiencing. Given what we know of her research and plans, we believe this school of Graven mages was created with the bodies of Azure, Lusat, Jaren, and whatever students she had left at the Academy. This means that this mass includes 3 powerful sorcerers, 2 of which had already glimpsed the current and lost their minds to it. Perhaps Sellen thought that by using the bodies of the strongest, most learned men in glintstone sorceries, and placing herself at the center of the mass, she could transcend the failures of her previous school, and gain the knowledge she was seeking, without being transformed into this horrid amalgamation of glintstone crowns. But in the end, her very first warning to us rang true. One must choose one's master wisely, and by choosing Sellen, and helping her continue her research into the primeval current, we've doomed her to this fate of failing in her ultimate goal and becoming a Graven mass with just enough cognitive ability to realize something is utterly, horribly wrong. The story of Sellen the Graven Witch, like many others in the Lands Between, is a cautionary tale. The lesson we should take away from this is to not let obsession and hubris drive us down a path of self-destruction. You could argue that the primeval current is Lovecraftian in and of itself, due to the sheer unknowable nature of the cosmos. After all, any who stare into it become mad in one way or another, and ultimately lose their lives. No matter how much she studied, how well she prepared, or how much power Sellen acquired, it would never be enough to stare into the abyss beyond human understanding and come back out on the other side unbroken. The cosmos is a dark and unforgiving place, full of terrors, and no matter what depraved methods Sellen utilized, there was only ever one way her quest was going to end, with failure and a broken mind. Much like those of us who choose to continue studying the lore of Elden Ring. So what did you think of our breakdown of the history and story of the Graven Witch, Sellen? Do you agree with our explanation of her ultimate end goal and her fate? Do you believe it's better to end Sellen before she can become a school of Graven mages? Or do we owe it to our teacher to let her see her research through to the end? Is there any way humanity can grasp the knowledge of the primeval current without going mad? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Sometimes, when exploring the Lands Between, we come across breathtaking sights. We can look down at the land surrounding Lanedell from the Erdtree gazing hill, look upon the majesty of Stormveil Castle, and even stand at the foot of the radiant Erdtree itself. However, most of the time we're exploring the land on horseback or diving into catacombs. Once we do end up in these underground areas, we can face some harrowing experiences, such as fighting Crucible Knight Ordovis and one of his knights, doing battle with a cemetery shade, or coming face to face with an ulcerated tree spirit. And then there's these guys, the gang squad themselves, the imps. What are these little creatures that defend the catacombs we explore, striking from the shadows at every opportunity and ruining our day by swarming when we least expect it? Today, we're going to take a look at the imps and do our best to explain the little lore surrounding them. The imps are annoying. These creatures reside within catacombs and have a penchant for jumping from where you'd least expect them and overwhelming you before you can react to their assault. They wield forked weapons such as hatchets and greatswords, specifically designed to bleed us dry, giving us precious little time to react to their attacks. These weapons tell us very little about the imps themselves, simply stating they are oddly shaped or peculiar. The gently undulating forked blade is known as an imp's tongue and causes blood loss. Everything about these creatures seems meant to ward us away from ever coming in contact with them, which makes sense as their only purpose is to defend the catacombs we find them in. This explains the wide variety of heads we can see on the various imps, depicting different horrible visages. All of these imp heads are described as a head covering made from the largely unaltered head of an impish golem, and each holds its own specific stat-boosting power. We have the cat, which holds trace amounts of feline intelligence, the wolf, which holds trace amounts of lupine endurance, the elder, which holds trace amounts of arcane knowledge, the fanged, resembling a fanged demon, which holds trace amounts of bestial strength, the long-tongued, resembling a long-tongued demon, which holds trace amounts of dexterity, and the corpse, resembling the visage of a corpse, which holds trace amounts of lingering faith. Each of these horrible heads offers a boon of some kind and serves a specific purpose, to scare you away from ever plundering the depths of the areas in which these imps reside. These creatures are clearly made from stone, and if we take a look at the watchdog staff, it actually tells us a little about the imps. Large stone staff embedded with glintstone, wielded by Erdtree burial watchdogs who protect catacombs. The watchdogs, battered and broken over their lengthy tenure, rule the catacombs and are even said to command the imps. So it would seem that the imps defend the catacombs under a structure that has the watchdogs on top, acting as their commanders, sending them to the various areas they inhabit to hinder those that would come to plunder these sacred ruins, where the roots of the Erdtree can be found, and those that were worthy were brought for Erdtree burials. With the understanding that the imps are made of stone and are led by other, larger stone constructs, we can say with some certainty that these inorganic creatures did not occur naturally in the lands between, but were brought to life through some kind of magic. It would be easy to assume they have no will of their own, but the fanged imp ashes imply they do have some kind of higher cognition, telling us these spirits are well suited to causing a disturbance, moving nimbly like pests and hurling magic pots. The two imps seem fond of each other's company. If they were simply mindless automatons, we find it unlikely they would show any kind of camaraderie with each other. An interesting note about the imps is that they can be affected by the crystal darts. These throwable darts turn them against each other, which speaks to the possibility that whoever created the imps actually has some tie to the original creator of the Crystalians. When we say this, we don't mean that the imps, watchdogs, possibly even the larger golems of the lands between, and the Crystalians were all created by the same person. Rather, that the Crystalians shared the knowledge of creating a form of artificial life through stone with others. The spell Shattering Crystal tells us the Crystalians are inorganic beings, yet they live. They cleave close to the ideals of the primeval current, and as such, they are revered guests of the sorcerers. And Crystal Burst tells us it is a sorcery of the Crystal Cadre, a group of sorcerers who pursued the wisdom of stone, the secrets locked in the faint cognition of the Crystalians. If we consider the possibility that the Crystalians shared their knowledge with the Crystal Cadre, then we have a group that could be responsible for the creation of the imps and watchdogs. This idea can be bolstered by looking again at the watchdog's staff, which is embedded with glintstone, and their sword, which tells us, though decorated with the watchman's eye, the pupil was taken by grave robbers and is now hollow, leaving this sword a mere lump of stone. We believe this pupil was once a piece of glintstone, more proof of the ties between the sorcerers of Raya Lucaria, who made up the Crystal Cadre, the Crystalians, and the imps. If the sorcerers of the Crystal Cadre facilitated the creation of the imps, this would mean that the catacombs had no protectors aside from the undead that sometimes roam their halls, until the marriage of Radagon to Queen Rennala. It was not until this time that Queen Marika and the Academy of Raya Lucaria set aside their war against each other and became tentative allies under the rule of the Golden Order. Following this line of thinking, we know Radagon had a particular interest in keeping the secrets of the Golden Order hidden from the world, so it makes sense that he would have these imps commissioned by the only sorcerers in the lands between that may have knowledge of artificial constructs. However, there is one loose end to this theory and timeline: the imp statues found across the lands between that lock Everjails and create force fields to keep us out of areas those who sealed them wanted to protect. We believe the simple explanation here is that these imp statues simply came first. They were already being utilized across the land as a way to magically seal away threats to the Golden Order and the secrets they wanted hidden. Their design was simply repurposed, so they could serve the same function in a different capacity. Thanks to the Crystal Cadre, these imp statues would not only work as magical jailers, but they would be given artificial life so they could defend the secrets of the Golden Order in a more physical and, frankly, annoying fashion. So what did you think of our exploration and theory on the origins of the imps? Do you believe that these stone constructs are somehow becoming more sentient over time? Were they given life by the Crystal Cadre at the behest of Radagon to defend the secrets of the Golden Order? Why were the imps given so many different variations of heads? Do you believe they have a different origin? And if so, what is it? We look forward to reading your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. It's no secret that wildlife thrives in the lands between. Many animals, both passive and aggressive, can be found on our journey. Some seem just like average everyday fauna, but others have been distorted by this land without death, just as its more human inhabitants have. For whatever reason, the world of Elden Ring is home to giant, monstrous wildlife, and it doesn't take kindly to being disturbed. While the most famous of these giant animals is arguably the Rune Bears, there's enough information and speculation surrounding them to warrant their own video. So in order to give the spotlight to some of these other large terrors, we'll save them for another time. Today, we're going to explore the giant land octopuses, the giant ants, and the giant bats, digging into what we can learn about these horrifying creatures and how they fit into the ecosystem of the lands between. If you visit one of the beaches across the lands between, you've likely met a giant land octopus. These horrifying amalgamations of writhing tentacles seem to hide their actual bodies by wrapping themselves up in their own limbs. They attack our tarnish using the tentacles protruding from the front of their body, and if we get in close enough, they'll also bite at us with their sharp beak. Getting in close seems to be the only effective way of dealing with them, as their tough, rubbery exterior is resistant to all forms of damage, and if we'd like to slay one efficiently, we need to risk meeting them up close. These octopuses are one of the only instances of an animal in the lands between that can heal itself. Once we've damaged them enough, they'll eat one of their own tentacles in order to regain their health, and that limb will eventually grow back. While these creatures are terrifying, we can learn precious little about them. The octopus head tells us it is a land octopus whelp worn directly on the head, has a lingering warmth reminiscent of human skin. Those who can withstand the smell will find its organic elasticity excellent for negating attacks. If nothing else, we now know that these things smell terrible. The most interesting and horrific information we're presented with about the giant land octopus is learned upon obtaining an item, the land octopus ovary. This is a puffy, milky white ovary of a land octopus, and it tells us land octopuses eat humans in order to bear young, and theirs is the blood that runs through these ovaries. With this information in mind, we can assume all of the smaller land octopuses are male, while all of the giant variations are female. When looking at the giant land octopus, you can see their eggs growing from behind their tentacles. So if they're sustaining life, that means they must be the female of the species. We can see other examples of this with giant sea life in the lands between when looking at the giant crayfish, which can be found carting along fresh eggs under their tails. This creates a distinction between the male and female of both species. It seems as though in order for these creatures to live on and continue adding to their family tree, they must eat human beings. For whatever reason, the blood of other creatures won't do when it comes to the reproductive system of the giant land octopus. This means that every land octopus we face was at one point a human being, or at least they wouldn't exist without taking their nutrition from the blood of its mother's dinner of human flesh. Remember, when facing these creatures, stay vigilant. If you get too close or slip up, you may become its next meal and feed the next generation of land octopuses. The giant bats are a mystery in the lands between, as we have no way of knowing how or why your run-of-the-mill bat would grow so substantially in size and become so aggressive. But it's spooky season, so you're kidding yourself if you think I'm not going to talk about bats. These enemies can be encountered very early in our journey when traveling through Limgrave at night, and while they don't provide much of a challenge, they could overwhelm you in the early game if you're not careful, as they tend to come in groups of 3 or more. They attack with long sweeps of their claws, but are also capable of grabbing you and biting your throat, likely a call-out to vampire bats. They're also able to use a ranged sound-based attack to fight you from a distance, clearly an advanced form of echolocation that they've learned to weaponize. The most interesting thing about the giant bats is their relationship to another enemy in Elden Ring, the chanting winged dames. These creatures are reminiscent of harpies, but also share many of the characteristics of the giant bats. The big difference here is that the dames take on the appearance of an old human woman. They're encountered in a few different areas of the Lands Between, but are perhaps best known for their perches across the ruin-strewn precipice. In this area, we can hear them sing their somber song in Latin, which the community has actually translated into English. Alas, that land, once blessed, now has diminished. We, destined to be mothers, now become tarnished. We have lamented and we have shed tears, but no one consoles us. Golden One, at whom were you angry? There are some variations of these lyrics based on who's translating them, such as Reddit user The Flightless Penguin, stating the lyrics to be, "but now have become disfigured," instead of "now become tarnished," which may change the meaning a bit. The word tarnished seems too coincidental if that is the correct translation, and would imply that the dames are saying they have been tarnished, but I don't believe this would mean they are literal tarnished. In this case, the implication is certainly that they've been disfigured in some way, perhaps turned into these monstrosities by the Golden One, who at this point could have been a number of different characters, such as Marika, Radagon, Godwyn, or perhaps even the Elden Beast itself. It's not clear why the bats flock to these women. Perhaps they see them as a part of their race, maybe a female variation, but we believe the likely answer is that they simply enjoy their song of lament. Lastly, we wanted to talk about the giant ants found throughout the underground of the Lands Between. These creatures come in 4 different variations: worker ants, winged ants, shield-headed ants, and bloated ants. There are very few items associated with the ants, and they don't give any information on how they've grown to this enormous size. Formic rock is described as a rock formed from a solidified ant venom, highly acidic, found near the Ainsel River and other places where giant ants live. We can actually be attacked with this acid ourselves when fighting the giant ants, as they can spray it in our direction. Another item which calls out these enemies is the Ant Spur Rapier, which is the spur of a giant ant which has been fashioned into a rapier. The blade drips with scarlet rot. Scarlet rot is an old legend, of which Malay Murray of the Shaded Castle was a private believer, and indeed, he eventually found his own personal goddess. What's most puzzling about this weapon is it seems to associate ant spurs with scarlet rot, which makes little sense as the ants themselves are susceptible to rot. Lastly, we have the ant skull plate, which is a huge head of one of the giant ants which inhabit the 2 underground rivers, used without modification as a shield. Excels at repelling enemy attacks. Giant ants are venomous creatures, granting a boost to immunity when wielding the shield. Again, this specifies the ants are venomous, not rotten, so perhaps the Ant Spur Rapier is simply dipped in rot by the Murray family, as the ants don't seem to have any association with the scarlet rot. The bloated ants drop what I believe to be the most interesting item we can gather from these enormous insects: a Newman's Rune. This rune is exceedingly rare, and its description tells us the Newmans are said to have come from outside the Lands Between, and are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself. Many believe that the Nox are the descendants of the Numen. So if these queen ants have a Numen's rune sitting in their egg sac, then perhaps these enemies can trace their lineage all the way back to when the Numen first arrived in the Lands Between, well before Queen Marika was ever even a player on the larger stage of the world. The last thing we wanted to discuss about these creatures is their relationship with the Nox. Knowing that the giant ants have roamed these underground tunnels at the same time the Numen reached the Lands Between, you would assume that they may have cultivated some kind of symbiotic relationship with their possible descendants, the Nox. After all, the Nox can be seen riding giant ants and will take them into battle against you. However, thanks to the tireless work of Lazuli the Witch, we know this relationship is actually much more contentious than it seems. The ants being ridden by the Nox are actually being controlled with some kind of magic. This can be seen when looking at their eyes, which have some kind of purple hue, signifying how they are not in control of their own actions. If you can manage to dismount the rider from their steed, the light will fade and the giant ant will attack them viciously. It seems the ants cannot be tamed, and the Nox care little for the consent of their underground neighbors. These tunnels belong to the ants, and if you aren't careful, it's likely you'll never make your way out of these harrowing depths. Thank you for joining us for this look at some of the giant creatures of the Lands Between. Were there any other large beasts you wanted us to take a look at? Why did the giant land octopus crawl its way out of the ocean? Are they escaping something much more terrifying just below the surface? What caused the giant bats to grow to these ridiculous sizes? Just how old are the giant ants, and have they always been so massive? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Death is a constant companion when exploring the Lands Between. Time and again we find ourselves on the wrong end of a pointy weapon, crushed by enormous monsters, or falling to our end due to a poorly planned jump. While we become awfully familiar with death through our journey, the land itself rejects the idea of death, at least in any natural way. Without the rune of death, true death does not exist in the Lands Between. Age cannot cause one to expire, and we see many wandering nobles shambling through fields looking as if they themselves have already become cadavers. No, in this land, the only form of death is more like being recycled to feed the Erdtree and be born anew. However, there are remnants of what the world may have been like, long before the rune of death was removed from the Elden Ring. There exists a time well before the Golden Order when a different ritual was practiced for those who passed on. Long ago, the duty of ushering souls into the next life belonged to the Deathbirds and those that followed them, burning the bodies of their dead in ghost flame. Today, we will explore the history of the Deathbirds and their enduring presence in the Lands Between. Any conversation about the Deathbirds needs to start by tracing their history back as far as possible. They are strongly associated with Ghost Flame, as the sorcery Explosive Ghost Flame mentions them by name. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Strike the ground with the staff, triggering an explosion of ghost flame that burns the surrounding area. In the time where there was no Erdtree, death was burned in ghost flame. Deathbirds were the keepers of that fire. This outlines for us that Ghost Flame, and by extension the Deathbirds, existed long before the Erdtree came to prominence, and the use of this flame in burial rituals was the norm. Ancient Death Rancor can add even more context here. Sorcery of the Servants of Death summons a horde of vengeful spirits that chase down foes. They are cinders of the ancient Death Hex,
raked from the fires of ghost flame by Deathbirds. Indeed, this concept of the dead being burned in ghost flame and raked by the Deathbirds can be seen in many places, and their weapon itself is known as Death's Poker. Barbed rod carried by Deathbirds, the birds are graveyard firekeepers. It is said they rake out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. It is clear from these descriptions that the Deathbirds served an essential purpose: to protect the fires of the ghost flame and act as stewards to those who needed to have their dead burned and ushered into the next life, whatever form that may take. Now that we have a clear idea of their purpose in times long since past, there's still the question of where they came from. The twin bird kite shield can shed some light on this question. Shield featuring a vividly painted twin bird. The twin bird is said to be the envoy of an outer god and mother of the Deathbirds. At dwindling levels of HP, this shield slightly boosts both attack and defense. According to the shield, the twin bird is the envoy of an outer god, much as Marika is to the Elden beast, and the Deathbirds, as its children, could be likened to the demigods. Interestingly, even though the Deathbirds are likely thousands of years older than anything we see in the lands between, their skulls resemble those of young robins. You would expect these birds of death to be associated with ravens, a bird often tied to death, but the shape of their skull and beak don't line up well with these particular birds. The fact that they look like infant bird skulls as well bolsters the idea that they are the children of the twin bird. Those that are left in the lands between don't seem to have reached maturity, likely due to their religion falling out of favor and the Golden Order shunning death outright. It's possible they didn't always look skeletal. Perhaps in their prime, the Deathbirds look closer to their mother, the twin bird, with an almost phoenix-like appearance. But time and a lack of bodies to feed their kilns has warped their appearance, leaving them nothing more than some stretched back skin and bone. We need only look at the sacrificial axe to shed light on what these birds may have once looked like. Hatchet used in an ancient sacrificial rite, a Deathbird is depicted as a malevolent deity. The power of the rite yet lingers. A small amount of FP is restored upon slaying a foe. We'll talk more about this axe later. We believe what's left of the Deathbirds doesn't speak to their true visage due to one important detail: their feathers. When we face the regular Deathbirds, we can see they have somewhat white feathers, but there are 3 items, all utilizing different colored feathers that are associated with the Deathbirds. The Raptor's black feathers is a robe crafted with the black feathers of a bird of prey, worn by the assassins of Ravenmount, a ritual implement for transforming into a Deathbird, if only by imitation. We are birds of prey, bringers of death. Clearly, the Ravenmount assassins thought the Deathbirds originally had black feathers, and the Mausoleum Knights would agree, as by adding these same feathers to their armor, they effectively make themselves unkillable. The winged-shaped ornaments on its back evoke the Deathbird, a self-inflicted curse that ties the spirits of these loyal knights to the land, having willingly beheaded themselves so they may serve their masters in death. However, even with these 2 instances of black feathers being associated with the birds, we also see that the red and blue feather branch swords are both dropped by Deathbirds, and they tell us they are talismans adorned with red or blue feathers, once used in ancient death rituals. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and thus does one cling so tenaciously to life, to render up a death worth offering. Without diving too deeply into Ghost Flame as a concept, those who died clinging to life were burned in the Ghost Flame in some kind of ancient ritual, and these talismans with red and blue feathers are meant to be used in these rituals, which are heavily tied to the Deathbirds. It's likely the Deathbirds themselves did not conduct these rituals. Their job was to clean the kiln so that the Ghost Flame may burn bright, but there were others who actually brought the bodies to the flame. The death ritual spear tells us it is a ritual spear used by priests of old who were permitted to come among the Deathbirds.
The priests became guardians of the birds through the rite of death, which also serves as an oath sworn to their distant resurrection. These priests followed the Deathbirds across the lands between, acting as guardians of any who would disturb the work of their deities. They too utilized the Ghost Flame to do this, as their weapon, the Death Ritual Spear, can use the Spear Call ritual to rain spectral ghost spears down onto our opponents. The sacrificial axe likely played a part in their rituals as well, meaning that the sacrificial rite, mentioned in its item description, may have been one way to gather new bodies to be fed to the flame. What's most interesting is that these priests swore an oath that would grant them resurrection after death, much in the way grace can for our tarnished. But as far as we know, the Twin Bird's outer god doesn't have that kind of power or foothold in the lands between. We see how the Deathbird's end of the bargain was upheld when fighting the Deathrite birds. These enemies are unlike the other Deathbirds, as they have large black spectral wings, and within them we can see many death ritual spears. However, if you take a closer look, you'll see that these spears are actually being held by someone, a spirit of some kind. We believe it's no stretch of the imagination to consider these spirits to be those of the priests that dedicated their lives to the Deathbirds. While it may not be how they expected, they were granted everlasting life, but only as a creature of the undead that could help strengthen the Deathbirds by giving them wings and another avenue of attack. The Deathbirds are inextricably tied to the Ghost Flame and death, and they are still well known across the lands between. The raptors use feathers in their armor, and their skeletal mask tells us they are a ritual implement that relentlessly digs into the wearer's face, preserving one's human instincts while dressed in the imitation of the Deathbirds. They even use a unique weapon, the raptor talons, which are a claw comprised of two sharp, thin blades wielded by the assassins of Ravenmount. This weapon allows them to imitate the attacks of Deathbirds. Besides excelling at airborne attacks, its charge attack mimics the vicious swoop of a bird of prey. This shows how the Deathbird's reputation is alive and well, even if the secrets of Ghost Flame seem to be lost to the ages. We know the Golden Order despises those who live in death, and considers them unnatural, but in truth, their history stretches back to a time when the Deathbirds roamed the land, and were worshipped by priests who treated them as deities. When it comes to the Golden Order's hatred of those who live in death, it really boils down to this. The Deathbirds came first. Their burial rites ruled the land, and after the Elden Beast came to the lands between, it needed to stake its claim as an outer god. This may be why we never have a chance to encounter the Twin Bird. This envoy is now long gone, as the outer god it served was forced to leave the lands between, due to the insatiable appetite of the Elden Beast. The old ways of Ghost Flame were replaced by honeyed rays of gold, but the raw strength of the Deathbirds ensured they and their dead would remain a thorn in the side of those that serve the Golden Order, and feed the never-ending cycle of life and rebirth perpetuated by the Erdtree. The Deathbirds are nothing more than the remnants of a society and a belief system now long dead in the lands between. Where once they stood in prominence, with their own priests protecting them and helping them do their sacred work of feeding the Ghost Flame, now they wander the land, only appearing at night, with no purpose, as their kilns have been replaced by roots, and the dead no longer burn, they are buried. These ferocious birds are a shadow of their former selves, with no mother to guide them, or outer god to hear their prayers. This aside, there is one horrifying thought for those who hunt the dead across this land. If these incredibly dangerous Deathbirds only wield a fraction of the power they once did when they were the prominent form of ritual death in the lands between, what kind of terrifying strength did they possess in their prime? What did you think of our breakdown of the Deathbirds and their mysterious origins? Were the Deathbirds and their Ghost Flame the oldest form of death and rebirth in the lands between? Did they always look like skeletons, or did they once have the magnificent feathers depicted in the Twin Bird shield? What was the Twin Bird? And what outer god did it serve? Are the Deathbirds in any way attached to the Helfin? And will this be explored in the DLC? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Please like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. The Good Luck, the Hyena, Trusty, Mild-Mannered, the Spider, the Unbreakable, and finally, the Untethered. These are all titles carried by a man who has followed us across various From Software worlds. We tend to meet him in areas where traps have been set for those foolish enough to fall into them. He shows a great amount of disdain for those associated with religions or churches, taking offense to their pompous, holier-than-thou mentalities. No matter what world he inhabits, this bias comes with him. Perhaps because he's seen how religious dogma has destroyed so many lands. This man's name is Patches, and he's a mainstay of From Software games that can be traced back to Armored Core. While there is a popular theory that every iteration of Patches we encounter in FromSoft is the same person, we believe each version has their own story to tell. For our 100th episode of Elden lore, we'll be discussing every iteration of Patches, their stories, and the motivations of this enigma of a character. There is some debate over which instance of Patches truly came first. Most believe that Patch the Good Luck should be considered his original appearance, as he's the first to take on the name, and does share some characteristics with future incarnations of the character. But YouTuber Blingy makes a strong case for the original Patches, coming from an old, Japan-only, PS2-era FromSoft game called Shadow Tower Abyss. This character has no name, but certainly indulges in some Patches-style trickery, including an exploding chest and dropping us into a pit. I won't go into too much detail on this possible version of Patches, as you'd be better served by checking out Blingy's video, which I'll be linking in the cards and the description. Suffice to say, there's a good argument to be made for this random human essentially being a proto-Patches. Next, we have Patch the Good Luck, a lynx that first appeared in Armored Core for Answer. This enemy's next is called No Count, and his emblem is a dice with bullet holes, turning each side into a 6. A clear indication of how Patch creates his own good luck. When fighting in his mission, we can see the classic Patch's cowardice on full display, as if you focus on destroying his allies, you can actually make him surrender without finishing the fight. Take out his entourage, and Patch will stop fighting altogether and say, wait, I give up. Hey, I'm just following orders here. If he's pulled out, why should I? You guys, you're alive, right? This is No Count, come in. We're allies, right? Right? If you then wait without attacking, Patch will leave on his own, and the mission will be complete. An important note on this dialogue, though, as it seems what we got in the US version of For Answer may be a gross mistranslation. According to the Armored Core wiki, the line, "You guys, you're still alive, right? This is No Count, come in," was likely intended to be, "I might have fought you, but you didn't die, so it doesn't count." This sheds light on the name No Count, as he doesn't consider his losses fair, meaning from his perspective, he always has good luck. This is also our first instance of a classic Patch's surrender, smooth talking his way out of taking responsibility for his actions, and playing on our sympathies to get away unscathed. The version of the character we meet in Demon Souls goes by Patches the Hyena, and can be encountered in multiple locations. Most players are likely to meet him for the first time in the Armor Spider Archstone, where he waits for travelers to fall into his trap.
You're not mad like the rest, are you? Well, what jolly travelling companions are we, eh? Pleased to meet you. Call me Patches. Oh, see that treasure over there? Go on and take it. My gift to you. just to show that we're friends. Phew, I'm glad to meet you. These soul-starved imbeciles will drive you mad.
You can then take the treasure Patches was so generously pointing you towards, and a bear bug will descend on you.
You? You're no joke, are you? Worry not. The treasure is all yours. Tough luck with the bear bugs, but you certainly showed them, didn't you? Here it is. Kept it safe for you. Go on. Take it. Take it. You are simply unlucky. Worry not. Stay by me, and my luck will rub off on you soon enough.
Even though Patches is not going by the moniker The Good Luck, it seems this aspect of the character is alive and well, as he considers himself lucky by way of creating misfortune for others he can profit on. At this point, we can reasonably assume Patches just didn't know about the bugbear. After all, what if this was just an innocent mistake? If you found yourself fooled by this charming smooth talker, your next encounter with him won't leave any doubt in your mind as to his true intentions. When visiting the Shrine of Storms, we can find Patches again, standing over a small pit. When speaking with him, you'll find him in a jovial mood at the prospect of new treasures.
Hello again. Hey, don't turn a cold shoulder. I didn't mean to do you wrong, really. Come on now. We've got better things to fret about. That pit there is filled with treasure. But, I'm having a little trouble getting to it myself. Go on, take a look. There are more riches than you could dream of.
What can it hurt to look at this treasure?
Hey, don't hold it against me, eh? Take your time starving to death. Then I'll sell every last trinket off your corpse.
Again, Patches gets one over on us. But if we escape the pit, he's all smiles.
You? Hey, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Well, a man's got to make a living, right? Here, look, I can make up for it. There aren't many humans like us. We need to stick together. I know. Have this as a token of my friendship. Not bad, right? Come on. Let's be friends. What do you say? No need to drag each other down.
From this point on, we seem to have earned Patch's respect, at least to some degree, because he will become a merchant in the Nexus, selling us various items and feeding us intel about the world. It's at this point we can actually get a little more characterization around Patches the Hyena. He seems to have a distaste for clergymen, which is more prevalent in his later iterations. He seems upset that Saint Urbain does not forgive him for kicking him into the pit as well, and makes a point of saying, praying never put food in his mouth or anyone else's. He also warns us of Yurt, and gives us a tip on finding the Moonlight Greatsword in the bodies of those who enter the Valley of Defilement. In his own way, Patches seems to trust us enough to encourage us to do some treasure hunting. His story essentially ends here, but there is one other note we'd like to make about the hyena. He carries the Adjudicator's shield, which is described as a large wooden shield that depicts a brightly colored scene of the deceased being judged. On the other side, an epigram is carved in old script. Cowardly acts and the eating of birds must not be the deeds of a hero of storms. If the one being judged displeases the Adjudicator's master, the Golden Crow, the deceased soul will be gnawed upon until nothing but their bones remain. Its user will recover HP a little at a time. I believe this shield was picked off a corpse at some point, because it seems to stand in direct contrast to who Patches the Hyena is. He is absolutely one for cowardly acts, and if the shield is to be believed, he would be gnawed on until nothing but bones remain. Not exactly a comforting thought for our friend here. It's likely he simply carries this shield due to its regenerative abilities. After all, a thief double-crossing so many may one day find himself in a fight, and if he did, it would help to be constantly refreshed. In the original Dark Souls, we encounter a Patches that's much more upfront with his disdain for the clergy, or as he refers to them in this game, clerics. When we first meet him in the catacombs, he says,
Dave, you look reasonably sane. What are you doing in the catacombs? Are you a cleric or something? No? Well, that's strange. Oh, I know what it is. You've come for the trinkets, haven't you? Well, whatever it is, this place is treacherous. Do you watch your step?
If we tell him we're a cleric, he brushes us off and has clear disdain in his voice. Either way, he'll activate a bridge trap after we walk past, and should we make our way back to him, he says,
Oh, well, how are you then? I slipped and flipped that levers. It didn't cause you any trouble, by chance? Are you certain? Well, that's a fine shame. I'm truly sorry. Really? But wait now. You didn't actually fall down. Well, why didn't you tell me sooner? All's well that ends well. Everybody makes mistakes. I'm not above it all, I swear. I am Trusty Patches, the one and only. I know. This should make up for it. We're on the same side. Undead outcome. Fantastic, isn't it?
We don't encounter Patches again until the catacombs within the Tomb of Giants. Once we reach the catacombs, we can talk to our trusty friend.
What? You again? Well, well. You've been a stranger. Good to see you well, mate. All right. You came at the perfect time. There's a fine stash of treasure right down that hole. I found it first, but we're friends now. I'll split it with you, in any case. Have a look. It'll shimmer you blind.
Take a guess at what happens next.
This is what I do, my friend. The trinkets I'll be stripping off your corpse, that's the real treasure.
Again, we can escape his traps and make our way back to Patches, where he's very surprised by our survival.
Oh, you! Well, let's just calm down. Talk about things. I did you wrong, but I didn't mean it. These temptations, they can, well, overcome me. You know what I mean, don't you? Please, forgive me. You and me, we're jolly undead outcasts, aren't we? Oh, brilliant. A second chance. Wonderful. I had a feeling you'd understand. I did. But, if I were in your shoes, who knows what I'd have done. But now we're friends again. Eh?
Once again, after surviving the ordeals associated with befriending this man, he'll open up shop in our hub area where he tells us,
Oh, we meet again. How many of you are there? You've come at the perfect time. I'm done with the looting. I'm a humble merchant now, and wondrous treasures have I, at a special price for you. There you are. Have a nice look at them. Oh, relax. No more funny business out of me, my friend.
From this point on, just as he does in Demon Souls, Patches will offer helpful advice about various characters in the world, telling us Lautrec is dangerous and that Petrus is scum. When it comes to Lautrec, we believe it's possible Patches was the one who trapped him in the first place, seeing the danger he posed. This would explain their mutual distaste for each other. Outside of his story, this Patches shop tells us a great deal about him. He sells us a wide variety of trinkets, but the most interesting in my opinion are the cleric set and crescent axe. All of these items are wielded by clerics of the Way of White, with the axe being bequeathed to cleric warriors that have proven their faith. It seems that Patches has dispatched a number of clerics and picked them clean for his store. One last note about trusty Patches. He carries the Eagle Shield, which, while not having any lore associated with it, does again associate Patches with birds. Up next, we have a bit of an anomaly in this group of Patches. Mild-mannered Pate from Dark Souls 2. This interpretation of the character is a bit different than other incarnations, as he seems much more sincere in his exchanges with us, and is not voiced by our typical Patches voice actor. Pate claims to be a treasure hunter on our first meeting.
Hello there. Traveling all alone in these treacherous times. Well, I hope you have a very good reason. Oh, hogwash. Who am I to judge? My name is Pate. I journey hither and thither on a sort of treasure hunt, you might call it. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself. Oh yes, you be cautious if you go any farther. There's treasure in there for certain, but the entrance locks from behind. I saw the same design earlier, and it's the same contraption, I'm sure. I was with this warrior, you see, and he insisted that he go inside first. The rather brusque fellow tried to swipe the lid for himself, but it trapped him inside. I still have the gent's ring. I do hope he wasn't harmed.
Not only does Pate tell us of this trap, he warns that a previous traveling companion had already fallen into it. He plants the seed of possible treasure, but unlike other versions of Patches, he outright tells us what will happen if we chase it. Should we make our way back to him after exploring the area, he says,
Well, I see you managed to escape. I hope that brave warrior didn't come a cropper either. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself. Oh, but you should take this. It allows undead to call out for help to one another across the fissures between worlds. With luck, somebody will lend you a hand.
So not only does this version of Patches seem to have our best interest at heart, but he gives us the White Soapstone, the item most associated with cooperation throughout Dark Souls. We can encounter Pate again at the Earthen Peak, where he says,
Well, we meet again. There's treasure this way, but I have a bad feeling about it. I don't quite have the guts myself.
We can then find the treasure, and he seems genuinely happy for us.
Good to see that you survived. Perhaps you're more rugged than I thought. In any case, the treasure is yours, since you went ahead and took the leap. I prefer a more cautious approach. It's hard to know who to even trust these days. For instance, I've heard that a man is out for my life.
The man Pate is referring to is Kaiden the Wanderer, a knight we can find at the Huntsman's Copse.
Who are you? I thought you were that bastard for a moment. You've set me free. Now I can find him. The cheeky prick. He won't know I hit him. I am Kaiden of Mirror. I travel from land to land to hone my blade. I've heard this land was full of danger. I thought it would suit me perfectly. I joined forces with a man on the way, but he was no more than a backstabbing knave. He took the first chance he had to try and off me. I decided to set a trap for him here. But then I got trapped myself. I can't believe that I was so dense. Thank the stars that you came along. You be careful of him. Pate, I think he said. He wears this rather unusual ring. You'll know it when you see it. I've seen his type before. He kills entirely for the pleasure of it. I'm sure I won't be his last victim. The man's better off dead, I tell ya. He's a slick talker, so don't let him fool ya. Pate, the man with a strange ring. Watch out for the slimy rat. And don't you believe a word he says. I'll find the common foot bad and put an end to his roguery.
Here we get our first look at who mild-mannered Pate may truly be. If Kaiden is to be believed, Pate is a traitorous dog, willing to throw his companions away at the drop of a hat. However, Kaiden is not necessarily the most trustworthy person either. His own armor tells us it was likely a finely crafted imitation of those worn by the Knights of Mirror, meaning this man is not who he says he is. In fact, Kel the Cartographer tells us he is from the land of Mirror, and that this land has an infamous killer who is a knight in name alone and managed to escape before his execution. He has also come across a man named Cray something, who bears a striking resemblance to the killer. So it would seem Kaiden himself is not exactly honest with us, and is likely a mass murderer who was tricked by Pate. Ultimately, the questline ends with Pate and Kaiden exchanging blows, and we can choose whose side we want to be on. That of Pate, a man who has largely treated us well, but is likely a scoundrel. Or Kaiden, a man we can reasonably assume to be a mass murderer in his homeland. No matter who we choose, the winner will provide us with a key to their secret stash of treasure, and regardless of our choice, this treasure has an explosive trap that will trigger once we open it. It seems no matter whose side we take, we are doomed to be betrayed. Chronologically, the next interpretation of Patches we encounter would be Patches the Spider in Bloodborne. This is clearly the most unique version of Patches found throughout From Software's catalog, with him taking the form of a literal giant spider. But we don't know that at first. The first time we encounter him, it's through the wall of a cottage. He never tells us his name, but he does say,
"A hunter of beasts, are you? Glory be, you know not the value you possess. But more's the pity. The hours of the night are many, and the beasts more than I can count. A veritable hunt unending. Not even death offers solace, and the blood imbibes you. A most frightful fate. Oh my. But I'm willing to do you a kindness. Step lightly round to the right of the great cathedral and seek an ancient, shrouded church. The gift of the Godhead will grant you strength. Yes, I'm unquestionably certain."
With this helpful information, we set out to find the shrouded church. Once we reached the area our helpful friend told us about, we're swept up in the arms of an amygdala, and we can hear his voice speaking to his god.
Oh, Amygdala, have mercy on the poor bastard.
From here, we can again find Patches, this time obscured behind a door in the lecture building.
What a joy it is to behold the divine. It must be such a pleasure. You're in my debt, you know. You're nigh on a beast of the field, but here you are, treading a measure with the gods. Are your feet as fat as your wits? Oh, cease this dithering. Take the plunge. Throw yourself to the wolves.
We don't meet up with Patches again until we are exploring the Nightmare Frontier, where if we keep a close eye on our surroundings, we can finally see his true form. An enormous spider's body with the head of our favorite scoundrel. You can also fall into one of his classic traps while exploring the frontier. After this, we can face Patch's god, the amygdala, and put an end to it. Upon returning to him, he's surprised by what we've done, and asks about your opinion of him.
Oh, this cannot be. You cannot be. No, you didn't. Lord Amygdala? How did this come to pass? Now, wait just a moment. Do you think ill of me? Me? Indeed, I should think not. I shared with you a thing most secret. Now you're witness to a miracle, and all the stronger for it. You should appreciate it if you've a grain of gratitude in you. Yes. Appreciate it. No matter. Such details are trifling. We're fast friends by now. Let this express what words cannot. Oh, doubt me not, sweet compeer. What is friendship but a chance encounter?
After this, Patches has no other role in the story of Bloodborne, but he will tell us that he plans on leaving soon, as we've killed his god and he must be off to find another. This is interesting considering Patch's penchant for hating clerics and aligning against the divine. This Patches, depending on how you interpret his dialogue, seems to be aware that he exists across multiple realms. Depending on your reading of this quest, either Patches was consistently tricking us in order to lead us to our doom, which is absolutely in character, or he used us to kill a god he somehow found himself in service of, possibly with the original intention of destroying it. Either way, Patches gets to walk away from Yharnam completely untethered due to our actions. In Dark Souls 3, we meet Unbreakable Patches, possibly the most tricky incarnation of the character to date, as he's willing to go so far as to pretend to be someone else upon our first encounter. We meet him in the Cathedral of the Deep wearing the Katarina set, and he says,
Well, you look reasonably sane. I am a knight of Katarina. I've managed to track down this cathedral's store of treasure. It's right over there, across that narrow part. Treasure. Always so close, yet so far. I'm in quite a pickle, indeed. Just hold your horses a moment. I know. Treasure is so sorely tempting.
If we try to cross the bridge to reach his most tempting treasure, we are treated to Patch's favorite trick.
Shame on you greedy guts. Thought you could outwit an onion. Well, say hello to the nice giant. He adores visitors.
As a fun note here, if you're playing a cleric, this dialogue is slightly different, as he'll call male characters a rotten cleric and female characters a rotten nun. Patches will also throw a fit if we've already defeated the giant before being kicked below. Once we escape his trap, we can encounter Patches again where he introduces himself and blames his behavior on the armor he was wearing.
Huh? Yes, hello. Oh, I don't believe we've met. I'm Patches. Unbreakable Patches. You seem to be unkindled. Do you have business with me? Oh, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was my hand, as you know. But the deed, well, that was the armor's doing. Regrettable, truly. But behold, I'm stripped clean of that unruly attire. And look at you. All's well that ends well, right? Yes, we'll be fine. I can tell. It's that rotten curse. It is. The untidy mess. Yes. Now, it wasn't me, but you still deserve an apology. Just a little trinket. Go ahead. It's yours now. You should know, I'm a kind of travelling merchant. If you're as unkindled as you look, you'll find plenty of good stuff.
After this, we don't encounter Patches again until exploring Firelink Shrine Tower, where he locks us in, another dirty trick in an attempt to gain trinkets for his shop.
Sorry, friend. Be more careful. By the gods, curiosity is gonna kill you kittens. Some places are better left alone, you know. Oh, sorry. Am I a tad too late? Have no fear. There's beauty in death. Besides, you're amongst your own. Plenty of company, right? Oh, no matter. I'll look after things. By stripping every last trinket off your corpse, you're gonna make some lucky customer very happy.
After escaping the tower, we can finally recruit Patches as a vendor within Firelink.
You're alive! Now, hold your horses. Let's have a nice talk about this. I'll come clean. I did you wrong. I didn't mean it, though. Not one bit. You get these urges, running a business and all, and I hate myself for it. I do. You know what I mean. Terrible, really. but I can see you'll forgive me. You're alive, after all. And that's what counts, right? Oh, fantastic. A wily second chance. I knew you'd understand. I just knew it. The heart of a lion. A model for the rest of us. A true friend. Forever.
Everything up until now is par for the course with Patches, but it's his development after this point that sets this version of the character apart from his other incarnations. There's another thief that can be recruited as a merchant in Dark Souls 3 known as Grey Rat. We can save him from his imprisonment, and after that point he'll go on scouting missions to add items to his shop for us. If we mention Grey Rat to Patches, we learn they actually have a history. It's during one of his expeditions for new stock that we can mention him again to Patches, where he actually shows concern for Grey Rat. Patches then does something extremely uncharacteristic. He goes out and saves Grey Rat. For whatever reason, Patches actually cares for someone other than himself, and it comes across as a truly selfless act. When asking us about Grey Rat, he comes across as if he's going to plunder his corpse, but it seems his intention is always to bring him back to the shrine safely. Apparently, a true friendship with Patches is possible, if you do him a good turn. Perhaps the relationships we built with him in other games truly are sincere by the end, even if it's impossible to tell. Much like previous games, Patches does not serve a purpose from this point on aside from acting as a merchant in Firelink Shrine. However, he does have another story upon entering the Ring City DLC. We first encounter a man going by the name of Lap when exploring the Dreg Heap, where he says,
"Look at you. You've got your head screwed on correct. Fantastic. To meet a kindred spirit on this God's forsaken crag. Call me Lap. I can't remember my real name, so let's just go with that. I have a feeling we're going to make a fabulous team. Oh, you'll see. You'll see. Oh, in all honesty, there's something I should tell you. I'm hollow. Yes. I try to play it off, but I haven't a clue about my past, who I was, or what I lived for. Not even my own blessed name. That's why I've come here, searching for the Purging Monument. Said to be in the Ringed City, where the pygmies who found the Dark Soul at the Dawn of Fire reside. All I can say is, those little stones aren't doing much to help me remember anymore. Well, that's the long and short of it. So if I completely forget who you are, don't be wroth with me. Come on, what else can I say? I'm a bloody hollow, for heaven's sake.
Next, we find Lap next to the first bonfire in the Earthen Peak.
I know who you are. Great to see you still in one piece. God, I can see why they call this the Dreg Heap at the world's end. Mangled remnants from every age and every land. It actually sort of lends credence to the old rumors that the Ringed City rests below it all. Don't mind me. You needn't worry yourself with this nonsense. I just wanted to tell someone, and I'm sick of old Humpty. I should stay quiet. Wait, I'll make it up to you. By letting you in on a secret of sorts. Past here, you'll find the remains of a giant earthen tower, half submerged in a poisonous swamp. Not a very nice place to visit. Only there's precious treasure in the thick of the swamp. I didn't have any use for it, you see. So, sorry, I left the whole package behind. If I get the chance, I could go fetch it for you. But if that's too long to wait, go nab it for yourself. I know who you are. A righteous warrior. Yes? With a solemn duty to boot. Well, grab that treasure. That's as good a duty as any.
At this point, I'm sure we expect another classic Patches trap, but that's not what happens. We can actually rest multiple times, and Lap will be true to his word, getting the treasure for us.
You remember that treasure? In the thick of the poison swamp? Well, I fetched it for you. As promised. Oh, it was only a hop and a skip. I needed a rest from old Nan over there. Here, go ahead. It's yours. Maybe it'll help you with that solemn duty of yours.
While it's true that we can't see his face, we all know Patch's voice well at this point, so we know who Lap truly is. But it's fascinating to see how he acts with none of his memories. Upon our third meeting, Lap has more to say about himself and his goals.
Well, fancy meeting you here. A true blessing that we should seek the same place and find ourselves standing here together. I've got the last of my brew. Let's have our own little toast with it. To my search, and to your duty, and to the joy that lies before us. All right then. Bottoms up. Now, I'm off in search of the Purging Monument. Once I find it, everything will come back to me. Who I was, what I lived for, what my name was, and what terrible grudges I held. I don't know. I just have this feeling that that's the kind of man I was. Oh, don't hold it against me. I only think I was.
After finding the Purging Monument, we can tell him where it is.
Oh, and here we are again. How goes things? I'm rather running in circles, I'm afraid. I can't find the Purging Monument, and I've searched high and low. What if it was never here in the first place? Oh, bloody hell. What do I know? Are you certain of that? No. Sorry, I know you'd never lie to me. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I'll speed right on over. It won't be long now before I know everything. Who I was, what I lived for, and what my name was. And I'll have you to thank for it all. Ah, thank you. Most sincerely. I swear upon my birth name that I am your friend. No matter what might come out, no matter what I was, if you would do me the honor, allow me to be a true friend. Always.
Our final conversation with Lap comes after he's rediscovered who he truly is.
Finally, you've come. Now I know exactly who I was. And for that, I've a little thanks to be giving. Go this way and peep past the broken staircase. Some awfully fine treasures just sitting there all alone. It'll change your life. I've much to thank you for, so I'll say it again and again. Go this way and peep past the broken staircase. Some awfully fine treasures just sitting there all alone. What? Don't you believe me?
He then pulls his most famous trick, kicking us to the land below. But this time around, it's not a long fall.
Every age, it seems, is tainted by the greed of men.
Rubbish to one such as I, devoid of all worldly wants. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way we are. I'll stick you in my prayers. A fine dark soul to you.
This time around, Patches didn't kick us down a hole to trap us. He actually pushed us in the right direction. Perhaps it's because of the friendship we formed while he was suffering from amnesia. Or maybe it's because he sees the need for the cycle of the world to truly come to an end. Either way, his final appearance in Dark Souls has him acting not as a rogue, but as a cooperator, bidding you farewell and taking his leave. Finally, we come to the most recent version of Patches in FromSoft lore, Elden Ring's Patches the Untethered. This version of Patches is first encountered at the end of Murkwater Cave, after we've made our way past a group of highwayman bandits. Many points of his quest are easily missed due to the nature of Elden Ring's world, and it can be picked up in multiple places, but for the purpose of this video, we'll follow every variation in order. At the end of the cave, we find an open area with no one around. No boss to face or portal back to the entrance. Nothing but a chest. Upon trying to open it, a voice cries out.
Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief! The gods demand repentance! Cough up your coin! All of it!
And for the first time, Patches attacks us directly. It's a fairly easy fight, and after getting him down to around half health, he cries out.
Wait, please! I surrender! White flag and all! For God's sake, I concede! No one likes a bull-headed brute, you know. I yield! Yield! You can't harm a yielding man! Finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a man of reason. True and true. Ah. Well, what do you know? You're tarnished, like me. Now, how did I get that wrong? I took you for a demi-human or some such. But an innocent mistake, I assure you. Well, water under the bridge. Now we're squared up. How about we play nice from now on? A true man of reason. Just what I like about you. I'm Patches. Patches the Untethered. Tarnished like you, only free-spirited. Nomadic, you might say. Only for now, those retired soldiers turned bandits. They're paying for my gruel. In exchange for my, well, showing them the ropes. But honestly, this looting racket is bloody terrifying. Frankly, I'm ready to wash my hands clean. Maybe set up a legitimate shop. So don't be a stranger. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time. Don't forget to pop back for another visit, friend. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time.
We can revisit the area after this exchange, and Patches will have his shop set up for us, as well as offer more information about the bandits he was working with and the chest we tried to open.
Well, nice of you to drop in finally. It's all a bit ad hoc, but I'm sure you'll find something. And welcome to Patches Emporium, where you won't need a refund, because everything's top-notch. Yeah, I had those bandits make a clean break. Now they're all suppliers. And good ones at that. I mean, they don't understand a word I'm saying, but it hardly matters. We have a natural connection. They're all foot soldiers, survivors of a defeated army, worked to the bone by their high and mighty lord, only to be thrown out with the rubbish. It's the same old story everywhere I go. To hell with it all. Wondering what's inside the treasure chest. Well, it's nothing too special. Just something I'm saving as thanks for a very valuable customer. But then again, it would fetch some spectacular coin. And besides, this valuable customer could be a long time coming. Huh? Everything is give and take. Give and take.
If we choose not to open the chest, we can visit again and Patches will bequeath its contents to us.
Wait, friend. You've really been there for me, through thick and thin. And so, I've made up my mind. I bequeath that chest to you. An extra special thanks for an extra special customer. What's wrong? I've made up my mind. The treasure chest is yours, in word and deed. Sure, it may be worth its weight in gold, But a Patch's promise, well, that's priceless.
We can then open the chest to trigger a trap that sends us to the Mistwood Ruins.
My sincerest gratitude. I thought I'd never wrench that thing open. You're the finest customer a man ever had.
Upon returning to Patches, it's the same old song and dance we've come to expect from this character.
How in blazes? You're alive! You had me proper scared, puffing away in a flash like that. Who on earth spends their time booby-trapping treasure chests? No way I could have known. But still, I apologise. It's all very unfortunate. At any rate, it's nice just to see you safe. Don't miss all the bargains here at Patch's Emporium. Oh yes, but by the way, I'm saying goodbye to the old cave. I'm untethered by nature, and it's about time that I moved on. No worries. The old gang will inherit the shop. They may not speak a word, but they never forget a face. Spare them some coin after I'm gone, eh?
Once we make our way to Liurnia, we can encounter Patches again. He's excited to see us.
It's been a long while. It's me, Patches the Untethered. I'm still in business, if you can believe it. Now I'm my only supplier, so I haven't got much. But everything here is top-notch. Patch's Emporium, now open in Raya Lucaria.
We can ask him about Raya, and he'll show some sympathy for her plight.
Have you met that girl, Raya? She's a strange one, but I believe she was in need of help. Not that it's any of my business, but if she rings your bell, why not lend her an ear?
He also offers us some advice on a way to reach the Erdtree more quickly.
Making your way to the Erdtree, no? Well, I heard something that might help. A special means of reaching your destination. Have you ever seen an Iron Virgin? The clunky contraptions are whirlwinds of sickles and spiked wheels. But long ago, they were endowed with a spell of transposition. And get this, a surviving virgin sits at the bottom of the big water wheel in the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Its transpositional powers fully intact. So right, if you get caught in it on purpose, it'll chuck you out straight at the base of the Erdtree. Or so I'm told.
As we all know by this point, the Iron Virgin does not take us to the base of the Erdtree, but to the Volcano Manor. Between this and his interest in having us help Raya, it's starting to seem like Patches isn't as untethered as he says. After escaping the manor, we can revisit Patches and he'll say,
Fancy meeting you here. Hold on. Don't you say a word, my friend. I spoke no lie, not a one. You are trapped inside a volcano, no mistake. But the Erdtree was right outside. You just had to spring yourself out. Well, I'm willing to admit, I could have been more clear. But I did not lie, and you're perfectly unscathed. All's well that ends well, right?
He's not wrong, as his advice did land us closer to the Erdtree. It seems as though this iteration of Patches, though he is fond of tricking us, may just be testing us for some grander purpose. If we speak to him on Mount Gelmir, another classic trap plays out.
Hello? Yes. Strange place for a chance encounter, huh? I thought I could use a rest. Don't mind me. Go about your business. Right, over there. See that? Something shimmering. I swear.
At this point, we all know what's coming. Personally, I was excited.
Well, if you really are that gullible... Then stay away from the Volcano Manor! Bye now! Take care!
Again, we can return to Patches after being duped, where he plays off kicking us as us taking a wrong step along the path.
Well, here you are again. Oh, so sorry for that. I meant to warn you, but whoops, there you went. Despite my best intentions, I've done you wrong. I have. But here you are, standing tall and proud. All's well that ends well, eh? And my warning was spot on. You tell me different. Stay clear of Volcano Manor. End of discussion. I heard the brutes there hunt tarnished like animals.
Of course, if we truly want to do everything there is to do in Elden Ring, we join the Volcano Manor regardless of Patch's warnings, and we can find him there, waiting outside of Lady Tanith's throne room.
You joined the manor, huh? I don't believe it. Didn't think you had it in you. All good though. We're on the same side now. We'll do good work together. Are you surprised that I belong to the Volcano Manor? I always hated the gibberish about lost grace and the laughable two fingers. I thought I could lend a hand in unmasking the charade. Not to mention, Tanith has always made me curious. I guess her master must really be something, because she's pretty damn smug about it. Even after announcing her blasphemous ambitions, she still stands proud. I've never seen a woman quite like her.
Again, we see Patches taking interest in someone other than himself. He was perfectly willing to toss aside his bandit brethren, but when it comes to Tanith, and by extension Raya, he seems to have some deeper interest. After completing a request for the manor, Patches has one last trick to pull on us, getting our Tarnished to do his job for him.
You're here at the manor, but if you complete the request, you can improve your standing. Relax. We're old friends. Time's come to pass the torch, right? Go on, break a leg then.
Upon defeating our prey, we can report back to Patches, and he'll try to welch on giving you the reward for the contract.
Hunted down Tragoth? Are you certain? No, it's quite all right. Fine work indeed. I'll give Tanith the news. Have some rest, by all means. Sharper than you seem, aren't you? I was just holding on to it for you, you know. Here you go. The reward for hunting Tragoth. All yours.
After this, Patches will remain at the manor with his shop until we're granted an audience with Rykard. Once we've defeated Rykard, Patches sees the writing on the wall and starts planning his exit.
You've gone and killed Rykard? You scheming little bastard. Cripes, you make this nonsense seem, well, less nonsensical. Perhaps a Tarnished will be Elden Lord after all. But for now, this manor is finished. The demigod beast is slain, and Tanith has lost her head. A fine mess. But how else could it end? When Daddy Ambition's head over heels courting Lady Blasphemy. Well, here I am, untethered, once again. Goodbye, my friend.
This time, when he calls us his friend, he seems to really mean it, because this is not the end of his quest, and he will lean on us for help should we find him at the Shaded Castle.
Oh, you again. A shame you had to see me like this. Oh, I had a bit of a slip-up, that's all. I should have stuck to what I know best. No matter. I know I can trust you. Gullible, yes, but a good soul. Make certain that Tanith gets this. Oh, it's nothing, it's just... makes me sick to see her all bent out of shape. Come on, Tanith, back on your high horse where you belong. You're able then? Then I can rest easy, my friend.
In an uncharacteristic turn of events, Patches seems to have gotten himself injured reclaiming Tanith's castanets. It seems as though his admiration had turned to true affection, and Patches the Untethered actually put his life on the line for the sake of someone else. Depending on how you started his quest, this could be the last time you meet Patches, but if you did some of the steps out of order and never actually found him in the Murkwater Cave, it's actually possible to go back there after this point and play that portion of his questline, complete with unique dialogue, where Patches acknowledges your history.
And now we come to a point where I actually had to re-record some of my audio for this lore dive, because I had thought that you can only get some specific dialogue back at the Murkwater Cave if you hadn't initially done it at the beginning of Patch's quest. But as it turns out, you can revisit the cave after receiving Tanith's castanets, and it turns out Patches is alive and well.
In this way, we know for sure that Patches does survive our meeting in the Shaded Castle, and perhaps he can have a role to play in the upcoming DLC. The Patches of Elden Ring draws much more of his character from the Patches of Dark Souls 3 after living for a time as Lap. He's clearly a scheming thief willing to throw us under the bus to make a quick buck, but at the same time, he shows interest in others to the point of actual dedication. His disdain for the Two Fingers and Grace calls back to his hatred for clerics and holy people in previous games. It seems no matter where or when Patches is, he believes that dogma and those who follow it are not to be trusted. Better to place your trust in yourself, in those you know you can swindle, and, occasionally, on those who prove they can be relied on as a friend or ally. In Elden Ring, Patches claims to be untethered, but it seems like he's never been so well connected to those around him. As a fun aside, Patches seems to have wormed his way into another Souls-like that's gotten a lot of attention lately. In Lies of P, we can decrypt the old cryptic vessel to learn the following story. Order, an old shack in the Tomb slums in Malum district. Look for the bleak tree and laundry line and enter the shack next to them. Appendix. An agreement is attached for mutual trust. I kept hiding the stolen goods in the barren swamp and realized something. I'm never going to return if I keep going to the swamp. All I've known is the life of a thief, but I don't want to die now, so we're returning to our sweet home. Even if the Black Rabbit Brotherhood is making trouble, we were technically before them in the Malum district. In the slums, you follow the slum rules. First, bring the stolen goods to our old base. We may be dumb, but we're loyal, unlike the rich. Here's to a lifelong friendship. This leads us to the old shack mentioned in the order, where a man with a large nose stands outside. He says he wants nothing to do with the robbers and their dealings, and gives us a key to their shack, where the treasure waits inside. Upon entering the shack, the following scene plays out.
You got caught! Serves you right for being greedy! Love watching people fall into a trap. Never gets old.
From across universes, it seems Patches got us again with one of his favorite tricks. What makes this even better is that there's alternate dialogue for if we see this coming, where he complains about our foresight.
Why didn't he fall in the trap? Lame. I was looking forward to that all day. When the trap's empty, so are my pockets.
This whole interaction is an amazing way for Lies of P to pay homage to FromSoft and our favorite lovable scamp. So we've explored every story of Patches throughout FromSoft history, but the question stands: what exactly is Patches? Does he exist as a simple narrative device to create cohesion between the games? Is he a fun Easter egg we can all look forward to whenever we start up the latest game from this developer? Or is there something more? On multiple occasions, Patches seems to have a deeper understanding of the world around him, and of us as a character, than he probably should. Is it possible that Patches is the single link between all From Software titles in a more literal sense? Patches may be a traveler between time and dimensions, and this would be a good explanation for his outlook on the worlds he inhabits. He finds himself eternally trapped in cycles, whether they be related to the souls of demons, kindling, or death and rebirth. If there's one thing Patches has come to see, world after world after world, it's that greed is the driving factor of mankind, and he's taken it upon himself to punish us for our greed. Time and again, game after game, for as long as we enjoy the games of From Software. Or he really is just a fun Easter egg. Either way, I'm happy he's always here. Except for Sekiro. What happened there? I know we sort of have a merchant equivalent, but not really. He ain't no Patches. Thanks for joining us as we shared the stories of every iteration of Patches throughout the Soulsborne universe. If you have any questions about the man himself, please let us know in the comments, as we think this is going to be a fun one to speak with our community about. Thank you again for helping us reach our 100th episode. We will never be able to express how thankful we are for all of the support you've given us since the beginning of this series, and we hope you'll stick with us in the future. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. The Academy of Raya Lucaria is the hub for any and all who want to study glintstone sorcery in the lands between. Those who wish to learn the secrets of glintstone study within its walls, and should they prove their worth, they're able to join a Conspectus. We've covered almost every Conspectus throughout our Elden lore series, but there's one left that we have yet to delve into. The Olivinus Conspectus, started by the primeval sorcerer Lusat, focuses on the study of meteors, and sees its members casting sorceries named for the stars themselves. Much like the Karolos Conspectus, the Olivinus was created by a founding member of glintstone sorcery, venerated by portraits throughout the walls of the Academy. But like his colleague Azor, Lusat too dove into the study of the primeval current, finding deeper truths, and leaving his Conspectus without a leader. The sorcerers of the Olivinus Conspectus are one of the most common types of spellcasting enemies we face in the lands between. They are found in Raya Lucaria Academy, the Academy Crystal Cave, Sellia, Town of Sorcery, and other areas where the mages of the land make their home. They are in fact so common that the glintstone sorcerer ashes are those of a member of the Olivinus Conspectus. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirit of a glintstone sorcerer. Spirit of a Raya Lucaria sorcerer wearing a stone crown, a scholar of the Olivinus Conspectus, who has mastered the use of the glintstone star sorcery. These sorcerers set themselves apart through their study of meteors, which we learn about through the Olivinus glintstone crown. One of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon Raya Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy increases intelligence to the detriment of HP. The lineage of the Olivinus Conspectus began with the sorcerer Lusat, and its adherents continue his study of meteors. This is very similar to the Karolos Conspectus, which studies comets, and in order to understand what sets them apart, we need only know the difference between comets and meteors. Comets are larger pieces of icy space rock found further away from the planet, typically orbiting the Sun. If a piece of a comet breaks off from a collision, it becomes an asteroid. If it then enters the Earth's atmosphere, it starts to burn up and becomes a meteor. The naked eye can perceive these as shooting stars, as they have a tail behind them as they fly across the sky. This means that the Karolos Conspectus was studying glintstone, the amber of the cosmos, while it was still in space, and the Olivinus Conspectus studied it as it came closer to the surface of the lands between. This can be seen through the sorceries developed by the Olivinus sorcerers. Both Glintstone Stars and Star Shower are sorceries of the Olivinus Conspectus, and unlike other spells, we can see tails coming off of them as if they were shooting stars. Glintstone Stars tells us it is one of the Glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, fires 3 magic shooting stars that pursue the target, a sorcery of the Olivinus Conspectus, which attracts sorcerers from Sellia, Town of Sorcery, and Star Shower fires 6 magic shooting stars that pursue the target, the most difficult to master of the Olivinus Conspectus sorceries. The most interesting thing we can learn from these spells is that they originated at the Academy, but Sellian sorcerers are drawn to learning them, perhaps because the creator of these spells hails from Sellia himself. During Sellen's questline, we have to track down the remains of Master Lusat, and she tells us,
His expulsion from the Academy, I heard that Master Lusat returned to his home, a place called Sellia in the eastern Caelid wilds. Thinking about it, I obtained the Glintstone key I gave you from a Sellian sorcerer. It wouldn't be too much of a leap to suppose he's still cooped up nearby.
So we have confirmation that before the founding of Raya Lucaria, during the infancy of Glintstone sorcery, Lusat hailed from Sellia, a town that we know breeds magical assassins, as Knight Shard and Comet tell us. The Sellian sorcerers were assassins, and it's said that they often hunted their fellows. Needless to say, if this mindset travels back to the earliest days of Sellia, it's no wonder Lusat would someday go on to break the rules of the Academy he himself was a founding member of, in order to gain a deeper understanding of the primeval current and its power. Sellia holds many secrets, and it's reasonable to believe that Lusat was knowledgeable of them all. This is why sorcerers of the Olivinus Conspectus tended to originate from Sellia. Those that wanted to follow in the steps of Master Lusat set out for the Academy and continued his study of meteors. The Olivinus Conspectus primarily hailing from Sellia is interesting, as the sorcerers coming from this area of the Lands Between are known for underhanded tactics, but they've certainly carved out a niche for themselves within the walls of Raya Lucaria. While they definitely still study meteors, we have to assume those that stay at the Academy have given up on trying to walk in Lusat's footsteps and reach out to the primeval current, as they no longer cast Sellian sorceries in battle and stick with Academy-approved spells. Those that chose to stay in Sellia are now nothing more than ghosts, but their connections to the secrets of Sellia are alive and well. While exploring the town, we can actually come across a Nox swordstress and a Nox priest, which shows us that these sorcerers had ties to those hailing from the Eternal Cities. As for other secrets of this town, the most glaring one is located in the Sellian hideaway, where what's left of Master Lusat waits for us. The Sellian hideaway is well hidden, and if not for a member of the Hema Conspectus nearby, it's likely no one would find it. This Hema sorcerer stands in front of a gravestone, and just beyond this gravestone is an illusory wall leading to the hideout. This sorcerer was likely stationed here by the Academy in an effort to keep anyone from reaching primeval sorcerer Lusat. The Hema were known to excel in combat, and the Academy likely thought them the perfect candidates to keep anyone from exploring areas they deemed off-limits. Upon investigating the cave ourselves, we can find the previous Grand Master Lusat, now nothing more than a shriveled corpse, with little to no life left within him. Lusat's robe is described as a robe reserved for Grand Masters at the Academy of Raya Lucaria, corroded by blue glintstones. Since the Grand Masters Azor and Lusat were driven from the Academy, no one has achieved their formerly held rank. And his glintstone crown tells us it is the giant blue glintstone crown worn by Lusat, primeval current sorcerer. This crown replaced Lusat's brain and skull altogether, and now, removed from his body, it is all but dead. What power remains within raises the potency of Lusat's primeval current sorceries at the cost of additional FP consumption. These items show us how grasping at the primeval current has affected Lusat. He's no longer human, not really. He's become corroded by glintstone, to the point where it has replaced his mind. It seems in grasping the current, the knowledge taken does not just drive one mad, but makes them part glintstone as well. Upon finding Lusat, he gives us the fruits of his labor at studying the current, the sorcery, Stars of Ruin. Legendary sorcery devised by Lusat, Primeval Sorcerer, fires 12 dark shooting stars that pursue the target. When Lusat glimpsed into the primeval current, he beheld the final moments of a great star cluster, and upon seeing it, he too was broken. So unlike Azor, who was driven mad with fear and astonishment, Lusat was driven mad by seeing the final moments of a great star cluster, perhaps understanding that even these stars, directly tied to the current itself, that he spent his entire life studying, would someday end, was too much for him to bear. Regardless, that deeper understanding of the cosmos eventually led to his demise, as glintstone took hold of his body and mind, leaving him nothing but a husk that Sellen could then utilize for her plans. When it comes right down to it, the Olivinus Conspectus does not have too many distinguishing features that set it apart from the other sorcerers of Raya Lucaria Academy. They were not battle mages. They did not wear lazuli robes. They didn't study multiple forms of sorcery due to their innate abilities. And really, they only had 2 spells directly related to their Conspectus. If anything, you could say their contributions to the Academy were somewhat underwhelming. With that said, it's always possible that this could have been intentional. After all, the sorcerers of Sellia are not to be trusted. Thank you for joining us for this week's Lore Dive. What do you think of the sorcerers of the Olivinus Conspectus? Do their ties to Sellia have anything to do with their tenure at the Academy? Why do they have so few spells? Was their founder, Lusat, always intending to study the primeval current, even when he helped found Raya Lucaria? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Last month, during our Halloween videos, we discussed creatures that have grown to enormous sizes due to the nature of the lands between. During this breakdown, we mentioned that there was one particular giant beast we wanted to save for its own video, due to not only its popularity, but our own thoughts on how it came to be so massive. These horrific creatures are terrifying to come across during our journey, and many Tarnished simply run away from them as quickly as possible, due to the rewards not necessarily being worth the encounter. This massive enemy is known as the Rune Bear, and it's a bear. A really big bear. Yeah, I promise there is more to this if you'll bear with me. Elden Ring lets you explore the world of the lands between right out of the gate. But if you follow the early cues the game presents you with, you'll most likely encounter your first Rune Bear at the Mistwood Ruins, where it can be found either roaming around the area or sleeping at the entrance to the cave housing the Axe Talisman. These bears are massive creatures with elongated arms and distinct patterns in their fur, and they don't take kindly to random Tarnished plundering their territory. They attack as soon as your presence is known, and will pursue you with long sweeping strikes from their massive claws. The patterns on their chests take on a golden hue, and are reminiscent of runes found in the Farum Azula version of the Elden Ring. We believe this is a clue as to how the Rune Bears came to be. One thing you notice early on when in areas Rune Bears can be found is that there are regular bears around as well. That makes it clear that the Rune Bears are a type of evolution or malformation of a regular bear, not their own unique creature. The question becomes, how exactly do these bears go from being what is essentially a real-world equivalent to a bear, to these horrific monsters? We believe the answer to this question lies in their name. When killing a Rune Bear, they have the opportunity to drop a number of items: beast blood, hefty beast bones, lumps of flesh, or gold-tinged excrement. This item is described as someone's excrement. It has a golden tinge, material used for crafting items, often hidden in woods and thickets. Gold-tinged excrement is a highly stable substance. It doesn't dry out, nor does it lose its customary warmth or scent. For better or worse, it remains as it is. In one of our earliest videos, we discussed the worm faces and theorized that the gold-tinged excrement they dropped was due to them literally eating grace, and we think something similar is happening with the Rune Bear. Their excrement is tinged gold because they're consuming runes, or rather, they're consuming the meat of those carrying runes. It's reasonable to assume that the bears of the lands between are taking their food wherever they can get it. Small animals, wandering nobles, Kaiden Sellswords, anything roaming the land is a potential meal for a hungry bear, and as we know, everything that can be killed will drop runes. Bears, being the apex predators that they are, would of course make a quick meal of most enemies they encounter, consuming them along with their runes and their power. Consider for a moment that the lands between is a land without true death. Old age will not affect the fauna living here. These bears are able to live and feed until they're cut down in battle. So we believe, if a bear lives an incredibly long time without losing a fight, it will consume enough runes to eventually become a Rune Bear. By the rules of FromSoft universes, the stronger an enemy becomes, the larger they grow. So the strength gathered by runes would twist a regular bear and shape it into a massive creature, eyes golden, with chest patterns showing their connection to the runes they've consumed over a long life. This is our theory as to how these Rune Bears came to be, but it's not the only one. It's worth noting that Lazuli the Witch explored a different origin for the Rune Bears in the early days of Elden Ring's release that tied them to dragons. Apparently, there was a Rune Bear that could be fought if breaking the confines of the Elden Ring beta, and upon defeating it, you would obtain a dragon heart. This seems like an odd item drop until you take a closer look at Rune Bear's eyes, as they seem to take on the same yellow hue and slit shape that is found by those who engage in dragon communion. It's possible that in older versions of the game, the Rune Bears were more deeply connected to the ancient dragons. But whether it was due to wanting to limit the number of dragon hearts available to players, or simply dropping the idea along the way, it seems like all that's left of this connection between the Rune Bears and dragons are their eyes. Even if they no longer drop dragon hearts, that doesn't mean the two creatures are unconnected. What if the Rune Bears share the same slit eyes as those who have engaged in dragon communion, because they too have been consuming dragon hearts? Perhaps these bears have taken on the strength of dragons simply by finding their hearts in the wild, or killing some lesser dragons while looking for their next meal. It's also interesting to note that there are two separate wandering nobles in the lands between that will shapeshift into Rune Bears if attacked. They can be found in Limgrave and the Consecrated Snowfield, and come across as unassuming enemies. If you survive the encounter, each will drop a larval tear, showing that silver tears acknowledge the strength and ferocity of the Rune Bears, thinking them to be the best form to shift into when forced to defend themselves. These enemies tend to change their form to the largest monster they possibly can, so it makes sense that the shape of a Rune Bear would find its way into their repertoire. The last topic we want to touch on related to these beasts is their ability to survive in any area of the lands between. Finding them in the woods early on makes sense, as the shade of trees and wildlife in the woodlands are perfect for sustaining their lives. But throughout our quest, we can also find them living in less favorable conditions. Multiple Rune Bears are found in Liurnia of the Lakes, which has much more wetland than woods, and one is found inside Dragon Barrow Cave in Caelid, a land which has turned most of its animals fetid and crazed. Multiple Rune Bears can also be found in the Consecrated Snowfield, an area which most would find inhospitable to regular wildlife, as shown by the literal ghosts of small animals that roam around the snowy plains. There are even a couple of Rune Bears living underground in the deep-root depths, showing that these creatures can survive no matter where they make their home. The Rune Bears are able to persevere and survive no matter where they end up. The true question is, do we have the bravery or motivation to face down these resilient beasts and prove our superiority as the ultimate apex predators of the lands between? Thank you for joining us for this lore dive into the Rune Bears found throughout the world of Elden Ring. How do you think they grew to their massive size? Was it decades of eating runes and gaining strength? Or do you believe their power comes from consuming the hearts of dragons? Which Rune Bear was the first to tear you limb from limb? Do you still fight these enemies when they pounce, or do you simply outrun them? Leave your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. While the Tarnished originate from the lands between, many had never set foot there until they were called by grace and set off on their pilgrimage. Characters like Dialos, Roderika, Yura, and even our very own Tarnished lived lives far removed from the lands between, and likely had no idea they were Tarnished until told of their origins. There is another very important, if not infamous Tarnished, that awoke to the guidance of grace unexpectedly, and was even driven from her homeland due to this event. Fia, the Deathbed Companion, is a woman who does something for our Tarnished which is rarely found in Elden Ring, much less any other FromSoft title. She offers us tenderness in a hardened world rife with enemies and battle. While Fia has her own agenda, she builds a relationship with our Tarnished that is arguably one of the closest we can experience. And today, we're going to tell her story, as well as explain what exactly a Deathbed Companion is. We first encounter Fia when we make our way to the Round Table Hold. She sits on a bed in a room just off from Hugh the blacksmith, and she's quite friendly.
Great champion called by grace, I am Fia. Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Round Table Hold. Great champion, would you allow me to hold you? But briefly, perhaps you might share with me some of your lively vigor and your stout-heartedness. Doing so will grant me the warmth of a champion, and you, I am sure, will bear a Baldakin's blessing. Do you think it vulgar, perhaps? Where I come from, it is a sacred act. Ah, my thanks, great champion. You are very warm. What you felt light up inside you was a Baldakin's blessing. Though it is but a fleeting thing, I am afraid. Come back to me, should you require another. I will take you in my arms as often as you need.
Fia does not explain exactly what a Baldakin's blessing is, but if we look in our inventory we can find the explanation. Favor bestowed by a Deathbed Companion, protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber, uses FP to temporarily boost poise. The favor allows one to forget any aches and pain. In death, there is only peace, for in death, there can be no sensation. As long as this item sits in your inventory, your max health is reduced by 5%, perhaps as a way of showing you've given Fia a portion of your warmth and strength. If we speak with Fia in secret, she will explain exactly what a Deathbed Companion does.
I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from, after I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. To grant him another chance at life, to do so is the purpose of my being. But before I could bear the noble into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace. Pray, be kind. Despite all that, I still wish to be a deathbed companion. So please, let me hold you like this, as often as it takes.
We learn a few things from this conversation. First, Fia is not the only deathbed companion. It seems that outside of the Lands Between, in some far-off kingdom, the practice of using the warmth of warriors to revive exalted nobles from death is considered commonplace. There are likely many deathbed companions, and they're part of a larger organized religion, as alluded to in the Baldecin's Blessing. The issue here is that Fia is also tarnished, which is why her land drove her away. Second, she has her eyes set on reviving someone, as she wishes to continue being a deathbed companion, even though she's in a strange new land, and she's happy to accept our warmth in order to help her achieve this goal. Deathbed companions are likely raised from birth with their purpose in mind, as Fia considers her duty the literal purpose of her being. Who exactly Fia wants to revive becomes clear as we follow her questline, but the question we want to tackle first is how did Fia come to find herself at the Hold? When exploring Lanedale, we can find the armor of a man known as Lionel the Lionhearted laid across a bed with the deathbed dress. If you were paying attention during our battle with Radahn, this name may seem familiar, as he's one of the warriors we can summon to fight at our side. Lionel is the closest thing we have to our favorite Onion Knight in Elden Ring, not just in appearance, but in attitude as well. While we never get to speak with him, his armor gives us his measure as a man. Round iron helm with a distinctive large brim, worn by Lionel the Lionhearted. When this chivalrous, dauntless knight met Fia, who had been driven from her home, he declared himself to be her father. Lionel came across a likely ragged and struggling Fia who had been excommunicated from her home, and instead of continuing along his own path, he chose to take her on as his own daughter and escort her to the Lands Between. Presumably, they made it all the way to Lanedale before something terrible must have happened. We find his armor alongside a deathbed dress, which to us implies two distinct possibilities. Either Lionel chose to provide Fia with all of his warrior's warmth, to the point of sacrificing himself, or Fia took his warmth, leaving him for dead. We believe it's far more likely that this was a chivalrous act on Lionel's part. It would make sense that he would give Fia whatever she needed to ensure her dream could someday come true. It would be after this time with her adoptive father that Fia would find her way to the Round Table Hold, where she would meet another chivalrous friend, the sorcerer, Roger. While he never says anything about it himself, Roger has a close relationship with Fia that we only hear secondhand from the Deathbed Companion. As we work our way through helping him learn the truth of the Knight of Black Knives, we must speak with Fia for help.
Have you ever heard of Black Knife Prince? Dear Roger likes to talk of them when abed, and the ancient plot, in which the first of the demigods was slain. The black knives wielded by the assassins who committed the act, along with the impressions they made, somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy. These grand affairs are hardly my forte, but dear Roger began to weep as he spoke. In truth, I've heard tell from someone else about the Black Knife Prince that fascinate dear Roger so. But it wouldn't be right to give this to him, stuck as he is in the Round Table Hold. Perhaps You could make use of it?
After we help Roger by bringing him the knife print, we can speak with Fia again.
That you lent a hand to dear Roger. He seemed positively elated. He must be possessed of great mental fortitude. It anchors his will and sustains him, despite his grievous wounds. You truly are a champion. To dear Roger, and myself too.
This is the first time we hear Fia use the word champion, and this will bear significance later. But for now, the big takeaway is that Fia seems to sincerely care for Roger and his unfortunate circumstances. It seems that he cares for Fia as well, as during the final moments of his life, he's choosing to lie with her and allow her to take what little warmth he has left in order to help her fulfill her purpose. This is likely due to their shared beliefs about those who live in death. After making our way through Roger's quest, we can speak with Fia again, but this time, she has a favor to ask of us.
Might I ask something of you? Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them? A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner to have it back, if you wouldn't mind.
This weapon is described as a dagger received from Fia, the Deathbed Companion. She wishes for it to be returned to its rightful owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined, but is now worn down and marred by a black gash. We can take this dagger to D, Hunter of the Dead, and he says,
"What have we here? How did you get your hands on that dagger?" "Well, that hardly matters. I know very well whose dagger it is. Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work bringing this to me."
While we believe this dagger does not truly belong to D, rather it was held by his brother D, he knew who held it last and leaves to confront Fia. When we visit the hold again, we see D dead at Fia's feet, where she tells us the stolen halobrand of the Exalted Noble has been returned, and says,
I must bid you goodbye as well, though I ask you deliver this message to the Round Table Hold. I am Fia, Deathbed Companion, Hark Round Table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the Exalted. We, who humbly live in death, live in waiting, to one day welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object? Our Lord will rise, the Lord of the many and the meek.
The holobrand she speaks of is half of the curse mark of death that would have been found on Godwyn the Golden after the Night of Black Knives. We know this because the other half of this curse mark is found on the perished flesh of Renna. Curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Renna the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Renna was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. It seems the exalted noble Fia wishes to lie with is none other than Godwyn the Golden, and she seeks to bring about a true leader for those who live in death. We do not meet with Fia again for some time, as she now resides deep within the Deeproot depths, sitting below the ever-expanding corpse of Godwyn the Golden. Upon finding this corpse, we're forced to do battle with Fia's champions, 3 of which are specters of those players who allowed themselves to be held by Fia, while the other 2 are warriors we've met before, Lionel the Lionhearted and our friend, Roger. It seems the Lionel who walked beside us in our fight with Radahn may have been nothing more than the spirit of a champion, summoned by Fia, in order to help us in our journey, perhaps indicating that she too wanted to see the stars set back in motion in order to reach Godwyn deep below the earth. Roger being one of her champions makes perfect sense, as they built a strong connection, and he believed that those who live in death were completely innocent. They simply touched on a flaw in the Golden Order. After defeating these champions, we are given Fia's Mist, and can speak with her once again.
There you are. I knew you would come. What is it you intend? To deny us and our ways, like the dogmatic brutes of the Golden Order? I see. Then you must kill me, for I am the companion of Godwyn, Prince of Death. I wish to be a mother to those who live in death. So it is that any loathing, any hatred that overshadows them, I must bear, as a matter of duty, with my own flesh.
If we choose to be held, she says,
You are an odd one. I am the guardian of those who live in death. They call me a foul and rotten witch, yet you still wish to be held by me? Have you ever seen a Hallowbrand? When the first of the demigods died, his flesh was marked with the half-wheel wound of the centipede. Godwyn's Hallowbrand has since been recovered at the Round Table Hold, but there is another Hallowbrand out there somewhere, and I must find it before the time comes we receive our Lord. When Godwyn died, a Hallowbrand scored his flesh, but another exists. Another mark in the shape of the half-wheel wound of the centipede, and I must find it before the time comes we receive our Lord. My hands will be dirtied once more by the deed. Will you still let me hold you, even then?
If we found Ronnie's curse mark, we can then give it to Fia.
Is the other Hallowbrand? How did you... Oh, my utmost thanks. With this, Godwyn can take his rightful place as first of the dead and claim a second, illustrious life. You are our true champion. And though I can't be of any use to you, can I hold you tight? If only for a moment. I will soon lay with Godwyn, and it will surely stir within me the new life of the Golden Prince and first dead of the demigods, as the rune of those who live in death. Please, do one thing for me. Brandish this child, my rune, and take for yourself the throne. Stay the persecution of those who live in death by becoming our Elden Lord.
Now we know the truth of Fia's goals. Unlike with others, who she acted as a deathbed companion for, she's not trying to revive Godwyn in the traditional sense. She's instead using her power to craft a new mending rune, one that will return death to the lands between, and make it part of the natural order once more. The rune itself will be the new life that she grants Godwyn, using his power to become part of the Elden Ring. After all of this, we can speak with Fia one last time before she drifts off to a long slumber.
Goodbye, my dear, but I am satisfied. I choose to lie with Godwyn of my own will, not the remains of one chosen for me, and I will bear a child who will inherit your warmth too. What greater blessing could there be but to be born a deathbed companion?
After Fia falls asleep, we can enter her dream to do battle with the Lich Dragon Fortisax. Upon defeating him, we learn from his remembrance that Godwyn's old friend had actually been trying to revive him. After Godwyn the Golden became the Prince of Death, the ancient dragon fought long and hard against the death within its companion. Alas, victory was never achieved, and its only reward was corruption. Fortisax could not bring back his companion, but he did prevent death from taking him completely. It's only after Fortisax is defeated that the mending rune of the Prince of Death can be completed. Rune gestated by Fia, the Deathbed Companion, used to restore the fractured Elden ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. Formed of the two Holobrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into the Order. The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. Thus, this new order will be one of death restored. Unfortunately for Fia, even though she achieved her goal, she would not live to see her dream come to fruition, as her actions would return to haunt her. Fia sealed her fate the moment she murdered D, Hunter of the Dead, as his brother hunted her down to take his vengeance.
Hello. The rotten witch is dead. The Golden Order unsullied. Now I can look my brother Darien in the eye. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver my spirit. Darien, now I have no regrets. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver my spirit.
We then have a choice. Allow D to bask in his revenge, or continue the cycle and avenge Fia's murder. For a woman who gave so much for the sake of others, the choice seems clear. The Deathbed Companions are brought into this world knowing their purpose, seemingly having no choice in the corpses they are directed to bring new life to. They lay with champions, take their warmth, and revive nobles who are deemed more important than the common folk, who provided the strength to tear them away from the clutches of death itself. Fia, in being forced to leave her homeland, became unique among the Deathbed Companions. Not only did she choose her own path, choosing her own exalted noble, but she built relationships with her champions. She was not a religious object to be used at the behest of noble families. She was a woman who acted of her own volition, who saw injustice in the treatment of those who live in death, and who chose to use her power to help them however she could. In this way, Fia showed her selflessness. If she would continue to act as a Deathbed Companion, it would be by her own rules, and for the sake of helping all those who live in death, not just the nobility. In the end, it's up to us to decide whether or not her ideals were worth her sacrifice, and choose whether or not to become her champion. Thank you for joining us for this dissection of Fia, the Deathbed Companion, mother of the mending rune of the Death Prince. What are your thoughts on the story of Fia? Did she kill D, Hunter of the Dead, by her own hand? Or did Deathroot do the job for her? Was she simply using those who lent her their aid? Or did she truly care for her champions? What does the Lands Between look like once death has been restored? And does that mean that those that live in death will finally be given a true death? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. As we've continued to study the lore of each Conspectus within Raya Lucaria Academy, we knew that we'd eventually have to tackle the topic of the Academy's leader. While it seems the Academy was once run by its founders, Azor and Lusat, by the time we reach the Lands Between, this is nothing but a bygone era in history. When we make our way through this institution's hallowed halls, we see portraits of the various Conspectus leaders, but the largest painted visage we can find is that of Rennala, the Full Moon Witch, leader of Raya Lucaria. Today, we will be exploring the life of Rennala, from her upbringing in the mountains far to the north of Leyndell, to her establishing the Carian royal family, and finally, her fate as a broken woman consumed by the sorrow of her husband's betrayal, and the Rune of the Unborn. We will not be exploring any of the larger implications of her lore, simply following her timeline so we can better understand who Rennala truly was. The story of Rennala begins not at the Academy of Raya Lucaria, but deep in the snowy mountains of the consecrated snowfield. The Stargazer heirloom tells us about the early life of the Full Moon Queen, back when she was only a child. A talisman engraved with the legend of a queen. The young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen. We know that the astrologers made their home to the north due to the Sword of Night and Flame. Astrologers, who preceded the sorcerers, established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbors. This means that the astrologers lived alongside not only the fire giants, but also trolls. It is thought that due to the sorcery founding Reign of Stars, stating that it may have been the founding glintstone sorcery, that the astrologers at some point made a pilgrimage to the south, eventually becoming those we know as glintstone sorcerers. But it seems that Rennala and her family may not have followed this path. You could argue that Rennala found her moon while living in the lands between, but we think this is unlikely, as the spell tells us. Queen Rennala encountered the enchanting moon when she was young, and later, it would bewitch the Academy. The only other mention we have of Rennala being young aside from this sorcery and the talisman come from Great Blade Phalanx, which tells us it is one of the sorceries of the Carian royal family, creates a defensive arc of larger magic glint blades overhead, which automatically attack nearby foes. Used by the enchanted Troll Knights, they were the comrades of the young Rennala, bound by oath. So if Rennala established an oath with the trolls and founded her full moon while she was still a young astrologer, it would make sense that she was still living up north and didn't make her way to the south until she was an established sorcerer, ready to present her new findings to the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Upon reaching Liurnia and procuring an audience with the Conspectus leaders, Rennala was able to impress them with her mastery of a new form of sorcery. The Remembrance of the Full Moon Queen tells this story. Remembrance of Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon, hewn into the Erdtree. In her youth, Rennala was a prominent champion who charmed the Academy with her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty. Lunar magic was something wholly new to Raya Lucaria, and in discovering something that had never been seen before, Rennala solidified her place as their new leader. At this time, we think it's safe to assume there were only two established Grand Masters leading the study into glintstone sorcery, Azor and Lusat, as no other Conspectus leader was ever granted the title of Grand Master. In fact, it's even possible that the concept of a Conspectus was created after Rennala rose to prominence in the Academy. Rennala established herself as a powerful sorcerer with some form of deeper knowledge than anyone who had come before her, and as such, her family was granted the status of royalty. This was long before she came to meet her future husband, Radagon, and there is certainly a lost bit of history here, as we believe it's possible she had children with someone else before the demigods were born. The Carian filigreed crest drops an important but obscure bit of lore in its item description. A talisman adorned with the royal crest lowers FP consumption by skills, an honor said to have once been awarded to Carian Knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. Now there is only one princess, Ranni, daughter of Rennala. So if the Carians were not established as royalty until after Rennala sat at the head of the Academy, and she established the Carian Knights, then there must have been princesses before Renna the Witch, and each had their own Carian Knight to watch over them. This presents an interesting possibility for the origins of various characters. Perhaps her sweetings, the juvenile scholars, were once her literal daughters or nieces, and she births them anew, over and over again, to prevent the deaths of these children. There is also a possibility that another well-established sorcerer may actually be the illegitimate child of Rennala, the Graven witch, Sellen. This theory may seem as if it comes out of left field, but let's consider a few things about the connection between these two characters. Firstly, Sellen is known as a witch, just as Rennala and Ranni are. The easy explanation here is that she's simply an excellent student who excelled in her studies. But it's interesting that no one else holds this distinction outside of the royal family. Next, if we look underneath Sellen's crown, she does bear a passing resemblance to Rennala, with dark black hair and pale skin, though not as pale as the Lunar Queen. Lastly, we know that Sellen was imprisoned by the royal family for trying to restore the primeval current of glintstone sorcery by creating graven masses. But the question is, why was she merely imprisoned? You could argue that true death is not possible in the lands between, but Sellen's not tarnished. She would not be revived if killed, simply return her essence to the Erdtree. This theory puts forward that Sellen could not be killed because as a member of the Carian royal family, even if she forsook that name for her own studies, her fate could not be set in motion until after Radahn is defeated and the stars released. After all, Witch Hunter Jaren doesn't fulfill his duty of killing Sellen until after the end of the Radahn festival. This theory admittedly hinges on circumstantial evidence, but if we lay all the pieces out, it looks as if Rennala could have had children before her marriage to Radagon, and it does seem like a distinct possibility that Sellen may have been a member of the Carian royal family, who cast aside her status in order to pursue the goals of her instructors rather than her mother. This would also explain why Sellen does not simply kill Rennala when she takes over her study, but instead moves her to the shadows. Perhaps matricide is a step too far for the Graven Witch. Like any theory, take it with a grain of salt, but it's worth considering. There seems to have been a time of peace where Rennala led the Academy, and it's during this time that we believe the concept of a Conspectus was created. Various schools that study different forms of glintstone sorceries. Azor and Lusat already had their fields when Rennala came to power, but we believe the Haima, Lazuli, and Twinsage were all established after she was made leader of the Academy. We also believe it was during this time that Rennala outlawed the study of the primeval current, not because it threatened her power, but because she saw the horrors that lay beyond. For a time, the pursuit of knowledge into glintstone flourished, but this would not last, as Marika made a rash decision to march against the Academy, and start not one, but 2 wars. The incantation Barrier of Gold tells us this incantation was used by the champions of the Erdtree in the First and the Second Liurnian Wars, during which the red-haired Radagon joined the heroes' ranks. It would seem the champions of the Erdtree could not defeat the Academy during the First War, likely due to the strength of their sorcerers as well as the strength of the trolls bound to Rennala by oath. And it seems the second was no different until a proposition was made. Muriel, the Pastor of Vows, mentions this war in passing when telling us about Lord Radagon.
You wish to know more of Lord Radagon? Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Rennala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian Queen. However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Rennala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
During the Second Liurnian War, these two armies were well matched, and the only way to end the bloodshed on both sides was to strike a peace accord. Radagon would cleanse himself in celestial dew, repenting his territorial aggressions, swearing love to Rennala, and solidifying their marriage. Through this, the fates of the Erdtree and the Moon were conjoined, but the fate of Rennala herself was sealed. During their marriage, Rennala and Radagon had 3 children, Radahn, Rykard, and Ranni, all of whom would eventually be given the status of demigod. Radagon's icon tells us that, as the husband of Rennala of Caria, the red-haired Radagon studied sorcery, so we think it's fair to assume that as the most powerful sorcerer in the world and head of the Academy, he was tutored by Rennala herself. The two grew close enough for Rennala to give her heart to Radagon. They built a family, raised children, and studied the secrets of the cosmos together. That is, until Queen Marika exiled Godfrey and called on Radagon to be the next Elden Lord. Whether you believe Marika and Radagon were 2 separate entities at one point, or that Radagon was simply a disguise for Marika, his leaving Rennala broke her deeply. The Queen's robe tells us, when Rennala, head of both the Academy of Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him, and then those at the Academy realized that Rennala was no champion after all. When he left her, Radagon bequeathed both the amber egg which housed the rune of the unborn and his red wolf to his wife. There's much debate over why he did this. Personally, I believe the amber egg was always meant to keep Rennala transfixed and weaken the Academy by essentially nullifying the strongest sorcerer in the world, and it did just that. Rennala became obsessed with the amber egg, and we can learn more about this time in her life from Muriel.
Wish to know more of Lady Rennala. She is Queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, the great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her, and then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library. In the end, Lady Rennala was left alone, cradling the amber egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation. You would do well to remember, severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire.
So it would seem that the Conspectus leaders had Rennala locked in her study to forever practice her reincarnation rituals, now nothing more than a figurehead, while they controlled the Academy. This would embolden them to set their forces against the Carian royal family, but in truth, Rennala would play no part in that story. Rennala spent her days in the Grand Library, rebirthing those known as the juvenile scholars. Their clothes are described as a robe worn by young Academy scholars. The juveniles birthed anew by the amber egg of Queen Rennala, the head of Raya Lucaria Academy. Yet their birth is not without imperfections, and thus did they repeat the process, eventually becoming utterly dependent upon it. Rebirth is as sleep to them, and with each awakening, memory fades into oblivion. Who these scholars were, they can no longer remember. It is lost to the sheer number of rebirths they've endured. Of course, the reason they need to be reborn again and again is that without holding the rune of the unborn, they will die soon after their rebirth, as illustrated by the death of Bach if we send him to Rennala to be reborn as a human. The rune of the unborn tells us it perfects those who have been born anew. Children born anew by Rennala are all frail and short-lived, imperfect beings each and all. So as the holder of the rune, our Tarnished is the only being capable of being properly reborn. Whether or not Rennala understands this is up for debate. Upon her imprisonment, the Full Moon Queen has been largely left alone by the Academy as a whole. She's not to be disturbed, as there is a rolling ball trap impeding anyone who wishes to reach her, and just outside the lift to her chamber stands a Carian Knight, ready to defend his queen to his last breath. As a final line of defense to protect the now bewitched Carian Queen, her loyal daughter, Renna The Witch, has set up an enchantment, so that any who wish to cause her harm will not simply face this sorcerer at her weakest, but will instead be forced to contend with the true majesty of the Full Moon Queen, conjured by the demigod witch who called her mother. In this battle, we see the true mastery Rennala had over glintstone and Carian sorcery, the devastating power she once wielded, and it makes the lowly state she now finds herself in even sadder. This is where the story of Rennala, head of the Carian royal family, ends for now. She sits in her chambers, forever ready to rebirth our tarnished anew if we so choose. The once great and powerful Queen of Caria is now nothing more than a broken husk, who had her mind and heart twisted by a man who cared only for perfecting himself and his order. Rennala's fate, just as all other Carians, should be tied to the stars. So now that they're in motion once again, who's to say there's no hope for her after we become Elden Lord? Perhaps now we can find a way to break the Amber Egg's hold over her, so she can once again rise to prominence, and reclaim her place as head of Raya Lucaria. However, these are possibilities we may never know the answer to, as now, even after we take the throne, Rennala sits in her study, bewitched by the gift of her former husband. Thank you for joining us for this breakdown of the life of Rennala, leader of Raya Lucaria, the Full Moon Witch and Queen of the Carian royal family. What did you think of our timeline of Rennala's history? Did we miss any events you think were worth discussing? Could Sellen have been a Carian princess who cast aside her name in pursuit of the primeval current? Did Radagon always intend to betray Rennala? Will the Carian Queen ever reclaim her former glory? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. During our 2 years of writing and researching the lore of the lands between, we've touched on the histories of every tarnish that can be encountered on our journey. Heroic figures like Vargrim the Raging Wolf and Vike, villains such as Anastasia Tarnish Eater and the Dung Eater, even bystanders like Roderika. We have told all of their stories in an attempt to flesh out the world of Elden Ring, all except for one. While we've touched on his influence in the lands between, there's one tarnished whose life we've never explored from beginning to end. This fierce warrior was so powerful, he brought every enemy he faced to their knees. He led Queen Marika's conquest across the lands between, and took the throne as the very first Elden Lord. This myth of a man had his throne torn from him, and his people banished, but still he persevered, eventually making his way back to the royal capital, so he could reclaim what he once won through sheer strength. We speak, of course, of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Today, we will tell the tale of the first Tarnished. The early life of Godfrey, or rather Hoarah, is a mystery. We know only that he was a fierce warrior whose strength stood above all others. We know, thanks to the axe of Godfrey, that in past days a crown was warranted with strength. So we have to assume it was his unbelievable strength that led Marika to choose him as her champion, with the goal of conquering the lands between. In the spirit of his new life as her champion, he took the name Godfrey and put aside the name Hoarah, as he needed a lordly name for once he sat upon the Elden throne. The incantation Protection of the Erdtree tells us, in the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order. It was Godfrey's duty as consort to Marika to lead her forces to victory during these countless battles. While many were likely fought that we have no record of, the first war we can trace back to Godfrey is the war against the Giants. During this time, he led Marika's forces into the consecrated snowfield to defeat those who worship the fell god, the only beings capable of harming the fledgling Erdtree with their fire. We can hear words of inspiration that Marika spoke to Godfrey and the army he led during this time by visiting the first church of Marika.
Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden ring for the age of the Erdtree.
A sword monument near the giant conquering hero's grave tells the story of this battle. The war against the giants. Champions battle, trolls betray, fire vanquished. The era of the Erdtree begins. This time is also referred to as the birth of the Erdtree by smithing stones, solidifying that this victory is where Godfrey helped establish the birth of the Golden Order, where Erdtree supremacy began and would spread through the land. It was during this war that the giants were all but extinguished, leaving only one behind. The remembrance of the fire giant explains why he still lives to this day. The fire giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realizing the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. O trifling giant, mayest thou tend thy flame for eternity. So it was that Godfrey's march of conquest began in earnest, although his first victory was not as crushing as he had thought, as while he defeated the giants, their fell god lived on through the last surviving member of their species. The sheer number of battles Godfrey faced is unconfirmed, but we can nail down some of them based on information that can be gathered across the lands between. We know that before he faced the Stormlord, Godfrey fought a battle against Sarosh thanks to Godfrey's icon. Godfrey was a ferocious warrior. When he vowed to become a lord, he took the beast regent Sarosh upon his back to suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within. In fact, it's possible that his battle with Sarosh took place even before the war against the giants, as Marika was already referring to him as Godfrey at this time. So we believe that he was already suppressing his true strength during his entire conquest of the lands between. There was also the siege of Castle Morn, which is commemorated by a sword monument. The siege of Castle Morn, a lone hero fights for his vengeance, only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey. While we have no idea who this hero was, we know that this castle was taken and added to the many lands under Marika's control. While the true identity of the Stormlord is widely debated, we also know, thanks to the Elden Lord crown, that Godfrey faced him alone, without his armies. Armor of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. The age of the Erdtree began amongst conflict, when Godfrey was lord of the battlefield. He led the war against the giants, faced the Stormlord alone, and then there came a moment. Where his last worthy enemy fell. And it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. There is one last sword monument commemorating the battles of Godfrey near the smoldering church in Limgrave. And while we can't know who he was fighting, we know that it must have been his last worthy enemy, as the monument reads. Lord Godfrey, at last at the end of his campaign, his golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered and faded. This was the last battle he fought before he was ultimately stripped of grace. In order for the timeline of the Lands Between to work, we have to assume that between his many battles and conquests, Godfrey led some kind of life as ruler of the Lands Between, alongside Queen Marika. It was during this time that they started a family. Their first son was born, Godwyn the Golden, a shining boy who presumably shared the appearance of his mother with her long golden hair, but the fierce spirit of his father, as he went on to lead the capital in the fight against the dragons. Then came the Omen twins, Morgott and Mohg. Godfrey likely saw no issue with his sons being born Omen, as he valued strength above all else, and in his eyes, the primordial crucible was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, his elite force of warriors were the Crucible Knights, knights who drew upon the power of the crucible itself. However, Marika saw the Omen as a blight on the Golden Order, and if she had her way, I doubt the twins would have survived long after their birth. We believe that the reason noble children born Omen did not have their horns removed is because Godfrey did not want to risk the death of his boys, acting against the wishes of his queen, and instead placing the Omen twins underground where they would serve a purpose and grow strong through the years. We have to assume he instilled a sense of dignity in them, as even though Morgott saw himself as wholly unworthy of the Elden throne, he used his strength to lead Leyndell from the shadows after the Shattering, taking on the duties that should have fallen to his other siblings, should they not have betrayed the royal crown by warring with each other. Upon resting in various churches in the Lands Between, Melina shares the story of when Grace was taken from Godfrey and he became the very first Tarnished.
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the Lands Between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the Lands Between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Say what you will of Marika's machinations. Personally, we believe she always intended for a new Elden Lord to rise from the Tarnished, to break free of the Greater Will. But her declarations are what set Godfrey on a new path, the long march through the Badlands. Godfrey's axe tells us more about this time in his life. Weapon of Godfrey, Elden Lord. It was broken in a battle fought as leader of the Tarnished during the Long March. This weapon is symbolic of Godfrey's vow to conduct himself as a lord, later becoming an emblem of the Golden Lineage. In the days of the past, a crown was warranted with strength. Marika's words seem to have come true, as during the Long March, Godfrey and his Tarnished faced countless battles, growing stronger with each victory. However, at some point, Godfrey did indeed die at the hands of some unnamed foe, as we can see in the intro cinematic of Elden Ring that he is bloodied, defeated, and hanging on a tree, much in the same way Marika came to be strung up in the Erdtree, both spreading their arms, crucified by their enemies. It's also worth noting that during this time, it seems Serosh never left Godfrey's side, meaning that he never fought with all of his strength. This likely means that Godfrey never once wavered in his dedication to being seen as a lord, and keeping his lust for battle in check. We believe that after his defeat, the Tarnished that marched alongside him went their separate ways, some staying in the Badlands and continuing the traditions of their lord, while others set off for new lands, prepared to someday be called back to the Lands Between to fulfill their duty. Sometime later, Godfrey awoke alongside his fellow Tarnished and made his way to the capital city of Leyndell. We can only imagine what must have gone through his head as he saw what his kingdom was reduced to, what the infighting of his family had done to the land he conquered. He marched back to Leyndell, axe in hand, ready to meet his sons and possibly even his wife. But all he found upon his arrival was the corpse of his beloved Morgott and the Tarnished who had put him to the sword.
A long while, Morgoth. Long and hard didst thou fight, tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured the Elden Ring resteth close at hand. Alas, I am returned. To be granted audience once more. Upon my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord.
It was then that a thrilling battle ensued where Godfrey would show us his might as the first Elden Lord. But he could not win as he was. Drastic measures needed to be taken.
I've given thee courtesy enough. Now I fight as Horaloo.
Tearing Serosh from his back unleashed the sheer, unbridled power of Horaloo, the warrior that had once charmed Queen Marika with his strength, proving himself to be the champion she needed to conquer the lands between. But even this would not be enough to stop our Tarnished on their quest. It would be here that Godfrey ultimately meets his end, telling us our strength befits a crown, and finally falling in battle, permanently. The question of whether or not Godfrey knew of Queen Marika's intentions when she banished him is up for debate. We see and hear precious little from the first Elden Lord. It's possible that if Marika planned the events of the Shattering, as so many believe she did, that Godfrey was actually working alongside her. Perhaps the idea that the Tarnished were the only warriors who could ultimately fell the Elden Beast came from Godfrey himself. As a warrior, he understood the importance of strength, and that it could only be gained through countless battles and hardships. Nothing in the lore of the game suggests that Godfrey resented Marika for her decision to banish him, nor does he speak ill of her when we meet him. Perhaps the first Elden Lord knew all along. After all, thanks to Melina, we know that at some point, Queen Marika said this:
I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, Why must ye falter?
If these words came before Godfrey's exile, then it's possible she discovered the truth of the Elden beast and saw the need to break free from it, leading to her decision to banish Godfrey and set their plan in motion. If this is true, it means that Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, knew the truth of his journey from the very start and played a part in orchestrating a future where one of his people, a Tarnished, would someday sit upon the Elden throne. That is, if they could prove themselves superior to the greatest warrior the land had ever seen, Hoarah. Thank you for joining us for the story of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord and chieftain of the Badlands. What do you think of our theory on Godfrey's involvement in Marika's plans? Were the events of Elden Ring orchestrated by the original rulers of the Lands Between, or was much of what we experienced left to chance? Did Godfrey take Serosh upon his back before or after the war with the Giants? Who was the Stormlord, and who did Godfrey face as his final battle just outside of Caelid? There are many mysteries around the time Godfrey served as Elden Lord, so feel free to share your thoughts, theories, and questions in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. The Academy of Raya Lucaria is a venerable institution in the Lands Between. A proud school that stands tall in the heart of Liurnia. Its hallowed halls have seen the likes of many a sorcerer, and those that wish to develop their minds to comprehend and execute glintstone sorcery have studied inside its walls longer than any of us can possibly say. While it was led by Rennala, the Carian queen who charmed the Academy with her full moon, there are only 2 sorcerers who were ever given the title of Grand Master. When we meet them, Masters Azur and Lusat are little more than husks, fading away beneath their glintstone crowns. But their past may hold the key to understanding the history of Raya Lucaria, as we believe that these 2, along with an unnamed accomplice, are the reason this school exists at all. This is going to be an exercise in theory crafting, so keep in mind we are not saying that this is absolutely the truth of events. With that said, let's dive into the murky waters that are the founding of the Glintstone Academy together. The tale of Raya Lucaria begins not in Liurnia, but deep within the mountains north of Leyndell, long before the Golden Order held sway over the Lands Between. The Sword of Night and Flame tells us, astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountain tops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbors. We can presume that the astrologers predated the war with the giants, where Marika's forces established their dominance, as they had an understanding with the giants, and shared the mountains with them before they were ultimately wiped out entirely. It's also said in the description of the astrologer set that they read fate in the stars, and are said to be heirs of the glintstone sorcerers, but alas, the night sky no longer cradles fate. The word heirs here is a mistranslation, and a more fitting word would be predecessors. All of this is to say that the astrologers studied the stars long before sorcery was real in the Lands Between. That is until the fateful day, when someone discovered a hidden truth deep within their studies. As it would come to be, an astrologer whose name is never revealed to us would somehow glimpse into the primeval current during his research, and discover the very first sorcery, founding reign of stars. The eldest primeval sorcery, said to have been discovered by an ancient astrologer, a sorcery of legendary status, summons a dark cloud of stars overhead. Shortly after, the cloud will release a violent deluge of star rain. Thought to be the founding glintstone sorcery, the glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologer saw became real, and the stars amber rained down on this land. This ancient astrologer may well have been the very first sorcerer, and we assume with his discovery came knowledge of the power that could be harnessed through glintstone. Glintstone is known as the amber of the cosmos, and these stones contain the power of the stars themselves. The astrologer who studied them likely found that their strength could be harnessed, and would have shared this amongst his comrades. It would be at this time most of the astrologers would set off to find a place better suited to their studies, as they turned away from the stars in the sky in order to find the stars that had fallen to the land itself. It's important to note that not all astrologers chose this path, as Rennala was known as an astrologer when she discovered her full moon, and the Academy was already established when she was made its leader. So at least some subsect of these academics stayed in the mountains and continued their theoretical studies, choosing not to pursue this new field of research and continuing to try and decipher the truth of the stars from their towers up north. However, those that chose to move south would find lands teeming with glintstone and would begin to find their path in harnessing its power. Here is where we believe Azur and Lusat enter the picture. Each of these men is referred to by Sellen as a founding glintstone sorcerer. This can be taken to mean one of two things. Either they founded the Academy together, or they were of the first astrologers to become sorcerers, essentially founding sorcery itself. We believe both of these to be true, as the ancient astrologer who discovered the primeval current called his sorcery Founding Reign of Stars. We believe that this astrologer led his people south, where they would eventually discover the crystal tunnels underneath Liurnia and Caelid, and among these researchers were a young Azur and Lusat. At this time, settlements were made, one in what would come to be known as Raya Lucaria, and one known as Sellia. As founding glintstone sorcerers, Azur and Lusat followed in the steps of their master, the ancient astrologer who glimpsed the current, and dove deep into their studies, each helping their respective homes flourish, Azur in Raya Lucaria, and Lusat in Sellia, and for a time, we believe this is all there was. Sorcery was a fledgling study, and great strides would be made constantly by those willing to brave the depths of these caverns, gathering and studying the power hidden within glintstone. It seems that not as much exploration was needed by those in Liurnia, as the lakes had massive glintstones rising from its waters. They had plenty of resources to continue their studies, but those in Sellia had discoveries of their own to make. We know thanks to Sellian sorceries like Eternal Darkness and Night Maiden's Mist that the town of Sellia made contact with the Nox, a race of people who discovered the power of glintstone and studied the stars. Forbidden sorcery of Sellia, town of sorcery, creates a space of darkness that draws in sorceries and incantations, originally a lost sorcery of the Eternal City, the despair that brought about its ruin made manifest. One of the night sorceries of Sellia, town of sorcery, releases a life-sapping silver mist before the caster, dealing damage to all caught within, including the caster. Below Sellia, the eternal city of Nokrin sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. The sorcerers of Sellia, including Lusat himself, trained in these dark arts, and came to be known as assassins that would even hunt their fellows. It's impossible to say who made the first step, but if we assume that being known as a founding glintstone sorcerer meant that you were somehow involved in the founding of the Academy, then Azur and Lusat somehow came together, each realizing that the other had gained a deeper knowledge of glintstone, the stars, and the secrets therein, and it came time to pool their research and widen the scope of their collective understanding. It would be in the spirit of this collaborative study that they founded Raya Lucaria Academy, a place where all sorcerers could study, experiment, and pursue the knowledge of the stars under one roof. It was here that Azur and Lusat began to unravel the mysteries of the primeval current, hoping to glimpse it themselves and be granted some form of greater knowledge, just as their old master, the astrologer that founded sorcery itself, once did. Unfortunately, we can't know what became of that wildly powerful astrologer, but we can assume he succumbed to the madness that would come to be associated with those that glimpsed the current. After all, neither Azur or Lusat could escape it, And if you subscribe to the theory that Thops also glimpsed the current to create his barrier, it seems none who gain that level of knowledge are long for this world. Azor and Lusat would lead the Academy as its Grand Masters, until the day that a young Rennala would visit the Academy's Grand Library and show her full moon to these men, greatly impressing all those who witnessed its beauty. She would be appointed the Academy's leader, and the Carians would be made royals. There was a new breakthrough in the study of the night sky, and the Grand Masters were likely proud to be working with their new leader. From here, we believe these studies flourished for a time. The idea of a conspectus was introduced, more narrow disciplines led by outstanding sorcerers who had proven themselves to be the authorities on their fields of study. Knowledge was gathered and shared so that all could broaden their horizons and come to understand the cosmos more deeply. That was until Rennala outlawed any attempt to make contact with the primeval current. Azor and Lusat, proud founding glintstone sorcerers, would not be told that their lifetime of studying would be stopped dead in its tracks, and decided to pursue this taboo knowledge regardless of their leader's rules. This would lead to each of them being ousted from the very academy they helped build with their very own hands. We see the aftermath of these events for ourselves when we travel the lands between. The once proud Academy of Raya Lucaria has closed its doors. Sorcerers only travel beyond them with special permission. The Academy employs the services of common sellswords under the guise of knights, giving them a banner to lend them some form of legitimacy. They warred with the Carians and betrayed their leader. New knowledge is no longer obtained, as there are no sorcerers pursuing truths that are not already written in the many tomes that litter the Academy. Perhaps worst of all, Azor and Lusat achieved their goals. Each glimpsed the current, gaining unspeakable knowledge, but ultimately lost themselves. Now all that's left are the husks of their bodies, and the few sorcerers who followed them during their banishment. The founders are dead, their leader is a shadow of her former self, and the upstart who would take the Academy by force repeated the mistakes of her masters, leaving herself nothing more than a graven mass. The history of Raya Lucaria is rich and deep, but its future is grim indeed. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the possible history of Raya Lucaria Academy. This particular episode is built on some serious theory crafting, trying to connect various threads to create a timeline of how the astrologers became sorcerers and founded their school. Do you believe the Academy was built under different circumstances? Were Azor and Lusat originally astrologers? What does it mean to be a founding glintstone sorcerer, or a Grand Master? What part do you think the Nox played in laying the foundation for Celia? What happened to the ancient astrologer who created the very first sorcery? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you next time for more Elden lore. There are many mysteries in the lands between. It feels like we've started a significant number of our lore dives over the last 2 years with these words. However, it never ceases to be true. From the true origins of Radagon to what really happened on the Night of Black Knives, so much of the history of the lands between and its people is shrouded in mystery. One thing we can nail down about most of the demigods is their motivations. Some seek to become Elden Lord, others want to usurp the Order altogether. But what exactly does the Greater Will want? There would be no way for us to know. The language of the fingers is lost on our Tarnished. In fact, only one man we know of can actually interpret their movements, the ever-brilliant Goldmask, though he's not the type to offer guidance to others. It is only thanks to the finger readers that we can come to understand some semblance of our quest and how to complete it, though some of their kind are certainly more lucid than others. Today, we are going to discuss the finger readers, those that help on our journey, those that seem broken and lost, and those that mysteriously lost their lives just outside the foot of the Erdtree. The finger readers are emaciated old women with seemingly no eyes that exist to interpret the musings of the two fingers. But the only example of this we get to see during our time in the Lands Between is through finger reader Enya, who takes her place at the side of the fingers found within the Round Table Hold. Upon her introduction, we learn of her role within the Hold.
You that new Tarnished. You've done well. I am Enya the Finger Reader. I interpret the words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will. Look there. The fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the Tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave Tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind, to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Enya plays her part, interpreting the movements of the fingers so we can know what they're trying to tell us. But she seems to have a will of her own as well. When asking her about the remembrances we gain upon the defeat of each demigod, she offers to lend you the power of the two fingers without consulting them.
Well, I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the Erdtree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Oh, do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, Tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
She also explains to us the importance of great runes and communes with the fingers again.
Great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess Queen Marika, she who is vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished. Listen, the fingers speak.
The greater will has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads. Take all they have left.
Indeed. But remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. Godrick the Grafted was but a distant relation, the runt of the litter.
his divine blood sorely diluted.
Enya goes on to share information with us throughout our journey, explaining after we obtain 2 great runes that the fingers have been told we are worthy by the greater will, and wish for us to become Elden Lord. We can also ask her about Queen Marika.
Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision, a god in truth. But after the Elden Ring's shattering, she was imprisoned in the Erdtree, a grim punishment for shattering the Order, despite her godhood. The fingers speak. Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel. Confer great runes to become Elden Lord and join Queen Marika as her consort. The fingers have willed it so. Now you may go.
She doesn't have anything new to share with us until we achieve our goal, reach the foot of the Erdtree, and stand before the thorns that block our path.
Well, you managed to return. You know what this means. The Erdtree has spurned you. The fingers remain still, shaken by this turn of events. They are busy consulting the greater will. When they are finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me, but you. How will you ever manage the wait? Oh my.
Again, we see Enya showing interest in our Tarnished beyond our role in completing the task set upon us by the 2 fingers, as they have decided to commune with the greater will for as long as it takes in order to have their questions answered. That is, of course, if you believe the words of the fingers themselves. It's Enya who answers our questions about the thorns and even leads us to a way of carving our path to the Erdtree.
Heavens forbid. That is not the domain of mere men. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. And you say you seek the power of the Rune of Death too? The Rune of Death goes by 2 names. The other is Destined Death, the forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation. Unleashing the rune now would be unthinkable. The fingers would never permit it. Nor would the greater will. But here we are. The fingers dormant, severing our link to the greater will. The realm and all life in ruins. Impossible events transpire beyond the ken of the fingers. Who is to say that the cardinal sin must be cardinal forever? Go on. Finish the job. Take the course you deem most worthy. You must find kindling. Only the smoldering flame in the great forge of the giants on the highest peak in the lands between can burn the Erdtree. But special kindling is required to reignite the flame. For the flame to burn the Erdtree, a sacrifice is needed. Of one who envisions the flame and can lead you to the Rune of Death.
This finger reader thinks for herself. She's not simply a vassal, but wants to see this stalemate finally come to an end. And it's possible we are not the first she provided this information to. Ensha mentions that some other Tarnished had once presented her with 2 great runes. In the past, someone else had somehow come this far, and we believe there are 3 likely candidates. First would be Vike, who was known to be the Tarnished who came closest to becoming Elden Lord before being taken by the 3 Fingers. Second, we have Gideon Ofnir, and while he doesn't seem to do any field work himself, we know the Fingers expected great things from him, and it's possible he had his henchmen gather great runes for him. Third, we have Bernal, the only in-canon Tarnished who is able to invade us in crumbling Farum Azula. Bernal's story has been relegated to cut content, but originally, he was supposed to have a maiden who had fallen into madness and obsession with fire. This could be due to trying to kindle the flame at the mountaintop of giants. The only way Bernal would have known about the need for kindling would have been to have this same conversation with Enya at some point in the past. This would explain his disillusionment with the Fingers if he lost his maiden to advice given by one of their readers. Even with this cut content, we see the possibility that Enya is not simply a mouthpiece for the Fingers, but a true ally to the Tarnished, trying to help them reach the throne. After we burn Melina and reach Farum Azula, we can speak with Enya again, where she claims she will see this journey through to the end with us, and bids we do what we believe is right. We hear from her one final time upon defeating Malekith the Black Blade, where she speaks of the Rune of Death being released.
The Rune of Death is unbound. And the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate. But the flames will also burn the impenetrable thorns. Farewell it is then. You'll be Elden Lord yet.
Upon returning to her, she's unresponsive, possibly dead, but we can still use her power to trade remembrances and purchase regal armor. In this way, Enya truly is with us to the end of our journey, still helping us, even with the Fingers inactive and death unbound across the land. With all of this said though, this is only the story of one Finger Reader, albeit the most prominent one. We also have the Twin Maiden Husks, the unresponsive twins who accept bell bearings and act as merchants. Nothing can truly be learned about them, so there's really nothing more to say. Aside from those we find in the Hold, Finger Reader crones can be found across the lands between. But Finger Readers are supposed to act as mouthpieces for the Fingers. So why are they so far from them? Aside from the 2 Fingers within the Hold, the only other forms of these creatures we find are laying atop the Divine Towers. Each carries the power of a demigod's rune that we must take for ourselves in order to properly utilize them. From this we can glean that each demigod had their own 2 Fingers. This makes perfect sense, as we know Ranni had her own 2 Fingers, which she would eventually slay in order to unbound her fate from the Golden Order. We also see that one set of 2 Fingers carries both Morgott and Mohg's runes, so it likely counseled them as a pair due to their nature as Omen twins. If each demigod had their own 2 Fingers, then of course each would need their own Finger Readers. But it seems that now, long after the wars of the lands between, those Finger Readers are scattered to the wind. We theorize that after the demigods were found unworthy, each of their 2 Fingers went dormant. While they may appear dead to us, it shouldn't be possible for them to be slain without a Fingerslayer blade. So we think it's more likely they simply shut down, without a candidate to become Elden Lord or house the Elden Ring. This means their Finger Readers now had no purpose. With nothing to convey from their masters, the Finger Readers instead traveled the land, making a home wherever they decided to stop wandering, and begging to read the fingers of those who passed by, providing them with some kind of knowledge to help them along their way, likely feeling some bit of the satisfaction they once felt, interpreting the words of the Fingers for their demigods.
This does bring up an interesting thought as to who the two fingers within the Round Table hold originally belonged to, but we'll save that theory for another video. There is a larger mystery about the many dead finger readers that can be found just short of the Erdtree in Lanedale that we wanted to address. These piles of dead finger readers are mostly centralized around Marika's bedchamber, which also has a Black Knife assassin waiting outside of it to ambush any who are making their way to the foot of the Erdtree. It's our belief that Marika had a connection to the assassins, as the Black Knife armor tells us. The assassins that carried out the deeds on the Night of Black Knives were all women, and rumored to be Newmen, who had close ties to Marika herself. With this in mind, we believe Marika called for the finger readers to return to Lanedale, and had the Black Knives kill as many of them as possible, so that the demigods would have limited access to the knowledge of the fingers, after she betrayed the Greater Will and shattered the Elden Ring. If you subscribe to the theory that Marika was a co-conspirator in the Night of Black Knives, this lines up well with her motivations, and further explains the degradation between the demigods. The finger readers with their slight sunken frames would be no match for any physical assault, possibly by design, so any attack on them would be an outright slaughter. With so few finger readers left to convey the words of their fingers, no one was left to talk these gods out of their schemes for power, and chaos would engulf the land, until one of Marika's chosen people would return and take the Elden throne for themselves. The finger readers were never meant to be anything more than a mouthpiece for the words of the two fingers. But in this land where death is sealed and life has stagnated, even a servant bound by their duty could let their purpose slip away in order to move things forward. Enya wants the world to change. She's the only finger reader we meet who seems to have kept her wits about her, and she encourages us to burn the Erdtree after her fingers are no longer listening to what is said in their chambers. Perhaps once the finger readers were venerated for their position, but now they exist only to read the fingers of those who cross their path, desperate for a new Elden Lord to take the throne. While some may find the heretical actions of our Tarnished to be appalling, we have Enya on our side, ready to accept the fate that we choose, and eager to help us along our path toward an uncertain future, where she herself may have no place. The finger readers may be servants of the two fingers, but even in their decrepit state, they have the capacity to be so much more. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the finger readers and their place in the lands between before and after we arrived. What do you think of these creepy servants of the fingers? Did Enya always have a will of her own, prepared to do whatever it took to put us on the throne? Why do you think so many finger readers perch themselves across the lands between with no two fingers to read? What do you think happened to the fingers on top of each divine tower? Do you have any alternative theories on why so many finger readers lie dead in the capital city? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. There are a number of deadly factions that reside in the lands between. Enemies hiding in the shadows come part and parcel with our journey, and an ambush should always be expected no matter where we roam. The most famous among these groups are arguably the Black Knife Assassins, but this is due to the prevailing knowledge that they were the perpetrators of the Night of Black Knives. There are also the Assassins of Ravenmount, who adopted the visage of the Deathbirds, cloaking themselves in feathers and wielding talons to bring death to those outlined in their contracts. Even the Recusants could be seen as a type of assassin, as they take orders directly from the Volcano Manor to put an end to the lives of other Tarnished. However, the Two Fingers had their own assassins long ago, a group of Tarnished nonetheless, whose duty it was to strike down their brethren who strayed too far from the guidance of grace. These men and women were known as the Confessors,
and while the time of their prominence is long behind them, these shadow-clad Tarnished may have been the most deadly assassins of them all. The Confessor's starting class was a popular one in the early days of Elden Ring. Its balance between casting and fighting is easy to manage, and it offers utility through its starting incantations, Urgent Heal, and Assassin's Approach. We can start our exploration of this faction here, as their robes give us our first glimpse at who these Tarnished were. Black leather armor for blending in with the darkness, worn by church confessors. The churches outside the Lands Between, dedicated to the teachings of the Two Fingers, send confessors out to follow the guidance of grace. The confessors are loyal servants to the Two Fingers, ready to hunt down and quietly dispose of their enemies. From this, we learn they are loyal servants of the Two Fingers, which makes sense considering their starting equipment and proficiency with faith. One of their starting incantations, Assassin's Approach, tells us more about their role. Incantation of the Two Fingers servants, who once served as the assassins of the Round Table Hold, completely silences the footsteps of the caster. Additionally, reduces fall damage and the sound produced by falling. The assassins were charged with eliminating Tarnished, who had strayed from guidance. Between their armor and spells, we can understand that though the confessors, as they are now, come from churches outside of the Lands Between that praise the Fingers, their allegiance is to the Hold, and they are not assassins for hire. They only hunt other Tarnished. This may seem reminiscent of the Recusants of Volcano Manor, but the difference is that the Recusants hunt down those that follow grace, while the Confessors hunt those who don't. Their title of Confessor comes from the way they became assassins for the Round Table. The incantation Darkness tells us, the assassins were themselves once Tarnished who had strayed from guidance, and they pursued their duty in the darkness that is without grace. With this knowledge, we can assume that the Confessors are those who quite literally confessed their sins to the Two Fingers, and were given a second chance to serve by becoming assassins. However, they would do so while no longer having the guidance of grace for themselves, presumably having lost it when they ignored the call. This does paint a somewhat contradictory picture though, as it seems that the Confessors existed before the Tarnished were banished from the Lands Between. Our assumption is that before Godfrey and the Tarnished were stripped of their grace, its guidance already existed across the land, but it must have served a different function as it now leads our Tarnished to great runes. So it was that these men of the cloth took the title of Confessor and hunted their fellows. One of the most interesting things about the Confessors is the tools of their trade. When you find the Twin Blade Talisman in Castle Morn, it depicts a Confessor and tells us, the Twin Blade technique is a tradition of the Confessors, who closely guard the secret of how they preserve the momentum of their attacks. Thus is the final strike of their onslaught all the more deadly. While we never meet a Confessor that utilizes a Twin Blade, we can chalk that up to there being none left in the Lands Between at the time of our arrival, save for one specific man we'll discuss shortly. Along with their Twin Blades, the Confessors were known to wield crossbows and utilize Black Key bolts. Bolts used in Crepus's Black Key crossbow, an assassin's tool of exquisite craftsmanship. The intricate spiral tip bores deep, injecting scarlet rot far into the flesh of its target. We can see from these bolts that the Confessors were not afraid to utilize whatever tools necessary to complete their hunts, even turning to scarlet rot in order to make themselves more deadly. The Scorpion charms also mention their talismans, carried by assassins who strike unseen. And we think it's fair to assume that Scorpion imagery is also associated with the Confessors, as the Scorpion Kite Shield is, emblazoned with a yellow scorpion, a warning of surprise attacks and sudden strikes. And the only Confessor we can meet wields the Scorpion Stinger, a dagger fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, glistening with scarlet rot, a ceremonial tool used by heretics, crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. We've made mention of there not being any Confessors left in the Lands Between, save for one, and he's actually someone we've discussed in a previous episode of the Tarnished Files. While following the Volcano Manor questline, we come face to face with Riley the Idol, a man who wears the Confessor's robes and wields Crepus's Black Key crossbow. We invade his world on the path to the Shaded Castle, which makes sense as these assassins are known to utilize the rot in their tools, and what better place is there to gather it safely? Some have said that his proximity to the castle means that Riley may have been a member of the Murray family, the lords of the Shaded Castle, but we believe his connection to this land is strictly due to the poisonous rot it's covered in. We cannot find any solid evidence that he would be a member of this family, so we don't want to assume. What we do theorize about Riley, though, is that he is not using his true name. We believe Riley the Idol is actually the leader of the Confessors, Crepus. Riley does not use a twin blade as the other Confessors were known to. He prefers Crepus's bow. Black crossbow featuring a long stock, used for sniping. It has a very long range. Weapon of Crepus, who served the two fingers from the shadows of the Round Table as the head Confessor. While we can find his bow in the Round Table hold behind an imp statue wall, we believe only one of these exists in each world, as it's said to be wielded by Crepus himself. This would mean if we face a Confessor in another world through a quest-related invasion, who attacks us with this weapon, it stands to reason that they may, in fact, be that world's Crepus. Upon defeating him, Riley also drops Crepus's vial, along with 20 Black Key bolts. The vial is known as a small mysterious bottle with a dark mist sealed within. Eliminates all sound made by the wearer during movement. A ritual implement used by Round Table Hold assassins. There was a time when Tarnished who strayed from guidance feared nothing more than utter silence. Riley must have been a formidable man to have survived this long in the Lands Between, and with what we know of Crepus, it's perfectly reasonable to assume that a man of his skill could have used the shadows of the land blessed by the Erdtree to keep himself alive, and continue the work he started long ago as a servant of the Two Fingers. The Confessors hold the unique distinction of being the only assassins specifically recruited by the Two Fingers. Those tarnished back in the days before the Long March, who stepped out of line and took it upon themselves to seek forgiveness, were placed in this prestigious, if not secretive, role, where they would essentially become pawns for the Fingers, likely following their orders as they were conveyed to them by the Finger Readers. Whether they chose this route because they were truly penitent can't be known for sure, but we believe many of them donned the robes more out of fear than loyalty. After all, there was a time when nothing was more terrifying to a renegade Tarnished than the sound of silence, and living with that constant dread likely took its toll on many a sinner. It's safe to say your options, should you betray the Round Table Hold, were limited. Either take up the black robes and hunt those guilty of the same crimes you yourself committed, or accept a slow and painful death at the hands of your own kind, meeting your demise at the end of a twin blade, or feeling the rot overtake you, having never seen the face of your murderer hidden deep within the shadows. Thank you again for joining us for this week's Lore Dive. What do you think of the Assassins of the Round Table, the Confessors? Did you run a Confessor build your first time through Elden Ring? Is Riley the Idol actually Crepus, the leader of their order? Were the recusants hunting Riley because he killed one too many of their brethren? How did the Confessors come to use the rot in their weaponry? Which faction of assassins do you believe is the deadliest? Please let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. There are various outer gods that have some level of influence in the Lands Between. While the Greater Will holds power across the land, due to the long-standing rule of the Golden Lineage,
the power of the Elden Ring, and the prominence of the Erdtree, there are traces of gods that had a foothold in this place before it was so thoroughly conquered. The Formless Mother, or the Mother of Truth, is the source of blood incantations, and it is assumed that after she appeared to Mohg, he built his dynasty in lands already drenched with blood, as his great rune mentions it is soaked in accursed blood from his devout love for the wretched mire that he was born into. There's an unnamed god of the twin bird that fled the land long ago, leaving nothing behind but ghost flame rituals and a few deathrite birds. There is even the frenzied flame, which is either an outer god itself or a representation of its influence, which had its own 3 fingers locked away by the golden lineage. Today we want to discuss the children of one of these outer gods, a god who once roamed the land spreading pestilence where her progeny could thrive. That is until she was sealed away by a swordsman of superior skill. These tragic creatures, the kindred of Rot, wish to revive their goddess, even if her latest incarnation has forsaken their kind outright. The kindred of Rot are disgusting. These enemies have been described by some as having prawn-like bodies, but I believe they more closely resemble bugs such as centipedes. Their movements in battle also reflect this, as they can skitter away on their many hands. If you take a closer look, you can see their insectoid heads with pincers and feelers. However, their limbs resemble that of small, emaciated humans. Their chest and abdomen have many tiny arms protruding from them, while they walk and hold their weapons with their longer appendages. They even curl up into a ball upon being killed the way many bugs do. Whatever these things are, they seem to have adopted some level of human anatomy, but that's their only true physical resemblance to people. It's their zealotry that can perhaps make a better case for these monsters having some level of humanity. Many item descriptions can give us details on these creatures that point toward their abandonment by the goddess of Rot. The kindred Rot ashes tell us, this spirit takes the form of a crawling pest, its chitinous body making a dry rustling sound. Attacks enemies by secreting sticky threads. The kindred of Rot are the servants of the goddess of Rot, servants that have been forsaken. The incantation Pest Threads is described as an incantation of the servants of Rot, secretes countless sticky threads, launching them forwards. A technique of the pale pests who crawl through the lands afflicted by scarlet rot, the abandoned children of the goddess. Lastly, the kindred of Rot's exaltation talisman depicts the exaltation of pests, and raises attack power when poisoning or rot occurs in the vicinity. Rot for the scarlet goddess. O scarlet blossoms, flourish in distant lands, and return to us, the unwanted children. The last part of this item description seems as though it's a prayer being said by these creatures as they praise their god. It would be easy to assume that the god they're praising, the one who abandoned them, is Malenia. This could make sense. She created an explosion of rot within Caelid that likely led to the births of many pests, and we know that Malenia herself never reveled in her powers. Malenia preferred to keep the rot in check, both through the discipline of her sword training and the boons granted to her by her brother, Mikola. So she would likely not embrace these insect-like creatures, born from the power she likely despised. However, I don't believe Malenia is the goddess these creatures are referring to, simply her reincarnation. As we know, another goddess of Rot once roamed the lands between, and she was sealed away by a blind swordsman with a flowing blade. This is the god that abandoned her kindred, who they still praise to this day, and who they hope will be fully reincarnated when Malenia reaches her third bloom. The proof of these creatures' continued worship of a god long since sealed away is not just found in their item descriptions, but in the world itself, just beyond the Lake of Rot. We can assume that the kindred of Rot above come from Malenia, as they reside amongst the Rot in Caelid, as well as within the Erdtree, where she could not help but produce more rivers of Rot. But the Grand Cloister, beyond the lake and far below the surface, is likely an area Malenia herself had never visited. It's in this church where the kindred of Rot still offer their worship to the original goddess of Rot. This can be seen through their reverence to this hallowed place, dripping with rot, and where specifically they choose to hold council. If we fight our way through these pests, we can make our way down to the hall they're standing outside of, and once inside, we can open a chest to find the scorpion stinger. This weapon is a dagger fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, glistening with scarlet rot. A ceremonial tool used by heretics, crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. Notice this rot-based weapon makes no mention of Malenia. It refers to her predecessor, the sealed outer god of rot that once existed long ago. This is where these kindred of rot choose to worship, just steps away from a sacred relic of their original god. The last topic we want to cover when it comes to the kindred of rot is that of Gowry, the heretical sage who made his home just outside of Sellia, town of sorcery. This old man sits in his hut guarded by a giant rotting dog, and is the catalyst for one of the longest quests in Elden Ring, that of helping Millicent overcome her rotting body and tracing the march of Malenia from Caelid back to the Halig Tree. All during this quest, Gowry refers to Millicent as his daughter and shows concern for her well-being. While he wants you to cure, or rather stabilize, her rot, he himself sells us rot incantations. The first solid clue that something about this man is not above board. As we progress Millicent's quest, Gowry shares more information with us. He found Millicent and her sisters within the Aeonia swamp, and set them on course to their fates, though he doesn't share what that is. After we give Millicent the Valkyrie prosthesis, he shares some truth about himself.
Have an interest in rot incantations? Then you might like to learn something of the history of Malenia, goddess of scarlet rot. Queen Marika and her king consort Radagon were blessed with twin demigods, and Malenia was one of them. She was born an Empyrean carrying the scarlet rot. An Empyrean is no mere demigod. In the age of the Elden Ring and Queen Marika, the precious Empyrean was born, a new god to forge a new order. Since Malenia fought Radahn, and the great scarlet flower blossomed in Aeonia, I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth.
It seems Gowry's true intentions are not as pure as watching over his adoptive daughters. It's at this point many players, myself included, may have tried to attack Gowry. But if you do, something very interesting happens. A kindred of rot appears in his place, and you can hear his voice saying,
"We shall meet again, you and I. There are countless beasts to choose from."
When we make our way back to his shack, he's alive and well. He'll even say to us,
Have you taken the lesson now? Killing me is but an exercise in futility. All is well, provided you understand. Let's just pretend it never happened, shall we?
We can attack him again with the same result, only this time he tells us we may kill him as many times as it takes for us to understand. I believe there are two possible explanations for what may be happening here. Either Gowry's true body is somewhere else, and he merely projects himself onto these kindred of rot, or Gowry is a collective consciousness of the kindred, shared across their kind. So no matter how many times we kill Gowry, he can always return. Either way, at the end of Millicent's quest, he speaks with us one final time.
Oh, Millicent, my daughter, why would you take out the needle? You were so close, so very close, to becoming the fairest of all flowers. Would you disown us, too, as your mother did? We children of the scarlet rot.
Millicent. Malenia. Do you detest us so utterly?
The answer to Gowry's question is clear. The original goddess of rot is not coming back, and Millicent, like her mother before her, had no intention of letting the rot overtake her. The kindred of rot have no hope of their god's return, and will be forever shunned by the new avatar of rot. That is, unless someone discovers a way to unseal their original god. Thank you for joining us for this week's episode in our ongoing Elden Ring lore series. What do you think of the kindred of rot? What kind of bugs do you believe they're based on? Why does a centipede-like creature fire threads as weaponry? Will we ever encounter the true goddess of rot, or is that who Malenia became in our battle with her? Are the kindred of rot connected by a shared consciousness, or was Gowry a sorcerer of such power and eloquence that he was able to bring the kindred living in Caelid under his control? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We'll see you in the new year for more Elden lore. Each outer god of the cosmos makes their presence known in the lands between through different means. The greater will is ever present in the form of the Elden Ring, even if it abandoned the land after the demigods failed to rise to the status of Elden Lord. Enya believes the guidance of grace is proof that the greater will has a plan for us, but we believe this claim is arguable at best. The fell god of the fire giants has lost its influence, but once stood proud in the north. The goddess of rot, long before Malenia, had a foothold in the land before being sealed away by the Blind Swordsman. The Formless Mother found Mohg and convinced him to build a dynasty of blood. These gods find their worshippers over time. The fire monks now follow the way of the flame. The kindred of rot pine for the mother who has abandoned them. And the Mohgwyn dynasty continues to gather blood. However, there's one object of worship that grants power to those in the lands between that isn't given a proper title. It may be a celestial being, it could be a form of corrupted glintstone, or it could be the alter ego of a god we've already mentioned. The Thorn Sorcerers are men and women exiled to the snowy north who have found an object of study known as the Blood Star, which grants an aberrant form of sorcery. Today we will discuss these sorcerers, how they came to be, and what or who the Blood Star may be. The Thorn Sorcerers can first be encountered when making our way through Liurnia. We've talked about them briefly in an older video where we explored the lore of the Fire Monks, and came to find that the two factions are inextricably linked. The reason we find them in Liurnia is due to their search for Adon, Thief of Fire, who stole a secret incantation from the Fire Monks and fled to the south. Interestingly, their connection to the Fire Monks is the best place to start if we want to understand exactly who the Thorn Sorcerers are. We learn the following information from the incantation, Flame Sling. Incantation originating from a sinister prophecy, throws a ball of raging fire. The flame of ruin is anathema to the Erdtree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. We can see a specific example of the prophecy seen by these exiles through the incantation Fire's Deadly Sin. Incantation originating from a deeply ominous prophecy sets both the caster and the surrounding area ablaze with raging flames. The caster's body will remain engulfed in flame for a while, burning them and any who draw near. The prophet despaired, looking up at the Erdtree, for soon the kindling would burst into flame, bringing ruin. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. That is not the domain of mere men. This particular piece of magic may hold the key to identifying the bond between the Thorn Sorcerers and the Fire Monks, as it's said to originate from a deeply ominous prophecy,
which means that the prophet themselves was the one to discover this fire incantation, making them a valuable source of knowledge for the fire monks, even if their time in the mountaintops would ultimately have them pursue a new kind of sorcery. These prophets would have served out their banishment wearing the guilty hood, a coarse hooded cloak of olive brown, the garb of those accused of lesser crimes, indicated by the collar of sharpened branches. And we believe that these exiles became the thorn sorcerers due to the sorcery, Briars of Punishment, an aberrant sorcery discovered by exiled criminals. Theirs are the sorceries most reviled by the Academy. Wounds the caster with thorns of punishment, sending a trail of blood thorns running over the ground to impale enemies from below. The guilty, their eyes gouged by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There they discovered the Blood Star. The mention of exiled criminals is what leads us to believe they are one and the same. These prophets were forced to wear robes covered in briars and exiled to the mountaintops to live under the watch of the fire monks, due to their visions of flame engulfing the tree. What those who exiled them did not know is what they would learn through their banishment, and that the allegiance of the fire monks had wavered as they became enchanted by the flames. We learn through the Staff of the Guilty that the Thorn Sorcerers created their own form of glintstone while living in the mountaintops. A heretical staff fashioned from a smoldering, withered sapling that turns the blood of sacrifices pierced by it into glintstone, similar to hex magic. Sorceries are scaled with faith rather than intelligence when wielding this staff, which enhances thorn sorceries in particular. This staff changing the scaling of sorceries from intelligence to faith makes sense, as aberrant sorceries do not fall into the category of, well, sorcery, but they find their origins in a form of religious experience, as the thorn sorcerers devote themselves entirely to the Blood Star. The fact that they need to pierce their sacrifices with the staff makes it seem unlikely that red glintstone would ever be formed at all, as these enemies are quite frail and don't look as though they can do much harm on their own. But again, their connection to the fire monks serves them. Fire prelates can wield the thorned whip, which is a hefty whip covered in crimson thorns, weapon of the prelates who led the fire monks, a device of fearsome religious encouragement. It is fashioned in the image of the Briars of Sin, very effective at inflicting blood loss. Its connection to the Briars of Sin leads us to believe that the prelates would do the job of inflicting blood loss on these sacrifices, making it easier for the thorn sorcerers to pierce them with their staves and create this unique form of glintstone. Red glintstone would not have been discovered without the visions of the Blood Star given to the thorn sorcerers after having their eyes gouged by sharp briars. This connection to blood sounds familiar if we've explored the Mohgwyn dynasty and blood incantations. These incantations are associated with Mohg and his connection to the Formless Mother, or rather, the Mother of Truth. As Blood Boon tells us, it is a sacred incantation of Mohg, Lord of Blood. Thrust arm into the body of the Formless Mother, then scatter the blood flame to set the area ablaze. The Mother of Truth craves wounds. When Mohg stood before her, deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and besotted the defilement that he was born into. Not only can a connection be drawn between the pain inflicted on the Thorn Sorcerers and that which the Formless Mother craves, but we can find a connection between blood and flame which is also expressed in both Blood Flame Blade and Blood Flame Talon. So, if we connect the dots, the Formless Mother expresses herself as a deity to Mohg, and he's able to learn and pass down blood incantations based on the truth that was shared with him. And the Thorn Sorcerers encounter the Blood Star, which creates aberrant sorceries, again, through the power of blood. We believe this is no coincidence, just a difference of perspective, and that both Mohg and the Thorn Sorcerers are worshipping the same outer god, the Formless Mother from beyond the stars, trying to stake her claim in the lands between, through the power of blood and fire. It's no coincidence the Thorn Sorcerers saw visions of flame burning the Erdtree, and were then shown the secrets of blood glintstone and aberrant sorcery after having their eyes awash in their own blood.
Perhaps the Mother of Truth is also known as the Formless Mother because she does not have a single shape. She appears in whatever form is needed to create a foothold in the lands between and push it toward the destruction of the Erdtree. So we've established a connection between the Bloodstar and the Formless Mother, as they both base their magic in blood. It stands to reason that red glintstone, formed from blood, would have direct ties to this celestial being, but it does not occur naturally and needs to be created through sacrifice, making it exceedingly rare when compared to regular glintstone. If you were curious upon first entering the Round Table Hold, you've likely encountered a fair bit of red glintstone before, long before you understood the implications of what glintstone even is, in the form of Mad-Tongue Alberic. This Tarnish is the first we encounter who's able to break the rules of the Round Table and attack us as an invader within this safe space. He wields a scythe perfect for letting blood and the Staff of the Guilty, attacking us using Glintstone Ice Crag, Freezing Mist, and Briars of Sin. This indicates that he has somehow studied sorceries associated with the Carian royal family. His robe gives us the only written lore on the character. Mad-Tongue Alberic's robe, set with red glintstones, said to be formed by the blood of sacrifices. Strengthens thorn sorcery. Alberic was an aloof yet disturbed heretical sorcerer, said to have been driven mad by jeering tongues during his service to the Round Table Hold long ago. Alberic was once just a regular sorcerer, but for whatever reason, possibly his research of red glintstone, he was called heretical and constantly taunted by others until being driven mad. This is what the robe would lead you to believe, but we think there's another possibility when it comes to the jeering taunts he was haunted by. If we look at the altered version of Alberic's pointed hat, we see that the red glintstone inlaid on his robe and hat has started to take over his mind, much like those sorcerers who glimpse the primeval current. The exposed portions of his wraps show red glintstone poking out where his eyes should be, and on top of his head. So much like the Thorn sorcerers, his vision has been taken from him, and perhaps the jeering taunts were not real voices, but rather visions forced upon him by the red glintstone that now spreads across his mind. This forces us to beg the question, did Alberic create his red glintstone himself, or did he take it from the Thorn sorcerers, who carried out their rituals in order to become close to the Bloodstar? The Thorn sorcerers may be our only example of an outer god playing on both faith and intelligence in order to create a foothold in the lands between. While other gods play on people's religious beliefs, the Formless Mother in the shape of the Bloodstar presented itself to exiled sorcerers when they were at their lowest, after giving them visions of a burning Erdtree, simultaneously manipulating them with visions of a future we would come to create, and ensuring they would be blinded, making them an easy target. In this way, their intelligence was twisted into faith as they developed sorceries through the creation of red glintstone, branching into two avenues of worship for the Formless Mother, those that studied her in the stars, and those that worshipped her far below the earth, with blood being the tie that binds them, even if they never came to encounter each other. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the Thorn sorcerers and their inspiration, the Bloodstar. Do you believe the Bloodstar is simply another form of the Mother of Truth? Why does blood affect glintstone and change its natural color? Were the Thorn sorcerers manipulated into becoming the monsters they are today? Or did they discover the secrets of the Bloodstar out of pure chance? Did Mad-Tongue Alberic perhaps glimpse a tainted form of the primeval current due to his red glintstone? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. On more than one occasion, our commenters have asked us to create videos based on the starting classes we have to choose from when we first boot up Elden Ring.
After researching the Confessors and diving into their surprisingly deep lore, we decided to take a closer look at our other options. While some are fairly straightforward and we doubt they'd be able to support a video on their own, we did find some interesting tidbits that were worth exploring. My personal starting class was the Vagabond Knight, a warrior whose armor has seen better days, and while I assumed there was nothing else to know about them, I now believe there is something deeper we can learn using the very limited knowledge available to us from its starting gear. With that said, this video will be dealing in a bit more speculation than usual. There isn't much to draw upon, and we'd be uncomfortable stating our findings as absolute truth. But if you're willing to come along for the ride, we'd like to share our theory on this class's true origins. The Vagabond starting class seems very simple at first glance. They wear old, tired armor that looks to be somewhat makeshift in places, as well as thick fabrics. The years of erosion and their choice of clothing makes it clear that this armor has seen better days, and the wearer, or perhaps their ancestors, utilized this set during a period of significant travel. The description for the Vagabond armor puts this in perspective for us. Chestpiece of a knight banished from their motherland, dirty and battered after enduring a lengthy vagabond journey. The crest emblazoned on the front is worn and dingy, no longer able to evoke sentiment. Metal armor is heavy, but also sturdy, providing significant damage negation. While it would be easy to assume that the Vagabond Knight we play is the original owner of this armor, we think this description implies that the armor itself has ties to the day the Tarnished were banished from the lands between. These knights were banished from their motherland, which could mean that we are the vagabonds, banished from our homeland and finding our way to the lands between. But if we look at this in the context of all Tarnished, we think this paints a different story. The Tarnished were banished by Queen Marika, and their leader Godfrey began the long march with his people behind him. We know that at some point, the Tarnished following Godfrey must have splintered into their own groups, or struck out on their own. As in the intro to Elden Ring, Godfrey is seen strung up in the Badlands, and we know that the Samurai starting class originates from the Land of Reeds, and the Confessors run churches outside of the lands between. If we assume this same logic applies to the Vagabond, it would make much more sense that the knights following behind Godfrey eventually settled in their own homes, their armor ruined after the long march. This would explain why the worn and dingy crest emblazoned on the front of the armor can no longer evoke sentiment, because the current wearer of that armor is simply a descendant of that original Tarnished, now called by grace and donning their ancestors' armor in order to make the pilgrimage to their homeland. In order to add another level of legitimacy to this theory, we believe there's a connection that can be made between the Vagabond armor set and the standard knight armor that can be bought within the Round Table Hold. This armor is different from all of the other knight sets found throughout the lands between, as it does not show a specific allegiance to a demigod. We all know the Godrick Knights wear red and green, the Knights of Lanedale are clad in gold, and Radon's soldiers, the Redmanes, are literally named for the color of their banner. Even the knights who aren't associated with a specific demigod are still part of a larger faction, such as the Bloodhound Knights, or the Banished Knights. So why does this armor show no affiliation? We believe that this set was used as a standard among Tarnished after they were banished, meant to retain some sense of knighthood for those that were once knights in service to various demigods before their exile. The fact that this armor is only available within the Round Table Hold indicates to us that it was only meant for Tarnished, and if we look at the Vagabond set, we can see a number of similarities with the Round Table Knight armor. The chest piece is exactly the same aside from the wear of the Vagabond set, and while the shoulder pauldron looks to have been replaced when compared to the original set, the armor underneath of it lines up well. Even the blue cloth underneath the knight armor can be seen in the Vagabond set, even with the rich blues now faded, and the leg drapings covered with large leather pads. If we take into account their exile, the battles fought along the way, and the additional bits of tough clothing added during the march, you can see how the original knight set that was assigned to those tarnished who were forced from their motherland aged over time and eventually became the vagabond armor. You could argue that the helmet is significantly different between the two sets. However, if you look at the holes in the vagabond knight helm, you can see they're all very makeshift, perhaps being added along the way in order to make it easier to breathe while traveling. After all, armor like this was not meant for an ordeal such as the Long March, and modifications would be needed to make it suitable for the journey. All of this leads us to believe that when we are awakened as a vagabond and make our journey to the lands between, we're not doing so as the long-dead warrior who once lived beneath the Erdtree, but a descendant of this original knight who participated in the Long March alongside his or her fellow exiles, until our tarnished started their journey back to their motherland, donning their family armor, and after being awakened to grace, walking through that white light that leaves us within the chapel of anticipation. In this way, we are not the vagabond knight that the armor refers to. We are simply the latest in a line of tarnished to care for this suit of armor originating from the Round Table Hold. And while the ornamentation no longer holds any sentiment to our family, the practicality of this set will keep us safe for a good, long time as we pursue great runes in an effort to become the next Elden Lord. Thank you for joining us for this analysis of the Vagabond starting class and the implications of its starting armor. Do you believe we are the original Vagabond Knight, or are we simply picking up the armor of a tarnished who once marched alongside Godfrey himself? Do you see the similarities between the knight armor purchased within the Round Table Hold from the Twin Maiden Husks and our tattered road-weary set? Did you start your journey as a vagabond? Because I certainly did. Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
The hawk is a recurring symbol that can be found in various areas of the lands between, and it connects to the very first legacy dungeon we can explore. As we walk the path to Stormveil Castle, we see lion sigils on banners hanging from its walls. But as we explore deeper, we face the Stormhawks, who still defend the castle. They are the remnants of the old guard that followed the King of Stormveil long ago, before his castle was taken by Godfrey, and eventually, Godrick the Grafted. Not much is known about the Stormlord himself. Some believe it to be Serosh, Placidusax, or the Stormhawk King, as it is said to be revered by all others as sovereign back in the days when Stormveil's wind still raged like no other. No matter who the Stormlord was, the tragic truth is that he lost his final battle and his castle was taken. This leaves the question, what happened to the nobles of Stormveil who refused to follow the Golden Order? We believe we found the answer by studying the Fallen Hawk soldiers. The first time you encounter the Fallen Hawk soldiers will likely be after defeating Starscourge Radahn, and making your way down the chasm opened up from the meteor that crashed down to the lands between, after Radahn could no longer hold it back. Let's take a second here to take in that series of events. Okay. These soldiers are nothing but literal skin and bone with bloodied hands and feet. They wield all manner of weaponry, swords, shields, bows, and lances, sometimes carrying a torch of ghost flame in their offhand. There are two different forms of spirit ashes that utilize this band of soldiers, and help to tell us their story. The Archer Ashes tell us they are spirits of archers who belong to the Fallen Hawks, a band of soldiers that once explored the Eternal City. Their arrows are imbued with cold ghost flame, Though their methods are somewhat crude, they work well as a squadron, firing a hail of arrows in unison at the sound of a war cry. There are also the Great Shield Soldier Ashes, which are described as spirits of Great Shield soldiers who belong to the Fallen Hawks, a band of soldiers that once explored the Eternal City. Stout defenders with a steady guard, they work well as a squadron and will attract the attention of enemies or lob ghost flame from the rear guard. This gives us an important piece of their story, why they're found below ground, because they were sent there by some unnamed master to explore the city. However, these underground areas are not easy to find your way into, and the specific Eternal City that the fallen meteor opens a path to has no other way of reaching it, meaning that these soldiers must have been sent down here before the Nox were trapped below ground under a false sky. In fact, it seems as though the Fallen Hawk soldiers were trapped along with them. The ghost flame torches they wield give us a bit more of their history in their item description. Metal torch that burns with cold ghost flame, tool of the fallen hawks who prowl the underground rivers. When the band's last embers were used up in their long search, they began to burn the bones of their fellows, acquiring the cold ghost flame, but sealing their fate as dwellers of the underground for all eternity. These soldiers did not find their eternal cities, and after being trapped deep beneath the earth, they resorted to burning the bones of those they lost, unintentionally performing a long-lost ritual and acquiring the ghost flame for themselves. It's clear that whoever sent them on this journey cared so little for them that they were not expected to return, and thanks to the fall of the Eternal Cities, they never did. These soldiers wear no armor to speak of, but both of their shields are adorned with a familiar symbol, that of a hawk, which sheds light on why their master cared so little for them. While the inverted hawk tower shield does not provide any background on the fallen hawk soldiers, their smaller shield, the inverted hawk heater shield, does. A medium-sized metal shield, easier to handle than a kite shield. The inverted hawk is the emblem of the company of slaves ordered to explore the Eternal City. Other item descriptions refer to this band of explorers as soldiers, which they very well may have been, but this shield tells us they were actually slaves at the time they were ordered to explore the Eternal City. Knowing this, it makes more sense why the loss of these soldiers would be seen as nothing of consequence. They were sent to explore the Eternal City, a place that stood in opposition to the Golden Order. These soldiers, or slaves, were expendable. If they completed their mission, all the better. But if not, who would care for the loss of a group of slaves, especially if they were loyal to the old king of the castle you've just conquered? We believe that the Fallen Hawk soldiers were all that was left of the loyal knights who fought for the Stormlord before his defeat and the subsequent capture of Stormvale Castle. These loyalists, unable to fall in line with the new faction that now occupied their home, were taken as slaves and forced to take whatever assignments the leader of Stormvale saw fit. We believe it's also likely they were forced to wear iron masks, much like that of our prawn-loving friend, as you can make out round divots around their skulls that line up with where the bolts in this mask are seen. The Great Shield soldiers also seem to still be wearing the top of these masks. As a final insult, they were outfitted with shields depicting an inverted symbol of their former leader. The noble symbol of the hawk, the Stormlord, would be emblazoned on their shield upside down, forever reminding them of their failure to defend their lord and their home. Their symbol of pride, now a reminder of their shame. Unfortunately, their humiliation did not end there, as their assignment to explore the Eternal City would prove that they could sink even lower. These soldiers, now slaves to the man who conquered their home, were forced to take on this task, and during their journey, the Eternal Cities were banished deep below the earth, trapping them along with the Nox. From here they wandered in the darkness as far as they could, eventually turning to the ghost flame to be their guiding light. All the while, these once proud soldiers became more gaunt, their hands bloodied by carrying their weapons, their feet bloodied by their eternal journey. They came to resemble ghouls more than men, and the only hint that they were once more than these monstrous, pale skeletons comes in the form of their inverted symbols of shame and their ability to fight as a cohesive unit. The fate of the fallen Hawk soldiers is an especially horrific one, and we can only hope that our tarnish putting them out of their misery helps them find some semblance of peace, as they can no longer be exploited by those who took everything from them. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the fallen Hawk soldiers. When specifically in the Lands Between's timeline do you think these soldiers were sent off to explore the Eternal City? Do they have some kind of understanding with the Nox after centuries of sharing the underground? Or did the Nox simply ignore their presence out of pity? What do you believe caused the holes seen all around their skulls? And what, exactly, were they searching for in the Eternal Cities? Many of them can be seen digging around in the ground until you get close enough for them to attack. So what are they digging for? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Many different forms of life exist in the Lands Between, and precious few of them are actually respected within the belief system of the Golden Order. The ancient dragons were their enemies until Godwin the Golden made peace with them to end their war. Albinaurics are seen as abominations, and many fled to the Haligtree to escape persecution. The Misbegotten were kept as slaves due to their connection to the primordial crucible. But arguably, the creatures that have it the worst under this rule are the Omen. When one is born an Omen under the rules of the Golden Order, they must have their horns removed, which more often than not kills them when they're still babies. The only exception to this is those born from the Erdtree's royal line, which are instead banished underground, imprisoned for eternity. Of course, there must be those that hide their Omen children, as we can encounter Omen above ground in numerous areas of the Lands Between. That is where the Omen killers come in, devoid of conscience and prepared to kill any born touched by the primordial crucible. The Omen killers seem like a straightforward enemy at first. Their purpose lies right there in their name. They kill Omens. Their armor gives us some insight into the brutality with which they carry out these deeds. The Omen Smirk mask is described as a mask with long, hideously twisted horns worn by the Omen killers. Bears the smirking face of an elder, twisted in wicked delight. This visage is carved in the image of the evil spirits that haunt the Omen in their nightmares. This mask clearly portrays the face of an Omen with horns twisting from its head. So they not only murdered any Omen they hunted down, but mocked them as a species by creating a fear of seeing their own twisted faces reflected back at them before their deaths. We can even find sleepy Omen that seem to be whimpering in their slumber. The Omen Killer robe provides more context to their reputation. Robe worn by Omen Killers, butchers of twisted conscience. Its thick apron is worn in remembrance of Rollo, the progenitor of the Omen Killers, and a perfumer of antiquity. Even to those who disdain the Omen, these men were known as butchers, which expresses just how brutal their practices were. Their weapons are also a clear sign of the callousness with which they approach their work. They wield two great Omen Killer cleavers. The blade of this huge, loathsome cleaver comprises a row of amputated Omen horns, weapon of slaughter wielded by Omen Killers. The hideous horns cause blood loss, adding vibrant colors to the ongoing mayhem. The fact that these horns are described as amputated and not taken or cut from Omen is an interesting detail, because it implies a surgical precision to this order you wouldn't expect, unless you remember their origins. After defeating the Fell Twins in the capital outskirts, we are rewarded with the Omen Killer Rollo Ashes, which tell the story of the first Omen Killer. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirit of Omen Killer Rollo. Spirit of Rollo, known as the first Omen Killer. Once a famous perfumer, Rollo imbibed a physic to rid himself of emotion, thus enabling him to enact his nightmarish labor, hunting the Omen. It would seem that the very first of these men was a perfumer, essentially a doctor to those living in the lands between, as the perfumer's physics were originally meant to heal and not harm. You can learn more about the perfumers in another video of ours diving into their lore, but the short version is that in times of war, they were essentially conscripted and forced to use their knowledge for combat instead of healing. If we take this into account when considering Rollo, it seems as if he never truly wanted to hunt down and murder the Omen. Otherwise, why would he need a physic to make him numb to his own actions? Even Rollo himself saw how despicable it was to hunt these people for the crime of being touched by the Crucible before their birth, and the only way for him to carry out his assignment was to turn himself into a monster. It's not known whether or not he intended for his concoction to be used by others and for Omen Killers to essentially become their own order of perfumers, but unfortunately, this is what came to pass. By the time we've made our way to the lands between, it seems the Omen Killers are no longer hunting Omen. We face them in a number of areas, and only one of them is found anywhere near Omen. This Omen Killer can be fought outside the lower capital church site of Grace, not far from an entrance to the sewers below the capital city. We know that these sewers were used as a dumping ground for those Omen that did not have their horns excised, and we believe the Omen Killer stationed above them is there to act as a form of warden against those that may wander out. If an Omen is unlucky enough to be caught escaping the sewers, this Omen Killer will strike them down where they stand. Contrary to this hunter holding the line against his prey, 2 Omen Killers can be found around the Volcano Manor, which has no association with Omen. However, we know Rykard gathered the strong in order to devour them and gain their strength, so you could assume that these Omen Killers were eventually meant to become one with the Serpent, as they were known to be ferocious warriors. The first Omen Killer we're likely to encounter in our travels across the lands between is actually under the employ of Sir Gideon Ofnir. We know that Ensha led the attack on the Albanorg village in search of half of the rolled medallion that was hidden there, and it would appear that he utilized the strength of an Omen Killer to bring this town to its knees and slaughter most of its inhabitants. It's no surprise that one who has removed emotion from their very being would have no issue working with Gideon Ofnir. He needed strength, and the Omen Killer could provide it. Omen Killers already hunted and murdered innocents considered abhorrent to the Golden Order, so killing Albanorics, who were also seen as lesser under the Golden Order, would be like any other day. He simply traded gnarled horns for silver blood, indulging in the one-sided battle that was handed to him by a master whose disregard for life rivaled his own. There are 2 other Omen Killers we can encounter during our travels, one of which watches over the Perfumer's ruins, while the other fights alongside Miranda, the Blighted Bloom, in the Perfumer's Grotto. This implies to us that the physic that suppresses the Omen Killer's emotions is not a one-and-done permanent solution. Perhaps, the effects of this physic can actually wear off, and when they do, the Omen Killers are forced to reckon with the horrifying things they've done to so many innocents. In order to keep themselves from ever having to truly face the atrocities they've committed, they need to return to the Perfumer's Grotto, to Miranda, so they can continue crafting the tincture that suppresses their emotions. This would mean that the Omen Killers, these ferocious warriors, willing to murder those who have committed no true crime, are actually cowards, hiding behind their practices, knowing full well that the weight of their own crimes against humanity would crush them should they ever allow their physics to truly dissipate. Ironically, should this ever happen, the masks they use to strike fear into the hearts of the Omen would instead mock the Omen Killers, showing them the visage of the countless lives they've taken, and forcing them to face the true horror of their actions. Thank you for joining us for this week's Lore Dive. What are your thoughts on the Omen Killers? Did Rollo intend for his physic to be used on others, or was it meant to be a way for him to deal with the things he knew he must do? Knowing that the Omen Killers were once perfumers, do you think they were the ones who removed the horns from infant Omen, killing them in the process? Why do the Omen Killers who no longer hunt Omen still wear the Omen Smirk mask? How many times did I say Omen in this episode? Please leave your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again next week for more Elden lore. After our videos on the Confessors and the Vagabond Knights, our community asked us to explore more of the classes we can choose from when first starting Elden Ring. Unfortunately, most of these have very little true lore behind them. The Astrologers have a rich history, but this has already been covered in our various videos about Raya Lucaria. Samurai, similarly, have been covered in our videos about Okina, Yura, and the Land of Reeds. There's also the Warrior, who clearly takes inspiration from the swordsman who locked away the God of Rot. But we've covered him in a video dedicated to his story. That leaves very few starting classes we haven't touched on at some point in the past. With that said, we do believe that the Prophet and the Prisoner are worth diving into, as theirs are paths that seem to diverge from the norm if we take control of their destiny. Today, we will be exploring the lore behind the Prophet and the Prisoner, who start their journeys on opposite ends of the magical spectrum, one dedicated to gold, and the other to stars. First, we want to explore the Prophets. The only one of them we meet in the Lands Between, Brother Corin, through his own set tells us he was given the guidance of grace for refusing to recant his prophecy. We believe this actually sets a bad precedent for who the Prophets were. Corin is truly dedicated to the Golden Order, so much so that he's willing to leave his master Gold Mask as soon as he makes a claim that could be considered blasphemous to Corin's understanding of the Golden Order. We think this is an inaccurate representation of the Prophets due to the descriptions found within their starting set and incantations. As a prophet, you begin the game with the Prophet Blindfold, which is described as a blindfold of exiled prophets who foretold misfortune and were persecuted and driven from their homes as a result. Why hesitate if the path leading to the future is clear? Just close your eyes and walk. Their robes also tell us the meaning of the wooden pillory worn around their necks. The shackles around the neck warn passers-by not to lend an ear to their sermons. So, the prophets received some kind of vision about a form of misfortune that would befall the land, and were shackled in order for others to avoid them and ignore their ramblings. The question is, what was their vision? One of their starting incantations sheds light on this mystery for us. Catch Flame tells us it is an incantation originating from a sinister prophecy. Momentarily sparks flame from the caster's hand. The flame of ruin is anathema to the Erdtree, but prophets sometimes glimpsed it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. It seems as if those prophets that saw the vision of flame within the Order obtained the ability to cast a flame incantation. This in itself was enough to have them branded as heretics. In our eyes, this is what creates an incongruence with Brother Corin. If his vision was of fire, and he refused to recant the vision, he was already dealing in the realm of heresy. Why then was he such a devout believer in the Golden Order that shunned him for the prophecy he saw? And why did he take issue with Goldmask essentially doing the same thing? Getting back to Catch Flame, the most interesting thing about its description is the mention of banishment, as this seems to tie to another topic we recently covered, the Thorn Sorcerers. These sorcerers were also said to have been banished, the difference being that their eyes were gouged out entirely by briar crowns that went over their heads. To us, this suggests that the same prophets who once roamed the land preaching about the calamity they bore witness to were eventually rounded up and punished further for not keeping their mouths shut, as their robes and shackles must not have been enough to keep others from listening to their sermons. From a timeline perspective, it would make sense if this shift in punishment came after the Tarnished were banished from the lands between. Any Tarnished prophets were forced from the land and went on to participate in the Long March, and those prophets that were not Tarnished continued to wander the lands between, desperately trying to warn the masses about the impending doom of an Erdtree set ablaze. These prophets would eventually go on to become the Thorn Sorcerers after their second round of punishment and exposure to the Blood Star. This is one instance where being tarnished is the luckiest thing that could have happened for someone, as the tarnished prophets would one day return to the lands between, ready to take the throne, unwittingly fulfilling the vision that cursed them so long ago. This is a far cry from the goals and beliefs of Brother Corrin, and it's enough to make you wonder if he was ever really a prophet at all. Next, we wanted to discuss the prisoners, and the interesting context clues that can be used to piece together some kind of story behind these criminals. Their mask is clearly the most iconic piece of their starting equipment, as their armor is little more than rags. Iron mask forced on a prisoner convicted of an appalling crime. Thick, heavy, and utterly stifling. A foul creation designed to torment the wearer, either slowly fermenting hatred from within their heart, or a spiritual fervor that is near indistinguishable from it. This gives us the most bare-bones explanation of who the prisoner was, a criminal convicted of a crime. But interestingly, there is another who wears the prison set in the lands between, but with a different mask, Big Boggart. His mask, while also made of iron, is of a very different design, implying that he was convicted by a different group than the prisoner. If we look at the rest of the prisoner's starting equipment, we can start to put together a larger picture. The prisoner starts their journey with an estoc, a glintstone staff, a rift shield, and access to the spell Magic Glintblade. The spell is described as an old sorcery of the Carian royal family, creates a sigil overhead from which an enemy seeking Glintblade appears after a brief delay. Said to be the prototype of the sword phalanx sorceries wielded by royal enchanted knights. This prisoner not only has an inclination toward glintstone sorcery, but was trained by those that serve the Carian royal family, as he or she carries that sorcery with them into the lands between. Depending on your interpretation of what the rift shield is depicting, this could also be seen as an association with the Carians. With these lines drawn, it seems to paint a picture of this class originally being a prisoner of the Carians, but there's still the question as to what appalling crime they committed that got them imprisoned in the first place. There's no way to know for sure, as it can be tailored to whatever story you want your Tarnished to have. However, back in September of 2021, the Elden Ring Twitter posted an interesting image. This depicted the prisoner staring up at the sky with a mangled, bloodied Carian Knight dead on the ground behind them, along with the text, "In the wake of the shattering, a blight claimed the mind of many a creature and man. Beware their chaotic frenzy." This does imply that the crime could be related to the Frenzy Flame, but we think it's fair to take the image itself at face value, rather than the implication of the tweet, as the Tarnished no longer resided in the lands between at the time of the shattering. If the prisoner was originally a sorcerer studying to become a Carian Knight, murdering one of their own would certainly get them locked up with this horrifying mask affixed to their head. Then came the banishment of the Tarnished, where even these prisoners would be released to join in the Long March, carrying with them their mask as a reminder of their crime. Perhaps, if we follow their natural inclination toward Carian sorceries, they could one day achieve their original goal, and stand among the Carian Knights, despite the blood on their hands. Thank you for joining us for this week's lore exploration, diving into the prophets and the prisoners. Do you believe the non-tarnished prophets were eventually banished to the north and became the Thorn Sorcerers? Why does Brother Corrin reject anything antithetical to the Golden Order if he's seen the burning Erdtree for himself? Do you agree with our findings on the crime that had the prisoner locked away in the first place? Or do you think they have a different connection to Carian sorcery? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you next week for more Elden lore. The origins of many creatures in the lands between are steeped in mystery. So many of our videos here at Square Table Gaming struggle to uncover the truth behind the monsters we face in the lands between. And while we are able to dig up enough information to make solid assumptions, it's not often that the lore of a creature is made clear. But every now and again, we're given enough information to say definitively where a monster comes from. On several different occasions, we've covered topics related to magma worms. Our videos on the Tree Sentinels, the Dragonkin Soldiers, Yura and Eleonora, and the Drake Knights all briefly discussed the dangers of Dragon Communion and its connection to these land-bound monsters. Even so, we've received requests from our audience to give these almost dragons their own dedicated space, where we can lay out their origin and look a little more closely at the process behind becoming a dragon, even if that was never your intention. In order to understand what the magma worms are and where they come from, we first need to understand Dragon Communion. This ritual is how those outside of the dragon cult came to gain the power of dragons. In order to perform Dragon Communion, one must slay a dragon, take its heart, and consume it at one of the communion altars found in the lands between. There are only 2 of these altars, and both can be difficult to reach. The Church of Dragon Communion is on an island, only accessible by passing through the coastal cove, and the Cathedral of Dragon Communion, located in Caelid, is defended by the decaying dragon Exikes, who was known as the Dragon Communion Revenger, and took particular issue with those who hunted his kin. Indeed, at the Cathedral, we can do battle with a couple of banished knights, who have clearly slain a dragon or 2 and partaken in communion. Both of these altars are draped with the remains of an ancient dragon, and you can see the red formless power of the dragons dancing like a flame within the stoop where we perform the ritual. We first learn of Dragon Communion when speaking with the Bloody Finger Hunter, Yura. We won't dive too deeply into his story, as we already have a previous video going into the details, but Yura seems to have hunted dragons before.
You bloody half-wit. Picking a fight with a dragon. Well, I can tell you want to see it through. Seems I'm forever crossing paths with hotheads like you.
If you summon him to help with your hunt, he tells us about Dragon Communion and its dangers.
That was my first dragon hunt in quite some time. Paired up with a hothead like you. It was just like old times. Now that you've so impressively felled that dragon, there's something you should know. The heart you brought back. It's used in Dragon Communion. If you should find yourself overcome by hunger for the heart, yearning for its strength, then seek the decrepit church on the little island off the western coast. You must not forget, though, those who partake in Dragon Communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment, the strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that Dragon Communion is ruinous.
We are certain that Yura himself was not truly a hunter of dragons, even though he admits to having participated in a hunt previously. We think it's likely that he assisted a friend of his who was the Drake Knight, Eleonora. This is bolstered by the fact that Yura does not utilize Dragon Communion incantations, while Eleonora does. Through Eleonora, Yura learned what Dragon Communion would do to those who indulge in it too often. Over time, the hunger would overtake them, and they would change. This would begin with their eyes, which took on a deep yellow color, while their irises became slits, mirroring those of the dragons they hunted. How Eleonora conveyed this to Yura, as the Drake Knights are said to have never spoken a word, we cannot know. Perhaps she broke this rule while journeying with her dear friend, or maybe they saw this change take place with their own eyes. Either way, it's thanks to Eleonora that Yura was able to provide us with this little history lesson. So if you indulge too often in Dragon Communion, you become a dragon. Is that such a bad thing? After all, those consuming the hearts of dragons for their power are clearly trying to obtain the strength of dragons. However, Dragon Communion does not turn you into a majestic creature capable of flight and able to summon lightning. It instead turns one into a land-bound magma worm. The incantation, Magma Breath, provides us with the details. One of the incantations of Dragon Communion transforms caster into a worm to spew magma breath. Those who have performed the Dragon Communion will find their humanity slowly slipping away. Once they fully succumb to their fate, they are left no more than worms that crawl the earth. This is further asserted by the magma worm's scale sword. Curved greatsword wielded by magma worms, the shape resembles a dragon's jaw and is covered in hard scales. It's said these land-bound dragons were once human heroes who partook in Dragon Communion, a grave transgression for which they were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. This is mostly true aside from the part about these creatures only coming from humans, as we see a clear example of a non-human becoming a magma worm in Theodorix. When we obtain Theodorix's magma through the act of Dragon Communion, we learn this is a superior incantation of Dragon Communion, channels the power of the great worm, Theodorix, transforms caster into a great worm to spew a large volume of magma breath. The name of the ancient troll warrior, Theodorix, lives on, as a hero of the war against the giants. As we know, the trolls took the Golden Order's side in the war against the giants, and the fact that Theodorix was not only present during this war, but was performing Dragon Communion, means that this practice is ancient enough to have existed before Marika took full control of the lands between. The story of Theodorix is fascinating, as it opens up many possibilities into who the magma worms across the lands between could have been before they were turned by their lust for the power of dragons. It would have been easy to assume that all of the magma worms were once Drake Knights who took their quest for strength too far, but we now know this is not necessarily the case. For instance, Magma Worm Makar is a named battle we encounter at the top of the rune-strewn precipice, and while there is no lore specifically calling out who he was before his transformation, we can assume he was someone loyal to the Golden Order, as he blocks the only entrance to the Altus Plateau aside from the Grand Lift of Dectus. There's also the magma worm we face in Gale Tunnel, who mysteriously drops the Moon Veil, a magical katana known as a masterpiece of a Sellian swordsmith. While it would not have made sense for a former Drake Knight to be carrying this sword, it could make more sense that a Sellian sorcerer was exploring the merits of Dragon Communion, and eventually became a worm. This could be seen as antithetical to the idea that sorcerers did not study magics based in faith, but the Dragon Communion seal tells us, indeed, Dragon Communion is too primal in nature for the term incantation to be appropriate. So perhaps they saw it as some other form of power, worthy of study. As for the magma worms at Fort Lade and the Volcano Manor, perhaps they were once loyal to Praetor Rykard, and they gathered the strength of dragons in order to feed themselves to the serpent and make their lord even more powerful. In the end, Those that sought the power of dragons through force and murder rituals were twisted and deformed for their hubris. Unlike those that walked alongside the dragons in the ancient dragon cult, those who consumed the gravelly hearts of these beasts would never come to wield their lightning, a feat even achieved by the incomplete experiments of the Nox known as the Dragonkin soldiers. Those that prayed at the altar of Dragon Communion would develop roars, claws, and breath of decay, ice, and fire, but would ultimately be left with nothing but magma pouring from their deformed jaws, and wings too weak to even raise them to the sky. They would not become the dragons whose strength they coveted. Their ultimate fate was to roam the land on their bellies as punishment for their sins. So think twice before devouring the hearts of those dragons you fell, because while the eyes of a dragon may look intimidating on your tarnished, you may just be dooming them for all eternity. Thank you for joining us for this week's lore dive into the magma worms. As I mentioned earlier, we've always discussed this topic as it relates to other characters, but we wanted to give them their own space so you didn't need to watch multiple videos for their full lore. Do you believe the Drake Knights ultimately became magma worms? Or did their practices prevent them from overindulging in communion? When do you believe the practice of Dragon Communion started? Why is Caelid the only land where we can find a Dragon Communion altar that isn't hidden away? Who do you think Makar was before his transformation? Please leave your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Depending on who you ask in the lands between, you'll receive a different answer to the question, what is true strength? Ask a prophet, and they will tell you faith. A sorcerer of Raya Lucaria would tell you knowledge. The Knights of the Demigods may tell you conviction. But those that did battle in the Colosseums would likely tell you that true strength is survival, and is won in combat. We meet these champions, the duelists, and learn their stories through their armor. They are long exiled from their Colosseums, and have taken work where they could find it. But these were not the only gladiators that fought for supremacy in Godfrey's age. While the crowds delighted in seeing these duelists beaten and battered, their armor does not tell us who exactly was doing the beating. We believe the answer has been staring at us from behind an oval helmet of bronze all this time. The Mad Pumpkinheads live a pitiable existence, and while their strength may have made them the ultimate gladiators, they are now nothing more than crazed muscle, desperate to be free of their horrifying confines. There is surprisingly little that can be learned about the Mad Pumpkinheads from the few item descriptions related to them in Elden Ring. The Mad Pumpkinhead ashes are described as a spirit of a mad soldier with a large, brawny physique. Though he has stifled his panic within the dark confines of his helmet, he rampages as if driven mad when agitated by bloodshed or the humming of insects. This mad soldier is all that is left of a broken gladiator. This is where we can draw our first conclusion about their past. They were once gladiators. Given that the Colosseums of the lands between were long defunct until they were reopened for our tarnished to do battle with each other, it's safe to say that these warriors have not engaged in gladiatorial combat in some time. We know that the duelists were also gladiators, and their helms tell us the snake is viewed as a traitor to the Erdtree, and the audience delighted in seeing these bronze effigies beaten and battered. So, we believe those that were placed in the duelist helms were essentially the heels of the Colosseum, and the champions who defeated them were considered the strongest and lauded by the crowds. Given that the Mad Pumpkinheads are the only other people in the lands between described as gladiators, we believe they were the ones who beat the duelists until their dying breaths, growing stronger with each bout. This would have created a problem for Marika and Radagon after Godfrey was exiled and the second Elden Lord took the throne. It is thought that once Radagon ascended, the Colosseums were closed as a way of signaling the end of an era where might made right, and now intelligence and faith would rule the land. But what then would be done with the gladiators? The duelists were powerful, to be sure, but nowhere near strong enough to stand against the wishes of their superiors. But what of the true champions? Those that kept winning, becoming stronger and stronger, growing in size in an age where they could not die naturally, and kept pushing the limits of their bodies. They would not be so easily taken in. What then could be done to break their spirits and neutralize them as a potential threat? Perhaps torture. The pumpkin helm is described as an oval helmet large enough to cover any head, very heavy and very hard, reduces damage from headshots and impacts. The inside of the helm is pitch black, keeping the crazed warrior within from panicking. Perhaps its rather roomy interior also helps alleviate feelings of pressure and claustrophobia. The idea that the pitch black interior would keep a crazed warrior from panicking is suspect to say the least. The Mad Pumpkinheads cannot remove these helms, and I don't know about you, but I can't imagine being trapped in complete darkness with sound reverberating all around me would relieve feelings of pressure or claustrophobia. We believe this is an instance where the item description we read is based on a lie told in order to convince others these helms were necessary to stop these warriors from rampaging across the lands between. This concept is bolstered by the fact that if we observe these men from afar, they don't act crazed, they act desperate. They can often be seen wandering in circles and smashing their head into the ground, trying to remove their helmet and free themselves from the darkness they're constantly wrapped in. Not exactly the behavior of someone who's being kept from panicking or feeling claustrophobic. If we look at where the Mad Pumpkinheads are found, there's another angle to consider here. Perhaps the sales pitch about the pumpkin helm is just that, a literal sales pitch. These enemies are found guarding bridges, castle forts, within ruins, and a few other areas where their strength can be utilized. Gladiators were often slaves forced to do battle, so we believe that after the Colosseums were shut, these warriors who fought tooth and nail, gaining strength through countless victories, were forced to wear these tortuous helms, driving them mad, and were then sold off to those who needed the muscle. One of the most interesting details about the Mad Pumpkinheads is mentioned in their ashes. They panic when made to bleed or hear the sound of insects. This makes sense, as these enemies can't actually see anything through their helm. They have no real sense of their surroundings outside of what they can touch. So to them, they were simply standing their ground in their assigned place, perhaps struggling to remove their helm, when suddenly they felt a cutting sensation and the warmth of their blood spilling. This would be enough to send anyone into a panic, but especially someone who had no concept of the danger they were facing before they were attacked. If we use the incantation Swarm of Flies against a Mad Pumpkinhead, we can see firsthand how they react to insects. They smash their helm against their weapon, and wildly bash their heads into the ground over and over again, before looking dazed and staring up into a sky they can't really see. So when swarmed with insects, the only way they can stop the incessant buzzing, now reverberating inside their helm, is to smash it against the ground until all of these insects are dead. Take a second to consider just how horrifying this would be if you were trapped inside of a helmet, with no way of stopping these insects from biting at your face, hearing nothing but a loud buzz, amplified by your surroundings. Perhaps this is another way these warriors' mental state was broken in order to make them more compliant. After all, someone must have done this to them in the past in order for it to be common knowledge that they rampage at the sound of insects. What more can be said about the Mad Pumpkinheads? They are a serious threat to any who stand before them, but their story is that of a pitiable champion who once stood before the roaring crowds basking in the glow of their victory, only to be made a slave, mentally broken by those who decided there was no longer any worth to their show of strength. These poor men live in a constant state of torture, having their sight taken from them, while their sense of hearing has become nothing more than a way to further drive them into madness. Now these once proud warriors take their posts wherever their masters may have deemed fit. No longer gladiators, just monsters assigned to a task. And if they're lucky, whoever finally kills them will do it humanely, without letting their blood or forcing them to endure the torturous sounds and feeling of insects crawling within their helm. Will you grant them a warrior's death, or subject them to even more torture? Thank you for joining us for this week's Lore Dive. The Mad Pumpkinheads have been a long requested topic, and we're happy to finally find enough information to bring you our thoughts on their background. Do you believe these enemies were once the heroes of the Colosseums? Why does the Mad Pumpkinhead in the Altus Plateau carry a flag and stand before a gravestone? How many times did you die to these poor, tortured souls? Let us know your answers to these questions in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. Well, we had a regular episode of Elden lore prepared for this week, but with the first trailer for Shadow of the Erdtree dropping, we thought it would be best to talk about our theories and observations from the glimpse we were given into this exciting new foray into the realm of Shadow. With the release date finally revealed to be June 21st of this year, we still have plenty of time before any of our questions are truly answered. But in the meantime, let's all speculate together as a community about Mesmer the Impaler, a snake-clad, blood-flame-wielding possible demigod, the old man, ready to tear off his own head to do battle, and the possibly Omen Shadow hybrid that wields both death, blight, and lightning. There's plenty to discuss given what we were shown in the trailer, so let's begin this look into the DLC, see what we've learned, and what questions yet linger beneath the shadow of the Erdtree. While there are so many things to talk about regarding this trailer, we want to focus on 4 major areas for the sake of this video. First, the old man and the woman in the portrait. Second, the gold-haired beast with omen horns. Third, Mesmer the Impaler. And lastly, how we access the DLC and its location, the Land of Shadow. During the trailer, we're shown what looks like a home, dilapidated and surrounded by swampland, which then cuts to a portrait of an old man with a younger woman standing beside him, one hand on his shoulder and the other on her pregnant belly. Our original thought during our community livestream was that this man could be Marika's father, and the woman beside him a young Marika. However, upon closer inspection, I don't believe this to be the case. The woman standing by his side has dark hair, and while the color has all but drained from this portrait, the curly hair running down from her veil is definitely not bright gold. Her veil is also interesting as it covers her eyes, almost as if to hide their hue from us. This old man can actually be seen later in the trailer as well, now in a significantly more undead-looking form, as we catch a momentary glimpse of him attempting to pull a sword out of his own head. If we follow the line of the sword, it also seems like this is the only thing holding him together, and his neck elongates as he pulls, which to me means this man will be tearing off his own head to do battle with us. My guess is that this is a Phase 2 battle animation that will take place after facing him normally, but who knows. We can tell this is the same man due to the clasp holding his robe together. It matches that of the clasp in the portrait, and while at first I thought it resembled a crucible knot, I now believe it's depicting eyes. A longtime member of the channel and moderator of our Discord, Wolfie Muse, pointed out that this ornamentation closely resembles that of St. Trina's torch, so perhaps the old man and this woman are followers of Trina. No matter the answer, I'm looking forward to how gruesome this battle will be. Next, I want to discuss the gold-haired beast that bore a fleeting resemblance to Sarosh. At first, this creature looks like a mishmash of other enemies. Its face is almost human, and it has 2 rows of teeth, one human and one beast. It's almost as if the form of a beast has wrapped itself around the form of a man. Omen horns protrude from his head and body, and he's able to spit what looks like it could be a deathblight smoke at our Tarnished. This is followed up by footage of this enemy summoning lightning down and throwing it toward us. The first place my mind went upon taking in this information was Godwyn the Golden. We know that Miquella wanted to grant his brother a true death, and that this process may have involved the eclipse. So perhaps this is the result of Miquella's efforts. A twisted, deformed version of Godwyn that's reminiscent of the Royal Revenants. However, a comment by one of our subscribers, SawStup16, called out that this enemy could be 2 omens standing on top of each other, much like you'd see during a Chinese dragon parade, and upon closer inspection, this does seem to be the case. When slowing down the scene where this boss is breathing deathblight, we can see that there is no body within the shroud, simply legs and feet that seem to be standing atop another layer of shroud. To take this a step further, it seems like there could be another layer on top of this form, the one that's actually holding the mouth together. Whether or not these are omen, we can't say for sure, but it leads us to believe that this creature is less likely to be a form of Godwyn himself, and more like an effigy of the Golden Sun. Still, its ability to wield his magics are interesting, and I look forward to learning more about it. Now we come to the poster boy of this DLC, Messmer the Impaler. The truth behind his origins is likely to be FromSoft's best kept secret until Shadow of the Erdtree drops this June, but there are multiple possibilities I want to address. First, Messmer's armor is adorned with serpents, and he even has 2 snakes that wrap themselves around his body while he fights. He also has the slitted eyes of a serpent, and while you could mistake them for those of someone who partakes in Dragon Communion, in my mind this snake imagery rules out that option, even though there are small bits of dragon imagery on this character as well. There's only one other demigod in the game that has this deep association with serpents, as well as Radagon's red hair, and that would be Praetor Rykard. This is an easy connection to make, but it's also worth noting that Messmer seems to wield Bloodflame along with his lance, and this would tie him to Mohg. I believe there's a way to reconcile these 2 connections if we look at how elongated Messmer's limbs seem to be. In fact, we've seen elongated limbs like this in the past, hanging from the cocoon Mohg fed with a steady stream of blood. We've always assumed that this arm and hand were what was left of Miquella inside the cocoon. With his plan to age himself cut short, it was believed that his long limbs were the result of his being removed from the Halig Tree. However, this arm and hand closely resemble that of Messmer, and thanks to the dialogue at the end of the trailer, we know that by touching the withered arm, we'll be able to travel to the Realm of Shadow, where Shadow of the Erdtree takes place. This was also confirmed in an interview with Hidetaka Miyazaki, which we will be mentioning shortly. What if it was never Miquella inside the cocoon, but instead it was Messmer, stolen away by Mohg due to a misunderstanding, and fed the blood of his chambers, slowly feeding him the power of the blood flame? This would make it possible for Messmer to have ties to both Rykard and Mohg, but there's some dialogue in the trailer that may even contradict these assertions. When Messmer is introduced, we hear the line, "Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light?" It's possible this line is spoken by Messmer before facing him, and if that's the case, who then would be his mother? It comes across as if he's speaking with Marika, as she would be the only person we know who has the authority to sanction lordship. So if Marika is his mother, perhaps his serpents have nothing to do with Rykard at all. Perhaps Messmer simply gained power in whatever way he could, and his place in the timeline of Elden Ring predates that of the idea of blasphemy. It's incredibly difficult to say one way or the other what is going on with this character, and we can't wait to see what unfolds. An additional note on Messmer that came from the aforementioned interview with Miyazaki is that his key art features him sitting in a chair, much like that of the demigods in Leyndell, before our battle with Morgoth. According to the man himself, This is meant to portray that he stands on equal footing with the other demigods and children of Marika in terms of strength and possibly even status. Lastly, I wanted to share some thoughts on the realm of Shadow. This place seems to exist beyond the physical realm of the Lands Between. An argument could be made that it's actually the dreamscape that cut content tells us Miquella had associations with, but there's not enough in this trailer to say that definitively. The description of this DLC on Bandai Namco's site reads as follows: The Land of Shadow, a place obscured by the Erdtree, where the goddess Marika first set foot. A land purged in an unsung battle, set ablaze by Messmer's flame. It was to this land that Miquella departed, divesting himself of his flesh, his strength, his lineage, of all things golden. And now, Miquella awaits the return of his promised lord. So the Land of Shadow was once visited by Marika and purged by Messmer, likely acting under her orders. This could mean that this place was removed from what is now the Lands Between somehow. It also says the Land of Shadow is obscured by the Erdtree. Another of our commenters, Bruxus, put forward the idea that the Land of Shadow could be the literal flip side of the Lands Between, and the tree we see there is not a tree at all, but roots. This would make sense alongside the description of the land being obscured. It is literally being hidden below the shadow of the Erdtree. Also, this description seems to imply that this is where the goddess Marika first set foot. And thanks to conversations within our Discord, I believe this could mean that this is the land where Marika was chosen to be an Empyrean. I also want to address the idea of Empyreans having their own shadows, such as Malekith and Blythe. To me, it stands to reason that these shadows come from the Land of Shadows. So perhaps this is where the Two Fingers would pluck their Empyrean shadows from. Just a thought, but worth putting out there. Lastly, we learn that Miquella departed for this land, divesting himself of all things golden. To me, this bolsters the idea that Miquella was never in the cocoon to begin with. It was merely a rumor that Mohg believed. I believe we enter this land through the hand of Messmer, hanging from the cocoon. So perhaps he was placed there long ago in order for Miquella to do the same. This would explain why Malenia never made an attempt to retrieve Miquella from Mohg. There was never any need. Shadow of the Erdtree is set to bring us many more questions than answers once it finally releases on June 21st, and I can't wait to dive back into Elden Ring with new content. I am incredibly excited to read the descriptions of every new weapon and piece of armor, so I can bring you the lore on every new character and enemy we'll be encountering. I'm also deeply excited by the size and scope of this new land that we're going to be exploring, as Miyazaki has stated that it is at least the size of Limgrave and possibly even larger. After watching the trailer, what questions do you have about this DLC? Were you expecting a completely new land, or did you think we'd be visiting lands mentioned in the main game? What do you think Messmer's true origin will be? Will Miquella be the final boss of Shadow of the Erdtree, or will he grant us a new ending, making him summonable after defeating the Elden Beast, much like Ranni? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. In the past, we've discussed enemies of significant importance in our journey through the Lands Between. Astel, the cosmic horror, the ulcerated tree spirits that spawn from the roots of the Erdtree, even Godfrey, the first Tarnished himself. However, while the toughest trials we face are often the most remembered, there are also enemies strewn across the land that become nothing more than scenery once we've established ourselves and our strength. One such group is the demi-humans, who early in our journey can overwhelm us with their numbers, but are later nothing more than fodder along the road, better ignored when we have more important things to do and places to be. That said, these creatures are vastly interesting, as while they come across as feral beasts, We know they possess the potential for greater intelligence thanks to our trusty seamster, Bach. Today, we will be discussing the demi-humans, their hierarchy within their own society, and their potential to be one of the larger players in the Lands Between, if they were not written off by its other denizens. The demi-humans come across as simple, savage creatures, and even their ashes would have you believe this. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirits of 5 demi-humans. Spirits of demi-humans that are small in stature, but have a violent, brutish disposition. Though they seem somewhat intelligent, when night falls, their blood boils and they become feral. Indeed, these enemies are stronger at night, but they fight no differently from how they would in the day. The demi-humans wear tattered rags and wield a mix of crude weaponry and blades they've clearly taken off those they've killed, such as falchions and great knives. When it comes to equipment they've fashioned themselves, we have the rickety shield, the spiked club, and possibly the blood-stained dagger. The shield gives us another look at the average intelligence of a demi-human. A creaky old wooden shield, circular in shape, roughly reinforced with vines or some such. There are countless other shields available of better make. This piece of scrap isn't worth the effort of equipping. There isn't an item description anywhere else in Elden Ring that makes its equipment seem so pitiful. It's safe to say this is all the average demi-human is capable of. A makeshift shield and a prowess for attacking wildly. But what about those that are deemed exceptional in their community? Demi-humans have a fairly clear hierarchical structure when it comes to their tribes. At the bottom is your typical demi-human, small but fierce and not too smart. Then we have larger demi-humans, which carry their next great accomplishment of engineering, the spiked club. A club with beast fangs wrapped around the striking end. The uneven spread of fangs causes blood loss. Given only to the toughest of demi-humans, this weapon is a badge of honor, or so the demi-humans believe. The next highest rank would be the demi-human chiefs, leaders of smaller bands of demi-humans, much larger in stature and much more dangerous. They carry the blood-stained dagger, which is a name that speaks for itself and is a sign of their brutality. Perhaps unexpectedly, the highest status a demi-human can achieve is that of queen, as we can find several demi-human queens across the Lands Between, teaching us 2 important things about their culture. First, that the demi-humans are a matriarchal society, and second, that their queens are capable of great intelligence. There are 3 named demi-human queens, Maggie, Margot, and Gillica. Each of these queens is significantly larger than any other demi-human we encounter, and wields the demi-human queen's staff. Glintstone staff styled as a scepter, a gift once given to the demi-humans to foster peace. It can be wielded even by those of low intelligence, sneered at by fools in the academy. Through this staff, we learn that someone, most likely older members of Raya Lucaria, saw it beneficial to make peace with the demi-humans, rather than see them as enemies. Perhaps this was during one of their wars with the Golden Order, but it's impossible to say that definitively. We can see the collaboration between Karolos sorcerers and demi-human queen Maggie when we make our way toward Grandmaster Azur during Sellen's quest. In this battle, the demi-humans and sorcerers are working together to keep people away from the former Grandmaster, though to what end we can't know. In this fight, you may see the sorceries Maggie is capable of casting, and while Glintstone Pebble can be expected even from those with low intelligence, she is also able to cast Crystal Burst, which speaks to her potential for higher thinking. Crystal Burst is one of the Glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Fires a burst of glintstone crystal shards, a sorcery of the Crystal Cadre, a group of sorcerers who pursue the wisdom of stone, the secrets locked in the faint cognition of the Crystalians. A demi-human able to understand a spell associated with the Crystal Cadre would likely be seen as inconceivable to most, but we believe this belies their true capacity for intelligence. The fact that the only demi-humans intelligent enough to understand sorcery are their queens plays into their concept of a matriarchal society, and may even explain why the men of the species are so feral. Perhaps all demi-humans have the potential for this higher thinking, but traditionally, the only ones elevated to this place are their women. This would mean various demi-human queens are in charge of the smaller tribes we do battle with during our journey. The women of their society study, learn, speak, and sew, while the men are sent off to fight, hunt, and grow strong. The linchpin in our assertion that this is a cultural norm rather than male demi-humans being incapable of higher intelligence comes from the very first demi-human we're likely to encounter, our trusty seamster, Bach. Bach, for whatever reason, was associated with the demi-human tribe that settled in the coastal cove, and was pushed out of their cave, told never to come back. I believe he was rejected because of his demeanor and intelligence. Bach wears fine clothes and never comes across as much of a fighter. Being a deeply intelligent male demi-human, capable of complex speech, is most likely the reason why he was tossed out. He couldn't serve his purpose as a member of the tribe. Bach speaks of his mother on multiple occasions, and he revered her as a superior seamstress, revealing that she once told him about the royal seamster's ability to adjust even the clothes of the demigods themselves. Clearly, Bach's mother was an intelligent woman, and a master of her craft, and we know for sure she was a demi-human, due to the prattling pate that says, "You're beautiful." Twisted clay sculpt in the shape of a demi-human head, emits a voice that says, "You're beautiful." A wistful fetish that imparts voices and words on an eternal journey. Unconditional love, unrestrained assurance. It must have been a mother speaking. This item is found in the hermit village in Mount Gelmir, where demi-humans are defending their territory. Unfortunately, the pate is lying on the corpse of a demi-human, who we could assume to be Bach's mother. Following our line of thinking on their societal structure, we believe that after Bach was sent away, his mother was killed for breaking their cultural norms and teaching her son to think on a higher level than the men of his society were meant to. True intelligence was only for the women of their species, and in breaking this rule, her life would be made forfeit. This explains why we never meet another intelligent male demi-human. Bach is unique due to the love of his mother, who wanted her son to have the opportunity to live up to his true potential, and not be forced into mindless violence at the whims of her society. In this way, we come to understand that all demi-humans are capable of being something more, but none dare defy the structure of their society, lest they anger their queens and be made an example of, like the village seamstress. There is more that could be said about the potential intelligence of the demi-humans, such as Queen Margot dropping the jar cannon, a weapon so complex even the knights who brought it to the assault on the Volcano Manor had no idea how to use it, as well as their culture, as when their leaders are defeated, the demi-humans cower for their lives. But this all peaks to the greater idea that these creatures are slaves to their societal norms. Thanks to Bach, the Beautiful, we know that every demi-human has the potential for empathy, kindness, and intelligence. But due to the culture they're brought up in, very few strive to achieve these virtues. It would seem the feral attitude of these enemies truly is due to nurture rather than nature, and perhaps, with their demi-human seamster by their side, the next Elden Lord can take steps to offer the demi-humans another way to live, if they so choose. Thank you for joining us for this week's Lore Dive, digging into the cultural norms and hierarchy of the demi-humans. Do you believe that Bach is an anomaly and that other demi-humans can't communicate at this level? Or do they simply have no need to do so due to their culture? How do you think demi-humans choose their queens? In an age of abundance, would the demi-humans have any need to ravage those they find across the land? Why does the demi-human queen Maggie protect Grandmaster Azur? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. We've been exploring the lore of various enemies and characters in Elden Ring for almost 2 years, and in that time, today's topic has made several appearances. If you spend any amount of time riding Torrent around the map, you'll come across groups of shambling men, seemingly with no destination. Many follow caravans across the lands between, but some walk in smaller groups, just sauntering across the land, seemingly devoid of purpose. But who were these nobles of the lands between before the Shattering, long before the demigods warred and the land suffered? Also, why do they wander, and what is it they search for? It may surprise you to know that aside from some of the humanoid ghouls that can still be encountered, such as the putrid corpse, these men may be the last remnants of normal humanoid life in the lands between. They held no strength, only status, and are now an example of the hard effects of undeath. When we talk about the Wandering Nobles, there are 5 different variations to keep in mind. The Noble Sorcerers, who are the only nobles capable of wielding magic. The Old Nobles, who hold up banners and sound their war horns upon seeing our tarnished. The Soldier Nobles, who wear the aristocrat coat and wield the noble's estoc. The Common Nobles, who wield the noble's slender sword, and the Treasure Nobles, a rare variation with the capability to hide from us as we hunt them down. Interestingly, when it comes to the past of these people, there seems to be some variation between them. All of the nobles wearing the aristocrat set tell us they were nobles of the capital. The old aristocrat set specifies it was garb favored by the aged, meaning when their journey started, these were the elders in their groups. And the aristocrat coat tells us it is a belonging of a family which claims a knight as their ancestors. Not that they themselves were knights, just that they have knight ancestry in their family line. While this may differentiate between different noble classes, those societal lines seem to have broken down by the time we reach the lands between, and all of the nobles are essentially on equal footing. The most important thing to know about the Wandering Nobles is that they're originally residents of the capital city of Leyndell. All of their armor sets tell us the same thing. They are travel attire worn by nobles in the capital. Abandoning their birthplace after the Shattering, these undead warriors are the pitiful product of unending life. So it would seem that after the Shattering, nobles fled the capital in droves. For what reason, we can't say for sure, but their ashes do give us a clue. Spirits of nobles who, after death, now wander the lands between. Surely they were in search of something once, but whatever it was has long been forgotten. This implies that these nobles left the city in search of something specific, possibly runes in order to gain strength, as the treasure nobles tend to drop significant runes from their chests. It's also possible that they weren't searching for physical objects, but a new home. After the Shattering, Leyndell became a target, and we know of 2 separate instances when its walls needed to be defended from invaders. The siege led by Godfrey and Godrick, as well as the siege led by Radahn. While both of these attacks were pushed back by the capital, the nobles who lived in luxury during more peaceful times may have seen the fall of their home as an inevitability, and struck out to find somewhere they could live away from the war. We can assume no nobles remain in the capital, as when we explore it ourselves, we don't encounter a single one. It would seem that over time, all the nobles of Leyndell, young and old, struck out on their own. Some with hired muscle in the form of the Kaiden Sellswords, others with their own little band of noble warriors, complete with an old aristocrat to sound their horn in case of battle. Suffice to say, these nobles were delusional if they expected to find a better life away from the capital, as we can now see what they've become. These men didn't even properly equip themselves for battle, as the majority of them that are wielding weapons carry either the noble's estoc or the noble's slender sword, both of which are described as being made easy to wield, and daubed with gold from tip to tail. It should fetch a good sum. These swords serve little purpose outside of decoration, or fodder for those needing to barter. One need only face these nobles in battle to see just how pathetic their fighting skills are, and I'd venture to guess that it was this way long before their bodies shriveled and aged due to their inability to die a true death. The only nobles to fight with magic are an interesting case for just how pitiful the nobility of the Lands Between was before the Shattering. The noble sorcerers carry the most basic of glintstone staffs, and only have the ability to cast a single sorcery, Glintstone Pebble. Their ashes tell us more about these men. Spirit of a nobleman who once asked to be given a place at Raya Lucaria to learn glintstone sorceries. His talents were insufficient to be worthy of donning the stone crown, however, and he is only capable of using the most rudimentary sorcery. You could make a case that these nobles found their way to Raya Lucaria after the Shattering, but I'd argue that they used their money and influence to enroll in the Academy during times of peace, seeing their ability to wield glintstone sorcery as a form of status. I believe this because of what the sorcerer's Great Glintstone Shard and Swift Glintstone Shard tell us. Those unworthy of the Stone Crown typically end their brief journey into sorcery here. To me, this means that the noble sorcerers didn't bother learning anything beyond Glintstone Pebble, as they deemed it too difficult. Couple this with these sorcerers being found wandering with other groups of nobles, and it comes across as if they had no need to study beyond the point of learning Glintstone Pebble. They had no natural talent, and no desire to study and gain further knowledge, so they simply left the academy to go home and impress the other nobles with their newfound ability to cast a basic spell. There is one aspect of the wandering nobles I don't have a solid answer to. Why do large groups of them follow the caravans making their way across the Lands Between? You could argue that these nobles are so far gone mentally that they simply follow along with any large group, so they can continue to search for whatever it was they set out on their journey for. But what if that's not the case? It may be possible that the nobles following these processions are actually the owners of the caravans themselves, and they're meant to house the items they gather on their journey. This would explain why these caravans contain chests with valuable items we can loot, and since we believe the Kaiden Sellswords would take on contracts protecting these nobles on the road, that could bolster this theory, as they can also be found amongst the nobles and will protect the caravan. Whoever the wandering nobles were before the Shattering is lost to the ages between the event and the arrival of our Tarnished in the Lands Between. Their motivations can only be speculated upon, because with life unending, their minds have degraded to the point where they can no longer recall why they left their home in the first place. It's interesting that their item descriptions describe them as undead, because that means while they're nothing but skeletal figures, now mindlessly wandering the land, they're not truly dead in the same way as those who live in death. They retain their souls, and with that they live to some extent. The fact that any of these nobles remain is ridiculous considering the dangers of the Lands Between, but it seems that these men of means became so deeply irrelevant to their own culture that they're now left alone by the greater forces that govern the land. Theirs is a cursed existence, aging indefinitely due to their inability to die, with their true goal forever out of reach due to the degradation of both their bodies and their minds. Thank you for joining us for this breakdown of the different factions of wandering nobles shambling their way across the Lands Between. What do you think these nobles were in search of when they left Lanedell? Do you believe they own the caravans they walk alongside, or did they simply do so out of habit? Will wandering nobles make an appearance in the Land of Shadow, or will we have new fodder enemies across the DLC's map? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore. As we patiently wait for Shadow of the Erdtree to be released this June, I found myself wondering about the significance of shadows in the Lands Between. The Land of Shadow is said to be a place locked away by Marika, and the very place where she became a god. Up to this point, the only significant mention of shadows would be those that were given to the Empyreans by their two fingers. Blaidd is the shadow appointed to Ranni, and we know Vargrim the Raging Wolf aspired to be a shadow himself, possibly to the Gloam-Eyed Queen. But the shadow that loomed largest over the lands between was arguably Malekith, the Black Blade. This fearsome warrior wielded death in the service of Queen Marika, acting as her shadow. Today, we will be breaking down the life of Malekith and the tragic story of the Bearer of Death, who was betrayed by the one person he was sworn to serve. The story of Malekith most likely starts with his appointment to be Marika's shadow. As we know, shadows are appointed to Empyreans by their two fingers, and Marika was no exception. At some point, she herself received Malekith, who was meant to act as a loyal protector to the woman capable of housing the Elden Ring within her flesh. Thanks to his armor, we know he was treated not as a servant to Marika, but as more of a brother. Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with destined death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him. Champions knew what was at stake. Indeed, that is what made them champions. At some point during his time in her service, likely after she was the Elden Ring's vessel, as we assume Malekith was already wielding his black blade, and Enya tells us the Rune of Death was plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation, he struck down those who opposed her ascendancy. The Godslayer's greatsword tells us it was the sacred sword of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who controlled the Godskin Apostles before her defeat at the hands of Malekith. The black flames wielded by the Apostles are channeled from this sword. It's unclear if the Gloam-Eyed Queen was a contender to become a vessel alongside Marika, or if she presented herself sometime after. But either way, when she pit her sword against that of the Black Blade himself, it was Malekith who came out on top. We can assume that through the years Malekith acted as a loyal companion to Queen Marika, keeping her safe from all who would stand in her way. His blade was imbued with the Rune of Death itself, and the demigods feared him due to his ability to truly end their lives. Aside from the black flame of the Godskin Apostles, no other power in the lands between could achieve this, and for a time, his presence was enough to keep upstarts in the ranks of the Golden Order in place. He even commanded his own forces in the form of the valiant gargoyles, whose weapons are mended with black corpse wax. Such is the mark of those who serve Malekith, the Black Blade. Alongside his gargoyles, he was a force to be reckoned with. However, the fear he commanded could only halt the plans of conspirators for so long, and on one fateful night, Malekith failed in his duties. So the story goes that Renna the Witch stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith as he slept, allowing her, through fearsome rite, to create the god-slaying black knives so that she could slay her Empyrean flesh. Of course, this could only be done by slaying the soul of Godwyn the Golden simultaneously, which she achieved. This marks Malekith's first failure in his duties to his queen and sister, but perhaps this turn of events is exactly what she wanted. The remembrance of the Black Blade tells us, Malekith was a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean. Marika's sole need of her shadow was a vessel to lock away destined death. Even then, she betrayed him. How is it that Marika would have betrayed Malekith? He protected the Rune of Death she removed from the Elden Ring and imbued in his sword. But somehow, Renna was able to procure a fragment without anyone noticing. Perhaps Marika was well aware of Renna's plans and allowed them to happen, betraying the very duty that was granted to Malekith in the form of his sword. After all, his true purpose was to lock away destined death. Simply carrying it in his sword was not enough. He would need to bind it within himself, an action he would take after the Night of Black Knives. If we obtain his weapon, we learn the following. Malekith's Black Blade once harbored the power of the Rune of Death. It is a sad shadow of its former glory. After a fragment of death was stolen on that fateful night, Malekith bound the blade within his own flesh such that none might ever rob death again. Interestingly, upon doing this, the black flame wielded by the Godskin Apostles lost its power to deliver true death, as the incantation Scouring Black Flame tells us. The black flame could once slay gods, but when Malekith sealed destined death, the true power of the black flame was lost. It would seem that while death was removed from the lands between after the rune of death was imbued into his sword, the true power of death did not disappear entirely from the land until after the blade itself was sealed within Malekith. Indeed, this could be the betrayal the remembrance refers to. In order to seal death away, Marika needed Malekith to bind it into his very being, an action that would leave him a shadow of his former self, with a new, insatiable hunger for the very death that was released upon the land on the Night of Black Knives. Once we weed our first piece of Deathroot, we can read its description. A source that gives rise to those who live in death. The beast clergyman, found at the bestial sanctum in the distant east, collects and devours these roots. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting in the form of Deathroot. We are then approached by D, Hunter of the Dead, who tells us of a mysterious beast known as Gronk, the beast clergyman, who he currently gathers Deathroot for. D has his own business to attend to, and Gronk has been looking for a warrior to replace D, so that all pieces of Deathroot across the lands between can be gathered and disposed of. Once we make our way through a portal shown to us by D, we stand face to face with the beast clergyman and learn of his hunger. Upon meeting Gronk, he asks that we feed him the Deathroot we plucked from the Tibia Mariner, and provides us with the Beast Eye in order to help us find more Deathroot. As we feed him, he tells us of his hunger, and after our fourth encounter, he will attack us on sight. Once we deal enough damage, he will stop, telling us,
"Put it away. I won't forget again. My appetite, my sin. So please, enough."
This is the first time he refers to his sin, and after the fifth piece of Deathroot, he refers to death itself, or rather the Deathroot, as his sin. It's not until we have given him 6 pieces that we receive Stone of Gronk and learn the truth of his origins. Superior incantation taught by Gronk, the beast clergyman, hurls a boulder before the caster. Long ago, Gronk was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant death of the demigods. This is our first indication that Gronk, the beast clergyman, is actually Malekith, the Black Blade, death of the demigods. After 9 pieces of Deathroot, Gronk will say,
It is all consumed. Still, I am not sated. Not nearly sated. America! Is this what it is to sin? Will things never be the same again? Tarnished, my thanks for thy long labor, but I have done all I can in this land. Henceforth, mine appetite shall be my sole companion. Farewell.
It would seem Malekith believed that if he could consume all of the deathroot created by Godwyn's corpse after the Night of Black Knives, that he could undo his mistake in letting a piece of the Rune of Death be taken from him. But it was all for naught, as his hunger persists. We do not see Gurranq again until facing him in crumbling Farum Azula. After many trials and tribulations, our Tarnished makes their way to the end of crumbling Farum Azula, so that we may claim destined death and set fire to the Erdtree. This is the only way to claim our throne as Elden Lord, but a familiar face stands in our way. Our companion Gurranq stands before us, and has different dialogue options based on whether or not we weeded all 9 pieces of Deathroot across the Lands Between. If we did not finish his quest, he will say,
"Thou who approacheth this death, I will not have it stolen from me."
But if we did, Gurranq recognizes us.
Tarnished. Why wouldst thou? Why? It is no matter.
We must then do battle with the Beast Clergyman, a fight that was unavoidable once his true nature is fully confirmed halfway through our battle. After dealing enough damage, Gurranq realizes he cannot win as he is, and releases Destined Death, his black blade, from his flesh.
Oh, death. Become my blade once more.
We then see Malekith in all his brilliance, and our battle begins anew. Malekith wields the Black Blade expertly, attacking us with red and black waves of death from a distance, and closing the gap between us with a jump or a slash. We can see why the demigods feared him, as this battle is a trial not so easily overcome. Once we do manage to put an end to Malekith, there are again 2 different dialogue options depending on whether or not we collected Deathroot. If we did not collect every piece, he says,
Tarnished. Why cover destined death? To kill what?
But if we have helped him complete his quest, he seems to better understand our goal.
Restored.
We then watch as the Rune of Death forms before us, and is unleashed across the Lands Between. Malekith has failed in his duties again, this time felled by our hand. And unlike last time, it's not merely a piece that found its way into the Lands Between, but the full, unrelenting strength of death. Malekith was a noble shadow plucked from his home and given to Marika so that she might have protection, as she gained strength and became a suitable vessel for the Elden Ring. He fulfilled his duty as best he could, and likely would never have failed in the first place, if not for the machinations of those with far more power than he himself could wield. We know he was betrayed by his Empyrean, by Queen Marika. And truly, what chance did Malekith have when his own sister had a hand in making him fail at his duties? Malekith did everything he could to right his wrongs, even binding the Rune of Death to his very flesh, and going into hiding so that he could protect it from the world, only interacting with those he could send out to weed Deathroot as further penance for the tragedy he allowed to happen under his watch. Unfortunately for Malekith, he was just another pawn for those who held true power in the lands between, and he never truly had a chance of fulfilling his duty to protect the Rune of Death. For as long as others would seek its power, he would always have new challengers, and no one can win forever. Before wrapping up this exploration of Malekith, I wanted to put forward a theory about the shadows of Empyreans in the lands between. E.G. tells us that Blythe was given to Ranni by her 2 fingers, and the remembrance of the Black Blade told us Malekith was given to Marika. So in the past, many have assumed that shadows were crafted by the 2 fingers. But what if they already existed beforehand? Some argue that Malekith and Blythe are a form of Beastman from Far Missoula, but they're far too unique in my opinion for this to be the case. Now we have knowledge of the Land of Shadows, which has a culture all its own, which seems to put some emphasis on various forms of beasts. What if the Empyrean shadows don't come from the Fingers, or from the home of the Beastmen, but from the Land of Shadows itself? After all, in our introduction to the DLC, the Tarnished they chose to enter the Land of Shadows was Vargrim, the very Tarnished who wished to become a shadow himself. Thank you for joining us for our breakdown of the life and story of Malekith, the Black Blade. I know many other channels have already told his story, but we wanted to provide our breakdown of his timeline and his possible origin in the Land of Shadows, which could be explored in Shadow of the Erdtree. Do you believe Empyrean shadows come from the Land of Shadow? Did Marika intentionally allow Ranni to steal a piece of destined death from Malekith? Even with the evidence we've presented, are you one of the few who still believes Gurranq and Malekith are not one and the same? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden lore.